A collection of studies on the Tibetan Bon tradition. Contents: A Beginner's Guide to the Bon Religion by Tsering Thundup 1. The Bon Religion, an Introduction by Purgyal 6. The Bonpo Tradition 11. The Founder of Bon and His Teachings 11. Three Brothers 11. Tonpa Shenrab Miwok 11. Tonpa Shenrab taught his doctrines in two systems 12. The Propagation of Bon in Zhangzhung and Tibet 14. Zhang-Zhung 14. Persecutions 14. Resurgence of Bon 15. Menri Monastery 16. The Bon Pantheon and Religious Commitment 16. The Bon Pantheon 16. Religious Commitment 17. Monastic Life 17. Ngagpa 17. Dzogchen 18. Code 18. Almo Lung Ring. The Imperishable Sacred Land by John Reynolds 20. Bon, a Heterodox System by John Powers 26. Introduction 26. Animism in Tibetan Folk Religion 27. Types of Spirits 28. Bon Teachings and Practices 29. Ancient Tibetan Bonpo Shamanism by John Merton Reynolds 30. Shamanism in the Native Bon Tradition by Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche 37. The condensed meaning of an explanation of the teachings of Zhang-Zhung Bon by Lapon Tenzin Namdak 43. Introduction 43. The Path of Renunciation 43. The Path of Transformation 44. 2. The Path of Liberation 45. The Cycle of Teaching 46. The Five Science 46. The Nine Ways, the First Cycle 47. The Four Doors and the Treasury, the Second Cycle 48. The Final Cycle 48. The Four Causal Ways 49. The Mother Tantras of the Bon Tradition by Marco Alejandro Chaul 49. The Structure of the Secret Mother Tantra 53. A Short Biography of Tapirite Sa by Lapon Tenzin Namdak 58. The Nine Ways of Bon by D.L. Snellgrove 60. The Bonpa 60. The Source of the Nine Ways of Bon 62. The Chapters of the Gzibirjid 63. Remarks on the Nine Ways edition 65. I the Way of Shen of the Predition, Favajchen Negpa, 66. 2 The Way of Shen of the Visual World, Snangchen Negpa, 66. 3 The Way of Shen of Illusion, Hbrulchen Negpa, 67. 4 The Way of Shen of Existence, Sridchen Negpa, 67. V The Way of Shen of the Virtuous Adherers, Djib Snyan Negpa, 67. 6 The Way of Shen of the Great Ascetics, Drangsrong Negpa, 68. 7 The Way of Pure Sound, Adkar Thegpa, 68. 8 The Way of the Primeval Shen, Yeshen Thegpa, 68. 9 The Supreme Way, Blamed Thegpa, 68. Bon, Classification of Ways 69. The Way of the Shen of Protection by D.L. Snellgrove 70. Bon, as a pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet 77. Bon, how it came to Tibet as a religion 78. The Four Portals and the Treasury as 5th 80. The Bonpo Traditions of Dzogchen by John Merton Reynolds 84. The Bonpo and Nyingmapa Traditions of Dzogchen 84. The Historical Development of Bon 86. The Origin of Dzogchen 89. The Three Traditions of Bonpo Dzogchen 93. 1 Acrid 93. 2 Rzogchen 94. 3 Snyanrakyad 94. A collection of studies on the Tibetan Bon tradition. A beginner's guide to the Bon religion of Tibet. By Tsering Tundub. This article is based primarily on the Bon religion of Tibet, the iconography of a living tradition by Purgyal, professor of the history of religions and Tibetology, University of Oslo, published by Serinda Publications, London, 1995. The Bon religious tradition of Tibet is often misunderstood as just another branch or sect of Buddhism. Such misconceptions on the part of the average Westerner may easily be forgiven when one considers the ignorance of the average Tibetan about Bon religion. The historical predominance of Buddhism in all aspects of Tibetan political and social culture since the 7th century is responsible for such misconceptions. Bonpos, the followers of Bon religion, had to endure centuries of persecution and social and political marginalization at the hands of the Buddhist majority. It is no small feat of survival and tenacity that in spite of such adverse circumstances, the small Bonpo religious communities, scattered in different parts of Tibet, have not only managed to preserve their distinct traditions and culture but have also successfully begun to promote them internationally. Like Tibetan Buddhist traditions, Bon has a growing following in the West both among academic circles and spiritual seekers. At home, it's enjoying a gradual revival within Tibet and among its minority Tibetan community, based mainly at Dhalangi, in Himachal Pradesh, India, and other small communities in Nepal. The founding fathers of the monastery, who also persuaded fellow Bonpos to come together to live in a separate Bonpo community at Dhalangi, 2 hours' drive from Shimla, deserve credit for their vision and determination to preserve and restore their living culture in exile. Since coming into exile, there has been a progressive change in the perception and understanding of Bon among the majority Tibetan Buddhists. Many now respect Bon as a distinct and important religious tradition of Tibet and accord equal rights to freedom of belief and practice to the Bonpos. Under the democratic charter of the Tibetan government in exile, followers of Bon are entitled to be represented in the Tibetan People's Assembly by 2 elected representatives at PAR, with the representatives of Sakya, Nyingma, Kagyu, and Gelug sects of Buddhism. Among the many causal factors for such a positive change are the fact of China's takeover of Tibet, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's non-sectarian and ecumenical approach to all religious traditions, the equal political status granted to Bon as one of the major religious traditions of Tibet in the charter mentioned above, Professor Namkhay Norbu's persuasive validation of Bon religious culture as the native, pre-Buddhist civilization of Tibet, the secularization and greater religious tolerance inculcated by the new generation of educated Tibetans, and greater knowledge and understanding of Bon is promoted through the writings of Western and Tibetan academics like Giuseppe Tucci, David L. Snellgrove, R. A. Stein, Purgyal, Namkhay Norbu, and Samten G. Karmali. Ignorance appears to have been one of the fundamental causes of religious intolerance towards the Bonpos in the past. Through the following paragraphs, an attempt is made to present the salient features of Bon religion. The term Bon as used by Western scholars has 3 connotations. I. The pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet, which was gradually suppressed and supplanted by Buddhism in the 8th and 9th centuries. It is considered to have consisted of an elaborate ritual of king worship, concerned mainly with the safe passage of the soul of the deceased to the land of bliss, transported on the sacrificial animals, such as a yak, horse or sheep, and the well-being and fertility of the living. 2. The religion that appeared in Tibet in the 10th and 11th centuries, which coincided with the revival of Buddhism, after a period of decline. Although sharing many similarities with Buddhism in terms of basic doctrine and practice, Tibetan Buddhists regard it as a distinct religion. 3. It has reference to the vast body of popular beliefs, cult of the worship of local deities and conception of the soul and other mythological beliefs. As for the first and third sense of the term Bon, there appears to be disagreement amongst the scholars as to their accuracy and evidence. The living Bon tradition that flourishes today is by and large agreed to be the unbroken tradition that has continued since the 10th and 11th centuries. A Bonpo is a believer in Bon, which signifies truth, reality, or the eternal, unchanging doctrine in which truth and reality are expressed. Thus, Bon has the same range of connotations for its adherents as the Tibetan word Chas, Sanskrit, Dharma, has for Tibetans. The Bonpos refer to their religion as Zhangzhung Bon, or the Eternal Bon, whose teachings are universally applicable and for all times. A swastika turning anti-clockwise, called the Zhangzhung, is the symbol of Bon, which appears in various Bonpo iconographies. The Zhangzhung symbolizes to the Bonpo what the Dorhe, Sanskrit, Vajra, symbolizes for Buddhists: indestructibility and permanence. Following the turn of the Zhangzhung, Bonpos turn their prayer wheels to the left and circumambulate temples and stupas and other holy places such as mountains in anti-clockwise direction. This is because they believe that it is the normal ritual direction which facilitates moral purify 3. Cation and eventual enlightenment. Likewise, they refer to enlightened beings as Zhang-Zhung Sumpa, Vajrasattva, just as the Buddhists refer to them as Zhangchub Sempa, Bodhisattva. Instead of the holy Buddhist mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, the Bonpos have Om Matri Mwe Sail Du. Although Mt Kailash is revered by Hindus, Buddhists, and Bonpos alike, the Bonpos have their holy Bonri Mountain in the south of Tibet. The doctrine of Bon has many similarities with that of Tibetan Buddhism. Believing as they do in the concept of samsara, as a world of suffering, the law of loss, dras, or the law of moral causality, karma, and the corresponding concepts of rebirth in the 6 states of existence, and the ideal of enlightenment and liberation from samsaric rebirth. In terms of visible features and practices such as monastic buildings, stupas, statues, thankas, monasticism, and the rituals of burning incense, putting up prayer flags, incantation of prayers, visualizing deities, making symbolic offerings, going on pilgrimages, and the concept of reincarnations of high lamas, Bon, and Buddhism share so many similarities that some scholars have accused the Bonpos of plagiarism. According to Professor Purgyal, rituals and other religious practices, as well as meditational and metaphysical traditions, are, undeniably, to a large extent similar, even identical. Concepts of history and sources of religious authority are, however, radically different, and justify the claim of the Bonpos to constitute an entirely distinct religious community. According to its own Bon historical perspective, Bon was introduced into Tibet many centuries before Buddhism and enjoyed royal patronage until it was finally supplanted by the false religion, Buddhism, from India in the 8th century. It is claimed that Bon flourished in a land known as Zhangzhung until it was conquered and converted to Buddhism and assimilated into Tibetan culture. Although there is no agreement as to the exact location or extent and the ethnic and cultural identity of the Zhangzhung Empire, its historical reality is no longer in doubt. Many believe that the Zhangzhung Empire flourished in the present-day Ngari region of Tibet centered round Mt Kailash in the west, concurrent with the Empire of Purgyal in central Tibet and the Empire of Sumpa in the east. Just as the major canonical texts of the Tibetan Buddhists have been translated from Sanskrit, the scriptures of Bon have, so the Bonpos claim, been translated into Tibetan from the language of Zhangzhung. Although the authenticity of Zhangzhung language is hotly debated, scholars like Eric Hart and Namkhai Norbu support its existence and even produced a bilingual Tibetan Zhangzhung vocabulary. The Bonpos believe that eternal Bon was first proclaimed in a land known as Tazak or Wolmo Lungring, which refers not just to a geographical country but also to a hidden, semi-paradisiacal land, which latter-day humans can only reach in visions or by supernatural means after being spiritually purified. Thus, it has the same characteristics as the Buddhist holy land of Shambhala. Just as India is the holy land where the Buddha was born and preached the Dharma, Tazak or Wolmo Lungring is the holy land where the founder, Toenpa Sherab, was born and preached the way of the Zhang-Zhung Bon. The Bonpos have a voluminous 4. hagiographical literature in which Toenpa Sherab's exploits are extolled. Although there are those who contest the historical and literary genesis of Toenpa Sherab and even regard him as a misrepresentation of Shakyamuni, there are manifest differences in the lives of these two religious founders to negate such claims. Whereas Shakyamuni was a prince who renounced the world after seeing the true nature of samsara as being suffering, and through renunciation of his worldly life and embracing asceticism achieved enlightenment before showing others the true path. Toenpa Sherab ascended the throne as a king but traveled far and wide, propagating the doctrine of Bon and performing numerous rituals of purification. Whereas Buddhist rituals have no direct canonical basis, in Bon, as pointed out by Philip Denwood, we have whole developed rituals and their liturgies specified in the minutest detail in the basic canon. The propagation of Bon by Toenpa Sherab included the construction of temples and stupas, but not the foundation of monasteries. His numerous wives, sons, daughters and disciples also played significant roles in propagating the Bon faith, which have no parallel in Buddhism. It was only late in life that Toenpa Sherab was ordained, and retiring to a forest hermitage, he finally succeeded in conquering his mighty opponent, the Prince of Demons. By the late 11th century, the Bonpos began to establish monasteries organized along the same lines as those of Buddhists. The most prestigious Bonpo monastery, founded in 1405, is Menri, Medicine Mountain, in the central Tibetan province of Tsung, but there are numerous other monasteries in the eastern and northeastern Tibetan regions of Kem and Amdo. Monks are bound by strict rules of discipline, including celibacy. Fully ordained monks are called Dang Song. Rishi, the semi-divine seers. Over the centuries, the monastic life of the Bon has increasingly come under the influence of the traditions of academic learning and scholastic debate that characterizes the dominant Gelugpa school. The vast literature of Bon which Western scholars are beginning to explore was described by David L. Snellgrove in 1967, by far the greater part would seem to have been absorbed through learning and then retold, and this is not just plagiarism. Subsequently, other scholars have conclusively shown that some Buddhist texts were exact copies of original Bon texts, which establishes the fact that Bon and Buddhism had interacted and mutually influenced each other in various ways over the centuries of coexistence and growth. The Bon tradition holds that the early kings of Tibet were adherents of Bon who gave their royal patronage to the religion and contributed to its propagation far and wide in the kingdom. However, the eighth king, Dragum Tsenpo, persecuted the followers of Bon, with the result that a large number of sacred Bon texts had to be hidden away so that they may be preserved for future generations. Thus, began the tradition of recovering concealed textual treasures, terma, at a later time by preordained individuals called Turtan, treasure revealer. Although Bon was reinstated by Dragum Tsenpo's successor and flourished for a while, it was once more persecuted by King Trisong Dutsen in the 8th century who, as a devout Buddhist, gave royal patronage to Buddhism and tried his best to undermine the power and influence of the followers of Bon in government. Bonpo priests were either banished from Tibet or forced to conform to 5. Buddhism. Once again, Bon texts were concealed, to be discovered and used to propagate the faith anew when the time was ripe. Once the rediscovery of such sacred texts began in the 10th century, the texts which were considered to be derived ultimately from the teachings of Toenpa Sherab, were collected to form a canon, comprising of 190 volumes, that constitutes the Bonpo Kagai Yur, teachings of Toenpa Shenrab. These are believed to have been compiled before 1450. The Bonpo Kagai Yur is divided into 4 parts: Mdo, Sutras, Bum, Prajnaparamitra, Arjayad, Tantras, and Mdzad, treasure house, containing texts dealing with higher forms of meditation. Like Buddhists, Bonpas also have a vast collection of commentarial, philosophical and ritual texts known as the Tang Yur, commentaries. The contents of the Tang Yur are divided into 3 categories. I. External, including commentaries on canonical texts dealing with monastic discipline, morality, metaphysics, and the biography of Toenpa Shenrab. 2. Internal, comprising the commentaries on the Tantras including rituals focusing on the tantric deities and the cult of Dakhinas, goddesses, whose task it is to protect the doctrine, and worldly rituals of magic and divination. 3. Secret, a section that deals with meditational practices. A significant genre within Bonpo literature is that of historiographical texts, the importance of which lies in the particular perspective on Tibetan history. The Tibetan Buddhist texts, inevitably, interpret the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet in the 7th and 8th centuries as a great blessing, preordained by Buddha Shakyamuni, that ended the period of darkness and ushered Tibet into the age of learning, ethical living, and civilization. However, the Bonpo literature presents an altogether different picture. The introduction of Buddhism into Tibet is interpreted as a catastrophe that caused the suppression of Bon, leading to the setting of the sun of the doctrine, followed by the dissolution of the Tibetan state, and the spread of moral and social anarchy. In spite of such understandable and contradictory perspectives on history which have been made worse by the polemical writings of both Buddhist and Bon scholars over the centuries, we are beginning to witness a period of religious tolerance and greater understanding that allows the religious tradition of Zhangzhung Bon to flourish once again. For this, Western scholarship deserves a lot of credit in its dispassionate study and dissemination of factual knowledge about this indigenous religious culture of Tibet. Tsering Thundup teaches English at an international community school in London, but teaches Tibetan language at the Tibet House Trust at the weekends. He is a Buddhist and hails from the predominantly Bon area of Sharkog in Tibet. 6. The Bon religion, an introduction. The following introduction to the Bon religion is based on a text from Purgyal, Bon. In Mircea Eliades, ed. The Encyclopedia of Religion, New York, Macmillan, 1987, 277-281. There are two organized religious traditions in Tibet, Buddhism and a faith that is referred to by its Tibetan name, Bon. Since its introduction into Tibet in the 8th century, Buddhism has been the dominant religion, in the person of the Dalai Lama. Present-day Tibetan Buddhism has an articulate and internationally respected spokesman. The Bon religion is much less well known, although the number of its adherents in Tibet is by all accounts considerable. In the West, the traditional view of Bon has been less than accurate. It has been characterized as shamanism or animism, and as such, regarded as a continuation of what supposedly were the religious practices prevalent in Tibet before the coming of Buddhism. It has also been described in rather unfavorable terms as a perversion of Buddhism, a kind of marginal countercurrent in which elements of Buddhist doctrine and practice have either been shamelessly copied or inverted and distorted in a manner that has been somewhat imaginatively compared with satanic cults. It is only since the mid-1960s that a more accurate understanding of this religion has emerged, first and foremost thanks to the efforts of David L. Snellgrove, so that Bon is now recognized as closely related to the various Buddhist schools in Tibet, in particular the Nyingma order, and yet possessed of an identity of its own that justifies its status as a distinct religion. Problems of definition. An adherent of the Bon religion is called a Bonpo, again using the Tibetan term. A Bonpo is a believer in Bon, and for such a believer the word Bon signifies truth, reality, or the eternal, unchanging doctrine in which truth and reality are expressed. Thus Bon has the same range of connotations for its believers as the Tibetan word Chas, corresponding to the Indian word Dharma, has for Buddhists. A problem, however, arises when one is confronted with the fact that an important group of ritual experts in pre-Buddhist Tibet were likewise known as Bonpos. It is possible that their religious practices were styled Bon, although scholars are divided on this point. Certainly they were so designated in the later, predominantly Buddhist, historiographical tradition. Be that as it may, their religious system was essentially different not only from Buddhism, but also, in certain important respects, from the Bon religious tradition as practiced in later centuries. For example, the pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet gives the impression of being preoccupied with the continuation of life beyond death. It included elaborate rituals for ensuring that the soul of a dead person was conducted safely to a post-mortem land of bliss by an appropriate animal, usually a yak, a horse, or a sheep, which was sacrificed in the course of the funerary rites. Offerings of food, drink, and precious objects likewise accompanied the dead. These rites reached their highest level of elaboration and magnificence in connection with the death of a king or a high nobleman, as was the case in China. Enormous funerary mounds were erected, and a large number of priests and court officials were involved in 7 rites that lasted for several years. The purpose of these rites was twofold: on the one hand, to ensure the happiness of the deceased in the land of the dead, and on the other, to obtain their beneficial influence for the welfare and fertility of the living. The term Bon refers not only to these and other religious practices of pre-Buddhist Tibet, but also to the religion that apparently developed in close interaction with Buddhism from the 8th century onward, and that still claims the adherence of many Tibetans. It is with the latter religion that this article is concerned. The Bonpos claim that there is an unbroken continuity between the earlier and the later religion. Claim that, whatever its historical validity, is significant in itself. The matter is further complicated by the fact that there has always existed a vast and somewhat amorphous body of popular beliefs in Tibet, including beliefs in various techniques of divination, the cult of local deities, connected, above all, with certain mountains, and conceptions of the soul. In Western literature, such beliefs are frequently styled Bon, and reference is made to Bon animism and other supposedly typical Bon attributes. This has, however, no basis in Tibetan usage, and since this popular, unsystematized religion does not form an essential part of Buddhism or Bon, although it is, to a large extent, sanctioned by and integrated into both religions, an appropriate term for it is the one coined by Rolf A. Stein, the nameless religion. The Bonpo identity. Although limited to Tibet, Bon regards itself as a universal religion in the sense that its doctrines are true and valid for all humanity. For this reason it styles itself Zhangzhung Bon, eternal Bon. According to its own historical perspective, it was introduced into Tibet many centuries before Buddhism and enjoyed royal patronage until it was supplanted and expelled by the false religion, Buddhism, coming from India. Before reaching Tibet, however, it is claimed that Bon prospered in a land known as Zhangzhung, and that this country remained the center of the religion until it was absorbed by the expanding Tibetan Empire in the 7th century. There is no doubt as to the historical reality of Zhangzhung.
although its exact extent and ethnic and cultural identity are far from clear. It does, however, seem to have been situated in what today is, roughly speaking, western Tibet, with Mt Kailash as its center. The ultimate homeland of Bon is, however, to be sought farther to the west, beyond the borders of Zhangzhung. The Bonpos believe that their religion was first proclaimed in a land called Rdagzigs, Tazak, or Olmo Lungring. Although the former name suggests the land of the Tajiks, in present-day Soviet Central Asia, it has so far not been possible to identify this holy land of Bon in a convincing manner. In Rdagzigs, so the Bonpos claim, lived Stonpoksen Rab, Tonpashen Rab, a fully enlightened being who was, in fact, nothing less than the true Buddha of our world age. The Bonpos possess a voluminous biographical literature in which his exploits are extolled. Without entering into details, or discussing the many problems connected with the historical genesis of this extraordinary figure, one may at least note that his biography is not closely related to the biographical traditions connected with Sakyamuni, the Buddha on whose authority the Buddhists base their doctrines. Stonpoksen Rab was a layman, and it was as a prince that he incessantly journeyed from his capital in all 8 directions to propagate Bon. It is remarkable that this propagation also included the institution of innumerable rituals, the supervision of the erection of temples and stupas, and the conversion of notorious sinners. His numerous wives, sons, daughters, and disciples also played a significant role, in a way for which there is no Buddhist parallel. In this soteriological activity, it was only late in his life that he was ordained as a monk, and at that point in his career he retired to a forest hermitage. On the other hand, Stonpa Ksenrab is considered to have been a fully enlightened being from his very birth, endowed with numerous supernatural powers. His importance in the Bon religion is crucial. It is he who directly or indirectly lends authority to the religious literature of the Bonpos, and he is the object of their intense devotion, religious beliefs and practices. In the same way as the Buddhists of Tibet divide their sacred scriptures into two vast collections, the Bonpos also, probably since the middle of the 14th century CE, possessed their own Bkhajur, Kanjur, texts considered to have been actually expounded by Stonpoksen Rab, and Britanjayur, Tenjur, later. Commentaries and treatises, comprising in all approximately 300 volumes. Since the middle of the 19th century, wooden blocks for printing the entire collection have been available in the Principality of Krobcu in the extreme east of Tibet, and printed copies of the canon were produced until the 1950s. The blocks were destroyed during the Cultural Revolution. Large portions of the Bkhajur and Britain Jayur may be reconstituted on the basis of texts published by Bonpo exiles living in India, and it seems that a complete set of the printed edition has survived the ravages of war and of the Cultural Revolution in Tibet itself. A common division of the Bonpo Bkhajur is the fourfold one into sutras, Mdo, Prajnaparamita texts, Bum, Tantras, Rikyud, and texts dealing with the higher forms of meditation, Mzad, lit. Treasure house. The Bhattacharya is divided into three basic textual categories: external, including commentaries on the Vinaya, the Abhidharma, and the Sutras; internal, comprising the commentaries on the Tantras and the rituals, focusing on the major tantric deities, as well as the cult of Dakhinas, Dharmapalas, and worldly rituals of magic and divination; and finally, secret, a section that treats meditation practices. A section containing treatises on grammar, architecture, and medicine is appended. For the sake of convenience, the Indian, Buddhist, terms corresponding to the Tibetan have been used here, but it must be kept in mind that although the Bonpos employ the same Tibetan terms as the Buddhists, they do not accept their Indian origin, since they trace, as explained above, their entire religious terminology to Zhangzhung and, ultimately, to Zhangzhung. As this review of Bonpo religious literature indicates, the doctrines they contain are basically the same as those of Buddhism. The concepts of the world as suffering, of moral causality and rebirth in the 6 states of existence, and of enlightenment and Buddhahood are basic doctrinal elements of Bonpos follow the same path of virtue and have recourse to the same meditational practices as do Buddhist Tibetans. 9. In the early 15th century and indeed even earlier, the Bonpos began to establish monasteries that were organized along the same lines as those of the Buddhists, and several of these monasteries developed into large institutions with hundreds of monks and novices. The most prestigious Bonpo monastery, founded in 1405, is Ngari in central Tibet, in the province of Ksan, north of the Brahmaputra River. Fully ordained monks, corresponding to the Buddhist Djislan, Sakat, Bhiksu, are styled Dransrong, a term that in Tibetan otherwise translates RSI, the semi-divine seers of the Vedas. They are bound by all the rules of monastic discipline, including strict celibacy. Over the centuries, the monastic life of Bon has come increasingly under the influence of the tradition of academic learning and scholastic debate that characterize the dominant Lugpa school, but the older tradition of tantric yogins and hermits, constituting an important link between the Bonpos and the Nyingma, has never been quite abandoned. CDG Lugpa, an important class of religious experts, which likewise finds its counterpart in the Nyingma tradition, consists of the visionaries, both monks and laymen, who reveal hidden texts. During the Buddhist persecution of Bon in the 8th and 9th centuries, the Bonpos claim their sacred texts were hidden in caves, buried underground, or walled up in certain temples. Later, apparently from the 10th century onward, the texts were rediscovered, at first, it would seem, by chance, and subsequently through the intervention of supernatural beings who would direct the chosen Kirsten, treasure finder, to the site. Later still, texts would be revealed in visions or through purely mental transference from divine beings. The greater part of the Bonpo Bkajayur and Bhattacharya consists of such rediscovered or supernaturally inspired texts. Treasure finders have been active until the present, and indeed may be said to play an important role in the revival of religious activities in Tibet. Today, as texts that were hidden for safekeeping during the systematic destruction of the 1960s and 1970s are once more being removed from their hiding places. As is the case in Tibetan religion generally, these texts are particularly important in that they serve, in an almost literal sense, as liturgical scores for the innumerable and extremely complex rituals, the performance of which occupies much of the time and attention of the monks. Many of these rituals do not differ significantly from those performed by the Buddhists, except that the deities invoked, although falling into the same general categories as those that apply to the deities of Mahayana Buddhism, are different from the Buddhist ones. They have different names, iconographical characteristics, evocatory formulas, mantras, and myths. A systematic study of this pantheon remains, however, to be undertaken, and likewise, our knowledge of the rituals of the Bonpos is still extremely incomplete. The lay people are confronted by many of these deities, impersonated by monks, in the course of masked dances. The lay Bonpos have the same range of religious activities as Tibetan Buddhist lay people, the practice of liberality toward monks and monasteries, in exchange for the performance of rituals, the mechanical multiplication of prayers by means of prayer flags and prayer wheels, and journeys of pilgrimage to the holy places of Bon, such as Mt Kailash in the western Himalayas, or Bonri Mountain of Bon, in the southeastern province of Rinpoche. 10. The diffusion of Bon. Both Buddhists and Bonpos agree that when Buddhism succeeded in gaining royal patronage in Tibet in the 8th and 9th centuries, Bon suffered a serious setback. By the 11th century, however, an organized religious tradition, styling itself Bon and claiming continuity with the earlier, pre-Buddhist religion, appeared in central Tibet. It is this religion of Bon that has persisted to our own times, absorbing doctrines and practices from the dominant Buddhist religion, but always adapting what it learned to its own needs and its own perspectives. This is, of course, not just plagiarism, but a dynamic and flexible strategy that has ensured the survival, indeed the vitality, of a religious minority. Until recent years, much has been made in Western literature of the fact that the Bonpos perform certain basic ritual acts in a manner opposite to that practiced by the Buddhists. Thus, when circumambulating sacred places and objects, or when spinning their prayer wheels, the Bonpos proceed counterclockwise rather than following the Indian and Buddhist tradition of pradaksina, or circumambulation toward the right. For this reason, it has been said of Bon that its essence lay largely in contradiction and negation, and Bon's willful perversions and distortions have been pointed out. The error of such views cannot be too strongly emphasized. The Bonpos are conscious of no element of contradiction and negation in their beliefs and practices, but regard their religion as the pure path to liberation from suffering and rebirth. It is true that down through the centuries Bonpo historiographers have generally regarded the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet as a catastrophe, which they have ascribed to the accumulated collective evil karma of the Tibetans. On the other hand, conciliatory efforts have not been lacking. Thus one source suggests that Stonpak Senrab and Sakyamuni were really twin brothers. It is difficult to assess just how large the Bonpo community of Tibet is. Certainly the Bonpos are a not insignificant minority. Particularly in eastern Tibet, whole districts are populated by Bonpos. Scattered communities are also to be found in central and western Tibet, particularly in the Chumbai Valley, bordering Sikkim, and among nomads. In the north of Nepal, too, there are Bonpo villages, especially in the district of Dolpo. At a point in history that remains to be determined precisely, Bon exerted a strong influence on the religion of the Nga Pop in Yunnan province in southwestern China. With this exception, the Bonpos do not seem to have engaged in missionary enterprises. In India, Bonpos belonging to the Tibetan refugee community have established, since 1968, a large and well-organized monastery in which traditional scholarship, rituals, and sacred dances are carried on with great vigor. Since 1980, when religious life was revived in Tibet itself, the Bonpos there have rebuilt several monasteries, albeit on a reduced scale, installed monks, and resumed to the extent that prevailing conditions permit many aspects of traditional religious life. It would thus seem that there is good reason to believe that Bon will continue to exist, and even, with certain limits, to flourish. 11. The Bonpo tradition. The founder of Bon and his teachings. 3 brothers. It is said that in a past age there were 3 brothers, Dapa, Dagpa, Selba, Chselbie, and Shepa, Shizpa, who studied the Bon doctrines in the heaven named Sridpa Yesang. Sridpa Yesangs, under the Bon sage Bumtri Logi Chechen, Bumkri Gluk Gil Sekan. When they had completed their studies they visited the God of compassion, Shenel Haokar, Chenel Haodidkar, and asked him how they could help living beings who are submerged in the misery and sorrow of suffering. Shenel Haokar advised them to act as guides to mankind in 3 successive ages of the world. To follow his advice, the eldest brother Dapa completed his work in the past world age, while the second brother Selba took the name Shenrab and became the teacher and guide of the present world age. It will be the youngest brother, Shepa, who will come to teach in the next world age. Tonpa Shenrab Miwak. According to the Bon religion of Tibet, about 18,000 years ago Lord Tonpa Shenrab Miwak, Stonpa Shenrab Mibo Che, teacher and great man of the Shen, was born in the land of Olmo Lungring, Olmo Lungring, a part of a larger country called Tagzig, Stagzigs, Central Asia. Ol symbolizes the unborn, Mo the undiminishing. Lung denotes the prophetic words of Tonpa Shenrab, the founder of Bon, and Ring, his everlasting compassion. Olmo Lungring constitutes 1/3 of the existing world, and is situated to the west of Tibet. It is described as an 8-petaled lotus under a sky which appears like an 8-spoked wheel. In the center rises Mount Zhangzhung. Gutsake, G.Zhangzhung, the pyramid of 9 swastikas. The 9 swastikas represent the 9 ways of Bon, which will be described below. The swastika, or Zhangzhung, is a symbol of permanence and indestructibility of the wisdom of Bon. At the base of Mount Zhangzhung Gutsag spring 4 rivers, flowing towards the 4 cardinal directions. The mountain is surrounded by temples, cities, and parks. To the south is Barpo Sochi, Barpo So Purgyal Palace, where Tonpa Shenrab was born. To the west and north are the palaces where Tonpa Shenrab's wives and children lived. To the east is Shampol Hatsi, Shampol Harsa, Temple. The complex of palaces, rivers, and parks with Mount Zhangzhung Gutsag in the center constitutes the inner region, Nangling, of Almo Lung Ring. The intermediate region, Bargling, consists of 12 cities, 4 of which lie in the 4 cardinal directions. The third region includes the outer land, Mthagling. These 3 regions are encircled by an ocean and a range of snowy mountains. 12. Tonpa Shenrab was born a prince, married while young and had children. At the age of 31 he renounced the world and lived in austerity, teaching the doctrine. During his whole life his efforts to propagate the Bon religion were obstructed by the demon Kyapalagring, that fought to destroy or impede Tonpa Shenrab's work until eventually the demon was converted and became his disciple. Once while pursuing the demon to recover his stolen horses, Tonpa Shenrab arrived in present-day Western Tibet. This was his only visit to Tibet. On this occasion he imparted some instructions on the performance of rituals, but on the whole he found the people unprepared to receive more teachings. Before leaving Tibet he prophesied that all his teachings would flourish in Tibet when the time was ripe. Tonpa Shenrab passed away at the age of 82. Admittedly 82 years in Almo Lung Ring correspond to some 8,200 years of human time. There are 3 biographies of Tonpa Shenrab. The earliest and shortest one is known as Dondu, Mdo-Dus, Epitome of Aphorisms. The second is in 2 volumes and is called Zermig, Piercing Eye. These 2 accounts were rediscovered as Terma, see below, in the 10th and 11th centuries respectively. The third and largest is the 12-volume work entitled Zhiji, Xabrjid, the Glorious. This last book belongs to the category of scriptures known as Nyanjayad, Psnyangyad, oral transmission, and was dictated to Loden Nyingpo, Bl Oldens Nyingpo, who lived in the 14th century. 1. The doctrine taught by Tonpa Shenrab and recorded in these 3 accounts was spread by his disciples to adjacent countries such as Zhangzhung, India, Kashmir, China, and finally reached Tibet. Its transmission was secured by siddhas and scholars who translated texts from the language of Zhang-Zhung into Tibetan. Of Tonpa Shenrab's many disciples, the foremost was Mucho Damdrug, who in his turn taught many students, the most important of whom were the 6 great translators, Muchatrahi, the Mujhatrahi, of Tazig, Trithog Pasha, Krithog, Spachha, of Zhang-Zhung, Hulu Peleg, Huelu Spalegs, of Sumpa, east of Zhang-Zhung, Lhadig Ngag Drol, Lhadags Tiengag Skral, of India, Leg Tang Mangpo. Legs Tang Ramangpo, of China and Serdig Shirjam, Xerthog Lce Biomes, of Frome, Mongolia. They are regarded as especially important in the dissemination of Bon because they translated the teachings into their own languages before returning to their countries to teach. Tonpa Shenrab taught his doctrines in two systems. The first classification is called Thegparimgu Ibon, 2. Thegparimgu Ibon, the Bon of 9 successive stages, or, as it is more commonly known, the 9 ways of Bon, of which there are 3 versions, the Lhoter, Lhokter, or Southern Treasure, the Jangter, Biangter, or Northern Treasure, and the Uter, Bukter, or Central Treasure. 13. The second classification is called Gaza Idzanga, Skobzim Zadlenga, the 4 portals in the treasury, the 5th. According to the system of the Lhokter, Southern Treasure, the 9 ways are 1. Shashan Thegpa, Fawachan Thegpa, the way of the Shen of prediction, describes 4 different ways of prediction, by divination, Mo, astrology, Rasus, ritual, GTO, and examination of causes, Fyud. 2. Nangshen Thegpa, Snangshen Thegpa, the way of the Shen of visible manifestation, expounds the origin and nature of gods and demons living in this world and various methods of exorcism and ransom. 3. Trilshan Thegpa, Frilshan Thegpa, the way of the Shen of magical power, explains rites for disposing of adverse powers. 4. Sidshan Thegpa, Sridshan Thegpa, the way of the Shen of existence, deals with the after-death state, Bardu, and with methods for guiding sentient beings towards liberation or at least towards a better rebirth. 5. Janayan Thegpa, Dge Snyan Thegpa, the way of virtuous lay practitioners, guides those who apply the 10 virtues and 10 perfections. 6. Drang Song Thegpa, Drang Srong Thegpa, the way of the sages, contains the rules of monastic discipline. 7. Akar Thegpa, Adkar Thegpa, the way of the white A, explains the practices and rituals of the higher tantras. 8. Yashin Thegpa, Yejshin Thegpa, the way of the primordial Shen, stresses the need for a suitable teacher, place, and occasion for tantric practices, explains the mandala in greater detail as well as instructions for deity meditation. 9. Lamed Thegpa, Blamed Thegpa, the unsurpassed way, is concerned with the highest attainment through the path of great perfection, i.e., Ritsoks Chen. The second classification is called Gaza Idzanga, Skopzim Zadlenga, the 4 portals in the treasury, the 5th. 1. Chabkar, Chabdkar, the white waters, contains spells and higher esoteric tantric practices. 2. Chabnag, Chabnag, the black waters, consists of various rituals, healing, purificatory, magical, prognosticatory, divinatory, funerary, and ransom rituals. 3. Fenayul, Fanyul, the land of Fen, explains rules for monks and nuns and lay people, and expounds philosophical doctrines. 4. Pons, Ponches, the Master's Guide, instructs on psycho-spiritual exercises and meditation practices of great perfection, Ritsoks Chen. 5. Thothog, Mthothog, the treasury, subsumes the essential aspects of all four portals. 14. The propagation of Bon in Zhangzhung and Tibet. Zhang-Zhung. The first Bon scriptures were translated from the language of Zhangzhung into Tibetan. The works contained in the Bonpo canon as we know it today are written in Tibetan, but a number of them, especially the older ones, retain the titles and at times whole passages in the language of Zhang-Zhung. Until the 8th century, Zhang-Zhung existed as a separate kingdom, comprising the land to the west of the central Tibetan provinces of Dbus and Tsung, Jitsung, and generally known as Western Tibet, extending over a vast area from Gilgit in the west to the lake of Namcho, in the east, and from Khotan in the north to Mustang in the south. The capital was called Kayunglung Ngolkar, Kayunglung di Ngolmkar, the Silver Palace of Garuda Valley, the ruins of which lie in the upper Sutlej Valley southwest of Mt Kailash. Its people spoke a language classified among the Tibeto-Burmese group of Sino-Tibetan languages. The country was ruled by a dynasty of kings which ended in the 9th century AD when the last king, Ligmincha, Lugminskaya, was assassinated by order of the king of Tibet, and Zhangzhung militarily annexed by Tibet. Since that time, Zhangzhung has become gradually Tibetanized, and its language, culture, and many of its beliefs have been integrated into the general frame of Tibetan culture. Due to its geographical proximity to the great cultural centers of Central Asia such as Gilgit and Khotan, it was through Zhangzhung that many religious concepts and ideas reached Tibet. Persecutions. The Bon religion has undergone 2 persecutions in Tibet during its long history. They first occurred during the reign of King Drigumtsenpo, in the 7th century BC. All but the Bon of Kaz, Rjui Bon, the first 4 of the 9 ways, was abolished, and most of its practitioners banished. They were, however, able to conceal many texts as terma, treasure, that were rediscovered at a later date by Turtans, treasure's discoverer. With the increasing interest in Buddhism and its establishment as the state religion and the founding of Samyas monastery in 779 AD, Bon was generally discouraged, and a further serious attempt was made to eradicate it. This was the second persecution of Bon by King Trisongditsan, Krisronglditsan. However, adherents of Bon among the nobility, and especially among the common people, who had followed the Bon beliefs for generations, retained their religious convictions, and Bon survived. Again, during this period many Bon priests were banished or forced to flee from central Tibet, having first concealed their scriptures for fear of their destruction, and in order to preserve them for future generations. 15. One of the foremost Bonpas of the time, Dranpa Namka, 4, played an important role during the second persecution of Bon. He headed the Bonpo side in a contest against the Buddhists organized by the king to discover which side had the greatest miraculous power. The Bonpas lost the contest and had to disperse in fear of their lives or be converted to Buddhism. while ostensibly embracing the Buddhist religion out of fear of being killed. In fact, Drenpa Namka did it for the sake of preserving in secret the Bonpo teachings, thereby saving Bon from complete eradication. Resurgence of Bon. From the 8th to 11th centuries, the practice of Bon went mainly underground. The year 1017 CE 5 marks the resurgence of Bon, which began with the discovery by Shenchen Luga, Shenchen Kludga, 996–1035, of a number of important concealed texts. With his discoveries, Bon re-emerged as a fully systematized religion. Shenchen Luga was born in the Shen clan, descended from Kongcha Wangdan, Kongchad Bangladan, one of Tonpa Shen Rab's sons. The descendants of this important family still live in Tibet. Shenchen Luga had a large following. To 3 of his disciples he entrusted the task of continuing 3 different traditions. To the first, Drushan Namke Yung Drung, Brushan Namgaji Yung Drung, born in the clan of Dru which migrated to Tibet from Druza, Bruja, i.e., Gilgit, he entrusted the studies of cosmology and metaphysics. Mzadfug and Gabpa. It was to this end that one of his disciples and relations, Lama Drarje Yung Drung, Bruarjeji Yung Drung Blama, founded the monastery of Yuru Wensaka, Kyazar Ben Sa Ka, in Psung province in 1072. This monastery remained a great center of learning until 1386, when it was badly damaged by flood. Despite the decline of Yuru Wensaka, the Dru family continued to sponsor the Bon religion, but the family came to extinction in the 19th century when, for the second time, a reincarnation of the Panchen Lama was found in the family. The second disciple, Zhuyilegpo, Zhu Yaslegspo, was assigned to maintain the Dzogchen teachings and practices. He founded the monastery of Kyakar Rizing, Skiadmkar Arai Zheing. The descendants of the Zhu family now live in India. The third disciple, Payton Pelkog, Spastandbulmkog, took responsibility for upholding the tantric teachings. The Pa family too still exists. Another important master of that time was Mukpat Tsultrim Palchen, Rmeum Kaspa. Tsulkrimstpalchen, b. 1052, of the Mu clan, who founded Zangri, Snayamo, Psangri, monastery, which also became a center for philosophical studies. Thus during this period the Bonpas founded 4 important monasteries and study centers, all in Psung province, central Tibet. 16. Menri Monastery. In 1405 the great Bonpo teacher, Niam Cherab Gyaltsen, Niam Med Shiz Rab, Rjilmchen, 1356–1415, founded Menri, Smanari, monastery near the site of Yuru Wensaka, which had been destroyed by flood. Yung Drungling, G. Yung Drungling monastery was founded in 1834 and, soon afterwards, Karna, Ngarsna, monastery, both in the vicinity of Menri. These remained the most important Bon monasteries until the Chinese takeover of Tibet. In 1959, and following their inspiration, many monasteries were established throughout Tibet, especially in Khyunpo, Kham, Amdo, Jilrong, and Hor, so that by the start of the 20th century there were 330 Bonpo monasteries in Tibet. Nyam Sherab Gyaltsen was especially venerated for his great achievements and realization. He was known as a great reformer and reinvigorated the Bonpo monastic tradition, causing many monasteries to flourish. Nyenma Sherab Gyaltsen also was the first master to collect and hold all the transmissions and empowerments of all the Bon lineages. All of these transmissions have continued to be held by each of the successive abbots of Menri, and over time the abbot of Menri came to be regarded as the head of the Bon religion. This tradition was officially recognized by the Tibetan government in exile in 1977. The Bon Pantheon and religious commitment. The Bon Pantheon. The Bon Pantheon contains a great number of deities. Every tantric ritual cycle in the Bonpo canon has its own complete set of divinities, method of visualization and worship. One classification divides the deities into three groups: the peaceful, Gba, the wrathful, Krobo, and the fierce, Furpa. Also, Bonpo cosmogony describes groups of deities of light and darkness. 6. The highest-ranking deities are Kunta Zangpo, Kuntub Zangpo, the Bonku, Bon Sku, Shenel Haokar, Shenel Haodikar, the Dzogu, Rdzogs Sku, Perfect Sphere, and Tonpa Shenrab, the Tulku, Sprul Sku, who is the teacher, Stonpa, of the present world age. The most important female deity is Gemma, Byam's Ma, the loving mother. Also known as Satrig Ersang, Satrig Sangs. There are also sets of 1,000 Buddhas. And of the Buddhas of the three times, past, present and future. Among the guardian deities, known as the Dharma's protectors, Bka Skyong, the most important are Sidpai Gyalmo, Sridpai Gyalemo, Queen of Existence, the female guardian of the Bonpo teachings, Midud or Midud Jampa Trago, Midud Byams Pa Kraggo, the male guardian of Menri Monastery, and Psengo Herpa, Sanragad Herpa. 17. The most general division of the deities is that which distinguishes between the supramundane gods of the higher spheres, Jigratan Las Das Pa Ilha, and the demigods, and minor deities who remain active in this world, Jigratan Pa Ilha. To the latter group belong a whole host of mountain gods, local gods, Dag, evil demons, Jinien, female demons, Maemo, and other spirits such as the Dre, Sri, Klu, etc. Religious commitment. Religious life among the Bonpas may take many varied forms. Here we will briefly examine the traditions of monastic life, the Ngagpa, Dzogchen, and Code. Monastic life. According to Bon, it is by good actions and a virtuous life that a being achieves spiritual perfection in the spheres of the perfect Buddhas, Sangsrajas. The methods for reaching the highest goal were taught by Tonpa Shenrab and by successive Bonpo sages. The noblest way to practice religion is to take religious vows. A lay person may strive for perfection, but it is the monastic life that offers the best opportunity of attaining the highest levels. In fact, over the centuries the monastic life has formed an essential part of the Bon religion. There are 4 grades of religious vows, 2 lower and 2 higher. The lower ones, called Nyen, Psnyen Nas, and Janayan, Dge Psnyen, are normally taken by lay people who want to practice religion in a more perfect way. When taken by monks, they are considered to form an initial stage in their religious life. These vows can be taken for any period of time. The higher grades are called Tsangtsuk. Tsangtsuk, that applies on taking monastic initiation, Rabbyung, and consists of 25 vows, and Drangsong, Drangsrong, that applies on full ordination and consists of 250 vows. Nuns take 360 vows. Ngagpas. The Bonpas are also particularly known for their tradition of Ngagpas, Tiengagspa, who are recognizable by their uncut, loosely worn hair. Ngagpas are lay practitioners, who take the vows of refuge, Janayan, and Ngagpa Janayan, that primarily practice Tantra. There are family lineages of Ngagpa, with the practice of a particular tantric yudam being passed down through the family, but any man may choose to become a Ngagpa and take the appropriate vows. Though a Ngagpa may marry, have children and work in 18. The world, he must spend a great deal of time in retreat and perform rituals when requested by villagers. While Ngagpas may perform many different rituals, they are particularly known for performing birth rituals, weddings, funerals, divinations, and pacification of ghosts or nature spirits. Typically Ngagpas live with their families in villages, but many Ngagpas also congregate in Bonpas, the Ngagpa equivalent of a monastery. Dzogchen. Along with the spiritual life, there are special methods of practicing in the pursuit of spiritual perfection. The most highly esteemed practices are those of the Dzogchen. Rzogchen, great perfection, traditions. There are 4 streams or methods of meditation in Dzogchen, collectively known as 8 Dzog. Nyengayad, i.e., A Tri, Akrit, the teaching on A, founded in the 11th century by Dampa Mu Gongshe Ritro-Chenpo, 1038-1096, Dzogchen, founded in 1088 AD by Turton Zotan Ngadrub Dragpa, Xhodstan Dien Gosgrub Gragspa, Nyengayad. Its full title is Zhang-Zhung Xnianrikyad, the oral transmission of Zhang-Zhung, and Yeti. Tisal, a lineage deriving from Tanpa Shenrab, but passing through India and translated from Sanskrit to Zhang-Zhung Pa. The Zhang-Zhung Xnianrikyad is the oldest and most important Dzogchen tradition and meditation system in Bon, while the other 3 are Terma traditions based on rediscovered texts. The third is an oral tradition based on continuous transmission by an uninterrupted lineage of masters. The Zhang-Zhung Nyangayad cycle of teachings was first put in writing by the important 8th century master Gyerfeng Nangzhe Erlopo, the foremost disciple of Tapirite Sa, Tapi. Her TSA, revered by Bonpas as the union of all the lineage masters. Code. There also exists another important system of meditation called code, G-Cod, cutting the ego, which is performed by lay practitioners, Ngagpa, and monks alike. The purposes of code are to generate generosity, dispel fear, and overcome attachment. This has been only the briefest of introductions to the rich religious traditions of Bon. It is not possible to capture the full depth and breadth of one the world's great religions. But hopefully the reader will have some taste for what the Bonpos value. 19. Notes. 1. The Gzermig and Gzibirjit are both published by the Bonpo Foundation, Dalangi, 1965 and 1967-69, respectively. Extracts from the Gzibirjit have been edited and translated by D.L. Snellgrove, The 9 Ways of Bon, London Oriental Series, Vol. 18, London 1967. The first 7 chapters of Gzermig and part of the 8th have been translated into English by A.H. Franke, A Book of the Tibetan Bonpos, Asia Major. Leipzig 1924, 1926, 1927, 1930, Asia Major, New Series, 1, London 1949. A summary of the contents of Gzermig has been made by H. Hoffman in The Religions of Tibet, London 1961, 85-96. 2. Another classification, in 12 lores or sciences, is examined in great detail in Drung, Du, and Bon by Namkhae Norbu, Library of Tibetan Works and Archives, India 1995. 3. The Bukter classification is given below, in the Course of Studies section. According to the Zhang-Zhung Ma tradition, the Byangter consist of 1. Tho Thegpa, 2. Spy Tho Thegpa, 3. Yang Tho Thegpa, R3, 4. Snanglden Thegpa, 5. Ranglden Thegpa, 6. Pchadlden Thegpa, R3, 7. Lharsa Thegpa, 8. Snangrasa Thegpa, 9. Yongsrasa Thegpa, R3, 4. Dranpa Namga is a popular figure in Bonpo history. His biography in 8 volumes was recently published by Spochhang Sonam Gyaltsen, Delhi 1983. He is believed to have had twin sons, Chhid Bang, Rik Jin, a Bonpo teacher, and Padma Byung Nas, the famous Buddhist teacher Padme Samhava, CCF. Karmai, The Treasury of Good Sayings, Oxford University Press, London 1972, XXXIIN.4, for a discussion of this. 5. All dates except in the 20th century and unless otherwise stated are taken from Sangsrchus Kyit Sanrasis. Ngom char norbuletin I freng ba jes ba ba bzux so by Numa Tenzin in Tibetan Zhangzhung. Dictionary, The Bonpo Foundation, Delhi 1965, 2340. It has been translated into English by Purgyal. Chronological Table of the Bonpo, Acta Orientalia, XXXIII, Paris 1971 3348. 6. For an overview of Bonpo iconography with excellent color reproductions of thankas and statues, see Purgyal's Bon Religion of Tibet, Sarandia, London, 1995. Source, Zhangzhung Bon. 20. Almo Lung Ring, The Imperishable Sacred Land. By John Merton Reynolds. According to the Bonpo tradition, although Zhangzhung Bon is eternal and without an ultimate beginning in time, it originated in the present Kulpa or cycle of existence in the country of Almo Lung Ring, where Tonpa Shenrab descended from the celestial spheres. and took up incarnation among human beings as an Iranian prince. The mysterious land of Almo Lungring, Olmo Lungrings, or Almo Ling, Olmo Eichling, is said to be part of a larger geographical region to the northwest of Tibet called Tazig, Stagzig, Var, Ratagzigs, which scholars identify with Iran or, more properly, Central Asia, wherein ancient times Iranian languages such as Avestan and later Sogdian were spoken. According to the Xermig, the traditional etymology of the name Almo Lungring is as follows. Ol means unborn, mo undermined, lung the prophetic words of Shenrab, and rings everlasting compassion. According to the Xebrigid, Almo Lungring was also known as Shambhala in Sanskrit, and it continues to be known by this name among Tibetan Buddhists even today. Moreover, it is said that in ancient times it encompassed fully 1/3 of the known world, a statement which could apply to the historical Persian Empire. Some modern scholars attempt to identify Almo Lungring with the area around Mt Kailash in West Tibet, anciently known as Zhangzhung, and assert that the Holy Nine-Storied mountain in the center of Almo Ling is in fact Mt Kailash. These scholars assert that Almo is quite an ordinary place like other valleys in Tibet, and that the name Almo Lungring simply means the long valley of Almo. Furthermore, the sacred mountain of Zhangzhung Gutzeg in the center of Almo Lungring is called a crystal monolith because it is a quite ordinary mountain surmounted by a glacier. Therefore, it is most likely a representation of Mt Kailash, where 4 great rivers of Asia are said to originate. Because Zhangzhung was an early important center of Bon, these scholars conclude that Almo Ling was this region, and that Almo Lungring was not some mystical land existing at a spiritual level. Moreover, they assert that Tonpa Shenrab was only some sort of priest whose presence was required at funeral ceremonies. He was living in the 7th century or shortly before. He was born there in West Tibet, a native Tibetan priest or magician and not an Iranian prince, and he was, therefore, a perfectly ordinary and pedestrian figure. There is no mention of Almo Lungring in Tibetan texts. Before the 10th century, the coming to Tibet in the 11th century of Buddhist teachers inspired the Bonpo Lamas to invent and actually fabricate for themselves a supposedly ancient tradition. Since these teachings could not be seen as originating in Tibet, which is a quite real and ordinary place on earth, they put the birth of Tonpa Shenrab in distant Tazig, a fabulous land of legend, which recalled the Persian Empire, which the Tibetans much admired in the 7th century. These scholars conclude that all of the Bon tradition is fake, a deceitful invention of unscrupulous Tibetan lamas in the 10th century and afterwards. But according to the Bonpo lamas, this assertion is entirely wrong. In all of the early Bonpo texts, Almo Lungring is clearly located to the west and the north of Tibet in Tazig 21, or Central Asia. Moreover, there are 2 Tazigs, one of a heavenly nature and one quite physical, located in Central Asia. The Kailash mountain and its adjacent region in West Tibet is only a pale reflection of the real Almo Lungring, the original archetype, which exists at the center of the world. According to the Xermig and other texts, the Region around Tais or Mt Kailash is only a copy in Zhangzhung of the original in Almoling. Furthermore, according to the Xibrajit, dimpling is the same as Shambhala. It is not necessary to pray and do any meditation practice in order to be reborn in Iran or the Central Asia of the USSR. These are quite ordinary earthly places, but it is necessary to pray and to undergo a purification of mind before one can be reborn in Almo Lung Ring, or even enter it in this present life, because it is a pure dimension of existence, Dagpa I Zheng Kams. It cannot be seen easily with the ordinary fleshly eye, like Iran or Central Asia or even Tibet can. But simply because we do not see it is no proof that it does not exist, for that is the view of the Loka-iatas or materialists. The Bonpo account of the hidden land of Almo Lung Ring is found in the Xermig and the Xibrajit. There it is explained that Almoling is physically part of our world and is not an imaginary holy land nor a celestial pure realm like the Sukhavati or Diwachan Bdebakan of the Buddha Amitabha. Symbolically, Almo Lung Ring is the geographical, psychic, and spiritual center of our world of Jambudvipa, Jambuletan Ikling, and at its center rises the holy mountain of 9 levels, known as Zhangzhung Gutsake, G.Zhangzhung Tkubersakes, which links heaven and earth. It is a kind of axis mundi connecting 3 planes of existence: the heaven worlds, the earth, and the nether regions. Therefore, Almo Lung Ring possesses a different ontological status than ordinary geographical regions and countries. In terms of our own age, it is a hidden land or Bayul, Spatial, inaccessible to all but realized beings or siddhas. This land is said to be inhabited by Vidyadharas, Rigjin, or holders of esoteric knowledge. It exists on Earth, but it is not an ordinary country or nation which could be observed from an orbiting satellite or sighted from a high-flying airplane, for it possesses a special reality all its own. It is in this world, but not quite of it. It is part of our physical geographical world because it is located in Tazig, yet it partly exists in another spiritual dimension. And although material, it is in a certain sense imperishable and indestructible. When, at the end of the Kalpa, the world will be destroyed and consumed by fire, Almo Lung Ring will spontaneously rise up and ascend into the sky, and there it will merge with its celestial archetype in the heavens, which is called Sidpa Yesang, Sridpa Yesangs. Almo Lung Ring is truly the imperishable sacred land. Almo Lung Ring or Shambhala, this imperishable sacred land, which is the spiritual center of the world, existed on earth from the very beginning of the human race. It was the place where the celestial gods of the clear light, Odij Sulha, descended from heaven to earth in order to take up incarnation as human beings and ensoul the physical bodies which had been prepared for them. Since that time of the beginning, Almo Lung Ring has been the sanctuary of wisdom and the receptacle of the highest mystical teachings being brought down from above. All of the inhabitants of that land have entered upon the path to enlightenment, and for this reason it is said to be the land of the Vidyadharas beyond the Himalayas, spoken of in the Puranas and other ancient books of India. This 22. Mysterious land at the center has been known by various different names in different Ancient traditions throughout the world. The Lord Tonpa Shenrab was Bama prince in Almo Lungring some 18,000 years ago, in 16,017 BC according to the traditional Bonpo reckoning, and he emerged from there, crossing barriers of hot arid deserts and frigid glacial mountains, to visit briefly Zhangzhung and Tibet. After his parinirvana, in 7817 BC, his reign in Almo Lungring was followed by a successive line of adepts or initiate priest kings, Rixelden, who even today are the guardians and custodians of the eternal wisdom tradition. Thus Almo Lungring is not only an earthly paradise filled with shining white cities, multi-storied temples and palaces, lush gardens, and pleasure groves, but a hidden sanctuary of the Gnosis that holds a precious treasure of greatest price, the supreme secret. This is the precise knowledge of who we really are, whence we have come and whither we go. In mystical terms, it is the secret sanctuary hidden in the heart of every living being, the place of Buddhahood. This land was the primordial source of Zhangzhung Bon, and in later times the sages of Tibet often went to Almo Lungring in quest of these precious teachings. It is said that they proceeded toward the northwest from Mt Kailash in Zhangzhung and journeyed for twice as far as Kailash is from the city of Shigatse in central Tibet. In precise geographic terms, this would put them beyond the Pamirs in Sogdiana. Although no guidebooks to Almo Lungring are now extant among the Bonpos, such as exist among Tibetan Buddhists, like Dai famous Shamhala I Lam Yik of the Third Panchen Lama. Bulden Yeshis, B 1739. Until 1959 Bonpos would still set out on pilgrimage to that fabled land, although none returned to Tibet to tell the tale. They had passed through the gates into another world. Nevertheless, pious Bonpos still pray to be reborn in that mysterious land at the center. According to Bonpo prophesies, some 1,200 years from now, when spiritual values decline and religion is nearly extinct in the outside world, a king and a teacher will emerge from Almo Ling in order to revitalize the spiritual teachings of Zhangzhung Bon in the world. Although the Xibrajid specifically identifies Almo Ling and Shamhala, neither in the Xibrajid nor the Xermig is there any mention of Armageddon or the climactic battle between the forces of the Mlekas from the west and the forces of Shamhala led by the Kolaka Rudrakakran, as is found in the Buddhist recension of the Kalachakra Tantra. The Bonpo canon also possesses a variant recension of this Kalachakra Tantra, but it is said to be incomplete and it is classified as Kriya Tantra rather than Anuttara Tantra, as is the case in the Buddhist system. In ancient and medieval times, and even in modern times, there have been persistent rumors of a secret brotherhood of enlightened beings or Vidyadharas, possessing great knowledge and power, who, in a remote corner of Central Asia, preserve the ancient wisdom which was revealed at the very beginning of the human race. This wisdom was originally brought from beyond the stars, the same celestial home from which the human spirits now comprising humanity migrated to earth in order to incarnate in bodies of earthly flesh. But this mysterious land at the center where the gods first descended, 23. remains perpetually concealed from die profane eyes of die spiritually immature and die merely curious because, without a purification of the individual's impure karmic vision, die land at the center remains imperceptible to die ordinary fleshly eye. To behold this dimension, die individual must possess pure vision, dag snang, and open one's wisdom. Yes she's kyispian. Habitual thoughts and preconceptions condition how die individual perceives reality. One's impure karmic vision, lost snang, inherited from past causes and conditioning creates distortions in die dimension of reality and veils die light, which is natural to it. The practitioner must go beyond one's mental conditioning and one's conventional models of reality, so that one sees die world from a different perspective, one which does not deny the power of vision and creative imagination. If an explorer finding himself in a remote region, but lacking this pure vision and die discriminating eye of wisdom, were inadvertently to stumble upon this fabled land, he would only see a dusty wind-swept arid plain surrounded by desolate mountains. He would behold an unexceptionable barren landscape, not die fragrant rivers and lush gardens and pleasure groves of paradise. Even if were to come across some of die inhabitants of this land, he would see only a few nomads living in a dirty impoverished encampment, and failing to recognize where he had arrived in reality, he would press on elsewhere and forever miss his mark. Only a siddha or adept would recognize die signs and landmarks. Almo Lungring exists in a dimension parallel to our own conventional reality, but for this reason it is no less real. The concealment and invisibility of Almo Lungring to ordinary sight is no proof that it does not exist. So argue the Bonpo Lamas. According to Bonpo tradition, Almo Lungring fully occupies 1/3 of our world even now and lies to the northwest of Tibet. The Bonpo texts further speak of the 3 portals or doors of Zhangzhung, and some of these texts assert that Tazig is the middle door, Sko Barma. According to Lapon Tenzin Namdak, the outer door, Sko Phi Pa, is Zhangzhung itself, the middle door, Sko Barma, is Tezig, and the inner door, Sko Phug Pa, is Almo Lung Ring. From the innermost gate outwards this represents the movement or progress of the teachings of Yung Drung Bon into the outer world and especially Tibet. At that time Tazig was said to have been inhabited by the Stagzig Hos Rigs, the royal race, Rijil Rigs, of the Hos or Persians, the Chinese Hu. But in an even earlier time the people belonged to the lineage of the Rijil Buletin Thing Ge. And in the Mark Yet is found the story of the Emperor Gyr Wer of Tazig who ruled most of the known world. In the Bonpo texts the land of Almo Lungring is said to be divided into 4 concentric regions: the inner region, Nangling, the middle region, Barkling, the outer region, Phi Aikling, and the border region, Mthakling. The inner and middle regions consist of 12 districts or islands, Kling, the outer region of 16, and the border region, also of 12. These regions and districts, Kling, are all separated by rivers and lakes and inland seas. The innermost region has the form geographically of an 8-petaled lotus blossom, and the sky above it corresponds to the form of a wheel or chakra of 8 spokes. At the very center of this innermost land rises the holy 9-storied swastika mountain of Zhangzhung Gutsake, G.Zhangzhung Gubersags, a crystal monolith in the shape of a 24 pyramid. These 9 stories or levels of the sacred mountain signify the 9 ways of Bon, Theg Parimdgu, into which the teachings leading to liberation and enlightenment are classified. In the Bonpo cosmological system, the number 9 is especially important and significant. In terms of the mandala, it represents the center and the 8 directions, cardinal and intermediate. From the surface of the earth upward there are 9 stages or levels of heaven, Nam Rimpotgu, inhabited by the celestial gods, Lha. And downward there are 9 successive nether realms, Saog Rimpotgu, inhabited by the Nagas, Klu, and other chthonic beings. The world mountain at the center links together these 3 levels of existence, heaven and earth and underworld. From the mountain the adept way travel freely, ascending upward or descending downward to other worlds and dimensions. This cosmology is shared with ancient North Asian shamanism. In Bonpo symbolism, the swastika or Yungdrung, G.Yungdrung, corresponds to the Vajra or diamond, Rdorje, the king of stones, in the Indian Buddhist system. Both of them indicate something that is everlasting, indestructible, and pure. As an adjective, G.Yungdrung, or as an adverb, G.Yungdrung-du, the word means eternal, everlasting, perpetual. As Diaxis Mundi, this sacred mountain in the center is imperishable and indestructible, G.Yungdrung. The country is divided by rivers, chiefly 9 in number, which flow into the 4 directions. From the foot of the sacred mountain flow 4 great rivers of special importance, originating from 4 springs that issue forth from 4 rocks having the shapes of symbolic animals. The river Nara arises from a spring in a lion-shaped rock, Senji Kabobs, and flows to the east. The river Pikshu arises from a spring in a horse-shaped rock, Rtangok Kabobs, and flows to the north. The river Kiamshang arises from a spring in a peacock-shaped rock, Ramabia Kabobs, and flows to the west. And the river Sindhu arises from a spring in an elephant-shaped rock, Glangchen Kabobs, and flows to the south. The land is filled with a complex pattern of shining cities, temples, and palaces, parks, and pleasure groves, lakes, and bathing pools, like the descriptions of Shambhala found in the Buddhist tradition. It is truly an earthly paradise. Around the base of the sacred mountain in the center are literally hundreds of cities, palaces, and temples, but among them there are 4, which are especially important. To the east of the mountain is the shining white temple of Shampolhatsi, Shampolharsi. To the south is the great palace of Barpo-Sogyad, Barpo-Sobragayad, where Tonpa Shenrab S had lived and he was born. To the west is the palace of Triman Gyaltad, Krisman Jilbshad, where the chief queen of Tonpa Shenrab, Hosik Yaltadma, Hospsarjilbshadma, had lived and where 3 of his children were born, namely, Tobu, Gto Buletin, Chidbu, Biad Buletin, and Neu Chen. And to the north is the palace of Kong Ma. Neu Chung, where another one of his queens, Po Zathang Mo, Po Zathang Mo, lived, and 3 more of his children were born, namely, Lung Dren, Jayadren, Arjayadren, and Neu Chung. Surrounding this innermost region in every direction is an intermediate region with 12 great cities, 4 in each of the 4 cardinal directions. One of these cities, located in the west, is Gyalagodma, Rijalagodima, where the fabled king and 25 disciple of Tonpa Shenrab, Kongtse Trulji Gyalpo, Kongtse Frulji Yirgyalpo, lived. He was important for the transmission of astrological and magical teachings coming from the master. The miraculous temple erected by this king on an artificial island built by the Rakshasa demons in the Western Sea was also very important, since it was here that certain teachings of Tonpa Shenrab were written down and deposited for safekeeping. These texts have been preserved there until this very day. This second region is completely surrounded by 2 more concentric rings, an outer region and a border region. As said above, these regions and their subdivisions are separated by rivers and other bodies of water. The entire land is in turn surrounded by an ocean called Mukyad Dalway, Mukyad Dalba Irjumcho, the wide-spreading, enclosing ocean. Again, this sea is surrounded by a mighty wall of snow-capped mountains called Walsogangrirowa, Bulsogangs Riiraba, causing the imperishable sacred land to be impenetrable to any intrusion from the outside world. Access and egress to and from Almo Lungring may be had via the Arrow Way, MDA Lam, that was created by Tonpa Shenrab when he shot an arrow from inside the ring of high impenetrable mountains. Piercing through this solid wall, the arrow created a tunnel or passageway. But finding this gateway is no easy task, even for adepts, for it is guarded by precipitous gorges and wild mythic beasts stand sentinel at the entrance. The tunnel is totally dark, and it takes 9 full days to traverse its length to the world of light at its end. But there have been those who have succeeded in passing through it into the light. Within the territory of Almo Lungring there are 7 royal races, Rijal, Riggs, and chief among them is the clan of Mushan, the Mujshan, from which Tonpa Shenrab descended. Thus the word Shan is also the name of a clan, as well as the term for a kind of practitioner. Besides the Mushan, there were 6 more royal races or clans, Rijal Riggs, ruling in Almo Lungring, Hos, Shag, Depot, Argya, GTO, and Jinian. There are also classes of ministers, merchants, artisans, commoners, and so on. All of the people living in the center and in the districts of the innermost region, Nangling, speak the language of the eternal swastika gods, G.Yung Diening Lha Yi Skad. In the middle region, Barkling, consisting of 12 islands or districts, there are 8 great rivers in different directions, and in the valleys along these rivers the peoples speak different languages and dialects, whereas the language in the inner lands is that of the swastika gods. Here in the 12 middle lands the people mainly speak and write the 8 transformed languages, Pschayur Bai Skad, each of which is associated with one of the 8 great rivers as follows. 1. Ksang Malhaskad along the Narajara River in the east. 2. Dagpal Haskad along the Picture River in the north. 3. Samskril Haskad, i.e., Sanskrit, along the Ma Shang River in the west. 4. Kweral Haskad along the Sindhu River in the south. 5. Horsi Frilskad along the Gunga River in the southeast. 6. Sposci Frilskad along the Siddha River in the southwest. 7. Ci Gung Frilskad along the Sengjie River in the northwest, and 8. Kung Chi Frilskad along the Xerlden River in the northeast. In the middle and outer lands there are 10 languages, which are major and some 164 lesser dialects. The letters used in writing these languages have 26. Both large and small forms and are based on an original Spungso or alphabet. These letters had many different shapes and it is difficult to find examples of these alphabets in our world nowadays. In any event, all of these forms of writing were based on an original celestial prototype and were not a mere earthly invention. Thus from the times of the very beginning of humanity, Almo Lungring, where direct communication between heaven and earth has persisted until this very day, has continually been the source of knowledge, guidance, and civilization for the outside world. It is truly the sanctuary and the imperishable sacred land. Source: John Merton Reynolds. Bonn, A Heterodox System. From Chapter 16 of Introduction to Tibetan Buddhism by John Powers. Introduction. Tibetans commonly draw a distinction between 3 religious traditions. 1. The Divine Dharma, Ihas, or Buddhism. 2. Bon Dharma, Bon Chas, and 3. The Dharma of human beings, Mi Chas, or folk religion. The first category includes doctrines and practices that are thought to be distinctively Buddhist. This classification implicitly assumes that the divine Dharma is separate and distinct from the other 2, although Tibetan Buddhism clearly incorporated elements of both of these traditions. Bon is commonly considered to be the indigenous religious tradition of Tibet, a system of shamanistic and animistic practices performed by priests called Shen, or Bonpo. Although this is widely assumed by Buddhists, historical evidence indicates that the Bon tradition only developed as a self-conscious religious system under the influence of Buddhism. When Buddhism entered the country, practitioners of indigenous traditions recognized that there were clear differences between their own practices and those of the foreign faith, and in time people who perceived themselves as adherents of the old religion of Tibet developed a separate tradition, but one that incorporated many Buddhist elements. Although later historical works state that the introduction of Buddhism was initially opposed by Bon, this term is not even used in the early dynastic records to refer to indigenous traditions and practices. Instead, they are called Chas, the same term later used to translate the Sanskrit term Dharma, which in Buddhist literature refers to 27. Buddhist doctrine and practice. In inscriptions on the tomb of King Seneluk, 799 to 815. For example, the term Bon refers to the royal priests whose job was to perform rituals for the Yarlun kings. In early records, Bon denotes a particular type of priest who performed rituals to propitiate local spirits and ensure the well-being of the dead in the afterlife. It is only much later, under the influence of Buddhism, that Bon comes to designate pre-Buddhist Tibetan religious practices in general. It should also be noted that the rituals performed by these early priests as reported in the old records appear to differ substantially from contemporary Bon. As Purgyal notes, for example, they were by all accounts concerned with taking care of the dead through ceremonies intended to ensure their safe journey to the afterlife and their material prosperity after arrival. Point 1. The rituals of the Bon often involved sacrificing animals, mainly horses, yaks, and sheep, making offerings of food and drink, and burying the dead with precious jewels, the benefits of which were apparently transferred to them in the afterlife through shamanistic rituals. The most elaborate of these were the ceremonies for the kings, each of whom was buried in a specially constructed tomb, and apparently joined in death by servants, ministers, and retainers. The royal priests then performed special ceremonies, which according to old records sometimes lasted for several years. These were intended to ensure the well-being of the kings in the afterlife and to solicit their help in mundane affairs. Animism in Tibetan folk religion. The Tibetan folk religion encompasses indigenous beliefs and practices, many of which predate the introduction of Buddhism and which are commonly viewed as being distinct from the mainstream of Buddhist practice. These are primarily concerned with propitiation of the spirits and demons of Tibet, which are believed to inhabit all areas of the country. Folk religious practices rely heavily on magic and ritual and are generally intended to bring mundane benefits, such as protection from harm, good crops, healthy livestock, health, wealth, etc. Their importance to ordinary people should not be underestimated, since in the consciousness of most Tibetans the world is full of multitudes of powers and spirits, and the welfare of humans requires that they be propitiated and sometimes subdued. Every part of the natural environment is believed to be alive with various types of sentient forces, who live in mountains, trees, rivers and lakes, rocks, fields, the sky, and the earth. Every region has its own native supernatural beings, and people living in these areas are strongly aware of their presence. In order to stay in their good graces, Tibetans give them offerings, perform rituals to propitiate them, and sometimes refrain from going to particular places so as to avoid the more dangerous forces. In the often harsh environment of Tibet, such practices are believed to give people a measure of control over their unpredictable and sometimes hazardous surroundings. With the almost total triumph of Buddhism in Tibet, the folk religion became infused with 28 Buddhist elements and practices, but it still remains distinct in the minds of the people, mainly because its focus is on pragmatic mundane benefits, and not on final liberation or the benefit of others. By all accounts, Tibetans have always been fascinated by magical and occult practices, and from the earliest times have viewed their country as the abode of countless supernatural forces whose actions have direct bearing on their lives. Since Buddhist teachers tend to focus on supramundane goals. Tibetans naturally seek the services of local shamans, whose function is to make contact with spirits, to predict their influences on people's lives, and to perform rituals that either overcome harmful influences or enlist their help. When Buddhism entered Tibet, it did not attempt to suppress belief in the indigenous forces. Rather, it incorporated them into its worldview, making them protectors of the Dharma who were converted by tantric adepts like Padme Samhava, and who now watch over Buddhism and fight against its enemies. An example is Tangla, a god associated with the Tangla Mountains, who was convinced to become a Buddhist by Padme Samhava and now is thought to guard his area against forces inimical to the Dharma. The most powerful deities are often considered to be manifestations of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Oikanas, etc., but the mundane forces are thought to be merely worldly powers, who have demonic natures that have been suppressed by Buddhism. Although their conversion has ameliorated the worst of their fierceness, they are still demons who must be kept in check by shamanistic rituals and the efforts of Buddhist adepts. Nor should it be thought that Buddhist practitioners are free from the influences of the folk religion. These beliefs and practices are prevalent in all levels of Tibetan society, and it is common to see learned scholar lamas, masters of empirically based dialectics and thoroughly practical in daily affairs, refuse to travel at certain times in order to avoid dangerous spirits or decide their travel schedules after first performing divination to determine the most auspicious time. Such attitudes may be dismissed as irrational by Westerners, but for Tibetans they are entirely pragmatic responses to a world populated by forces that are potentially harmful. Types of spirits. According to folk beliefs, the world has three parts: sky and heavens, earth, and the lower regions. Each of these has its own distinctive spirits, many of which influence the world of humans. The upper gods, Steng Iha, live in the atmosphere and sky. The Middletsen, Bartsan, inhabit the earth, and the lower regions are the home of Yaklu. Yaklu, most notably snake-bodied beings called Lu, Klunaga, which live at the bottoms of lakes, rivers, and wells and are reported to hoard vast stores of treasure. The spirits that reside in rocks and trees are called Nian. They are often malicious, and Tibetans associate them with sickness and death. Lu are believed to bring leprosy, and so it is important to keep them away from human habitations. Sadak, Sa. Dak, lords of the earth, are beings that live under the ground and are connected with agriculture. Sin are spirits that live in the atmosphere, and are believed to shoot arrows at humans who disturb them. These cause illness and death. Sin appear as demonic figures with red skin, wearing helmets, and riding over the mountains in red. 29. Horses. Dud, Mara, were apparently originally atmospheric spirits, but they came to be associated with the Buddhist demons called Mara, which are led by their king, also named Mara, whose primary goal is to lead sentient beings into ignorance, thus perpetuating the vicious cycle of samsara. There are many other types of demons and spirits, and a comprehensive listing and discussion of them exceeds the focus of this book. Because of the great interest most Tibetans have in these beings and the widespread belief in the importance of being aware of their powers and remaining in their good graces, the folk religion is a rich and varied system, with a large pantheon, elaborate rituals and ceremonies, local shamans with special powers who can propitiate and exorcise, and divinatory practices that allow humans to predict the influences of the spirit world and take appropriate measures. All of these are now infused with Buddhist influences and ideas, but undoubtedly retain elements of the pre-Buddhist culture. Bon teachings and practices. Adherents of Bon view their tradition as being distinct from Buddhism, although it clearly contains many Buddhist elements. The term Bon for Bonpos, practitioners of Bon, signifies truth, reality, and the true doctrine which provides a path to liberation. For Bonpos, Bon has roughly the same range of meanings that the term Cho, Chos, Dharma has for Tibetan Buddhists. It refers to their religion as a whole, teachings, practices, etc., which are believed to have been revealed by enlightened beings who took rebirth in order to lead others to salvation. Bon today has absorbed many Buddhist elements, and many of its teachings are strikingly similar to those of Tibetan Buddhism. David Snellgrove contends that it has incorporated so many Buddhist elements that it has become a form of Buddhism that may fairly be regarded as heretical, in that those who follow it have persisted in claiming that their religion was taught not by Sakyamuni Buddha, but by Shenrab, likewise accepted as Buddha, and that it came not from India, but from Tazig Taxic and by way of Zhangzhung, Zhang-Zhung. Such are the Bonpos, who have managed to hold their own down to the present day against the enormously more powerful representatives of Orthodox Buddhism, while they are constantly and quite wrongly identified by other Tibetans as the persistent practitioners of pre-Buddhist Tibetan religion. In Buddhist sources, the Bonpos are commonly portrayed as malicious reactionaries, whose manipulations hindered the dissemination of the Dharma, who caused Santaraksita to be driven from the country, and who tried to prevent Padme Sambhava's arrival. As Snellgrove and Richardson contend, however, such characterizations are probably unfair to Bon and are written from a rather narrow perspective. Like all national historians, Tibetan writers of history see everything from a Tibetan point of view, and being fervent Buddhists as well, they inevitably see everything from a rather special Tibetan Buddhist point of view. Their view of the world around them is a simple one, insofar as it furthers the interests of their religion in general and their own. 30. Religious order and monastery in particular, it is good, insofar as it works against their religion, their order, and their monastery it is evil. Mali the Bonpos tend to become the scapegoat for everything that had rendered the Buddhist conversion of Tibet at all difficult, while most Tibetan Buddhists themselves remain almost innocently unaware of the great variety of pre-Buddhist beliefs and practices that they have absorbed as an accepted part of their daily thoughts and actions. Ancient Tibetan Bonpo Shamanism by John Murden Reynolds. The roots of Tibetan culture lie deep in the archaic soil of northern and central Asian shamanism. This is also true today when most Tibetans are practicing Buddhists there. Buddhism being a religious culture deriving from ancient and medieval India. In Tibet, however, this Indian Buddhism has been amalgamated with the ancient indigenous shamanism and pagan animism of that country, thus giving Tibetan Buddhism its unique and especially colorful character. The principal function of the shaman is the healing of the illnesses that afflict the members of his or her tribe, and so one can rightly say that ancient Tibetan religious culture centered around the practices of healing. The therapeutic expert or professional in this regard was the Bonpo shaman healer who treated and cured not only the diseases of the physical body, but more especially the illnesses of the soul, in order to bring the psyche of the afflicted individual back from fragmentation and alienation into wholeness and well-being. Furthermore, the shaman served the clan or tribe not only as a healer, but equally as a guide for the human soul on its journey beyond the present life through the perilous bardo into its next rebirth. The shaman was able to function as a healer and a guide of souls preeminently because of his or her mastery of alternate states of consciousness, the archaic states of ecstasy, so that one could voluntarily enter the other world of the spirits, Ngari, reality parallel to our familiar world of the senses and its conventional reality. The shaman could thus enter into and explore the landscapes of the mind, the collective unconscious psyche, and return thence with treasures of knowledge and power in order to benefit humanity. As a spiritual and psychotherapeutic technique, shamanism goes back to the very origin of the human race, which itself is lost in the dim mists of time. The presence of the shaman is already well attested in European cave paintings belonging to the Paleolithic era. Archaic traditions found among primitive tribes throughout the world claim for shamanism a celestial or extraterrestrial origin, and thus another principal function of the shaman over the course of countless millennia, besides healing and 31. Guiding the dead, was to maintain this direct communication between humanity here below on the surface of the earth with the heaven worlds above. In terms of human evolution in primeval times, the shaman was the first culture hero, bringing humanity out of the nighttime darkness of a purely animal existence into the daylight of true human consciousness. The shaman was the first of all humans to speak with and walk with the gods. In the pursuit of this knowledge, the shaman ascended into the heavens and descended into the underworld, where one encountered certain archetypal figures, both gods and ancestors, who initiate the individual into a death and rebirth transformation of one's total being, and confer upon one the wisdom and the power to aid and protect and guide humanity, relieving its ills and suffering. But the shaman belongs not only to the heavens, but equally to the earth. The shaman's religion is a pagan religion of nature, where the human being is seen as a part of nature, and not as something existing in opposition to it. The purpose that is taught here is to live in harmony with the natural environment on a very personal and intimate level, as did early humanity generally in the days before our now omnipresent urban industrial civilization spread across the face of the earth like a corrosive cancer. Thus, besides healing, yet another primordial function of the shaman was ensuring the ecological balance by way of interspecies communication. Through ritual magic and clairvoyant knowledge, the shaman could ensure success in the hunt for the tribe, that they might survive to live another season, but no species would be hunted in excess or to the point of extinction. And with regard to the hunt, he negotiated a covenant between his own people and the spirits of the hunted species. Generally, in the context of shamanic culture, illness or disease was seen as arising from a disharmony or break in the natural order and in the moral order of the world, as well as from an imbalance in and weakening of the personal energy field of the human individual. The energies within the individual and those outside oneself in the natural environment must be brought into balance and into harmonious interaction. This balance and harmony existed primordially, from the time of the beginning, but has been interrupted and shattered by the thoughtless and sinful actions of mankind. 2. Rediscover and re-establish this lost primordial harmony, all obsessive and negative thinking which serves to block the free flow of the energy within the individual must be dissolved. In this way, the individual can come into the realization of his full innate potentiality, manifesting his energy in the world about him without disrupting the natural order of things. But it is especially due to the destruction of the natural environment by human groups and by individual human beings that diseases have come into manifestation in our world. Humanity is not alone in this world. This planet Earth, itself a living organism in its totality, is surrounded by and suffused throughout with an aura of energy that is like an atmosphere or ocean. Nature spirits live in this dimension of the energy of our planet, like fish living in the waters of the sea, disturbed and offended by the thoughtless, destructive actions of mankind, such as the plowing up the earth, the cutting down of the forests, the damming of streams and rivers, the polluting of lakes, and so on. They inflict illness upon an erring mankind as a terrible retribution. Since these nature spirits 32 are energy beings, they can directly affect the energy of the individual and that individual's immune system, which is correlated with one's personal energy field. In such a case, it was then necessary to call in an expert healer or shaman in order to re-establish the primordial harmony existing between humanity and nature, thereby effecting a cure and a healing. This ancient Tibetan shamanism and animism, the pre-Buddhist spiritual and religious culture of Tibet, was known as Bon, and a practitioner of these shamanic techniques of ecstasy and ritual magic, the methods of working with energy, was known as a Bonpo. Bonpo is still the designation for a shaman in many tribal regions of the Himalayas. But increasingly, over the centuries, the ecstatic shaman has been replaced by the priestly lama or ritual expert, and so later Bonpas in central Tibet also came to fill a role more ritualistic than ecstatic. There exists a parallel here to what occurred in ancient India, where the rishis or ecstatics of the early Vedic period, who communed directly with the celestial gods during ecstatic flights into the heavens, were later replaced by Brahmin priests, experts in the performing of rituals and sacrifices in order to invoke the powers of the gods and ensure their cooperation for human benefit and prosperity. Originally the word Bonpo meant someone who invoked the gods and summoned the spirits. Thus a Bonpo was an expert in the use of mantra and magical evocation. Mantra, or Ngok, Tien Gags, is sound and sound is energy. Mantra is the primordial sound that calls the forms of all things into being out of the infinite potentiality of empty space, which is the basis of everything. Sound or word has a creative power. But this term Bonpo in ancient times appeared to cover a number of different types of practitioner, whether shaman, magician, or priest. Here there seems to be a strong parallel of the role of the Bonpo in ancient Tibet with that of the Druid in ancient pre-Christian Europe. Just as the Druidic order was divided into the three functions of the bards, the vates, and the druids, who were singers, soothsayers, and magicians respectively, so the ancient pre-Buddhist kingdom of Tibet was said to be protected by the Zhang-Zhung, who were bards and singers of epics, the Du, who were soothsayers and diviners, and the Bonpo, who were priests and magicians. Another archaic term closely related to Bonpo was Shen or Shenpo, and this term may have originally designated the shaman practitioner in particular. The Shen system of practice was transmitted through family lineages, especially in western and northern Tibet, then known as the country of Zhangzhung, so that Shen also came to designate a particular ancient clan or tribe. The first shaman, the archetypal shaman, so to speak, who brought the knowledge of shamanizing from the heaven worlds above to a nascent humanity living on the surface of the earth, appears to have been originally known in the Tibetan tradition as Shenrab Miwok, Shenrab Mibo Che, a title meaning the great supreme human shaman. Of course, in the traditions of the later monastically organized Zhangzhung Bon and in the extant Bonpo texts from at least the 8th century of our era, Shenrab Miwok is represented as being much more than an archetypal shaman. He is a fully enlightened Buddha, comparable in every way to Shakyamuni Buddha, who appeared in northern India in the 6th century before our era. Tonpa Shenrab descended from the heavens. 33. Specifically, from the heaven world of Sridpa Yesangs, in the form of an azure-colored cuckoo bird, the herald of spring. This occurred some 18,000 years ago, according to the traditional Bonpo reckoning. He thereupon incarnated as a human being in the country of Almo Lungring, which surrounded the holy nine-storied cosmic mountain of Zhangzhung Gutsek, G.Zhangzhung Gubrasek, in Tazik or Central Asia. In this mysterious land at the center of the world, which was in later Indo-Iranian tradition identified with Shambhala, he combated and overcame the evil schemes and machinations of the black magician and incarnate demon prince Kyapalag Ring. Then he instructed humanity, not only in the spiritual path to enlightenment and liberation from samsara, but in the various techniques of ecstasy in order to communicate with other worlds and invoke the positive energies of the gods, Lhaj Salba, and also in the rites of exorcism, Selba, whereby human beings might free themselves from demonic influences, and the various diseases caused by demons and other hostile spirits. The history of the development of Bon may be divided into 3 phases. One primitive Bon more or less corresponds to the archaic shamanism and paganism of ancient northern and central Asia. This shamanism is still practiced in its original and unreformed version is remote areas of the Himalayas, as well as on the borders of Tibet and China. Br2. Zhangzhung Bon or Old Bon, Bonri Mountain, was the high religious culture of the ancient kingdom of Zhangzhung, which centered around Gangchen Tais or Mt Kailash in western Tibet. This kingdom, which possessed its own culture and language and writing, maintained an independent existence long before the rise of civilization in central Tibet in the 7th century with the coming of Indian Buddhism to that country. In the next century, the Zhang-Zhung kingdom was incorporated into the newly expanding Tibetan Empire established by the Yarlung dynasty of central Tibet, and the Zhang-Zhung culture ceased to have an independent existence. However, the teachings of Zhangzhung Bon did not solely originate in Zhangzhung, but were said to have been brought from Tazik, that is, Iranian-speaking Central Asia, to Zhangzhung in western and northern Tibet by a number of mysterious white-robed sages long before the political events of the 7th and 8th centuries. Besides shamanism, healing, magical rites of exorcism, astrology, and divination, these practices belong to the 4 lower or causal ways among the 9 ways of Bon. Zhangzhung Bon contained the higher spiritual teachings and practices of Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen. Moreover, due to the spiritual influence of Zhangzhung Bon and later Indian Buddhism, many animistic practices have been reformed and the practice of blood sacrifice more or less eliminated. In Tibet, although it is still practiced on occasion by the Ngari shamans of Nepal, in Zhangzhung Bon, Shenrab Miwok is portrayed as a perfectly enlightened Buddha who is the source of the philosophical, psychological, and ethical teachings of Sutra, the profound methods of psychological transformation and psychic development of Tantra, and the ultimate mystical and Gnostic enlightenment of Dzogchen. Zhangzhung Bon continues to flourish even today in many parts of Tibet and among Tibetan refugees in exile in India and Nepal. 3 New Bon, Bonj Sarma, was a deliberate and conscious amalgamation of the Bon of 34 Zhangzhung with the Buddhism of Indian origin, especially as this spiritual tradition was represented by the Nyingmapa school in Tibet. New Bon greatly revered the luminous figure of Guru Padme Sambhava, the tantric master from the Indo-Iranian country of Udayana, who first established the Nyingmapa tradition in Tibet in the 8th century of our era. And like the Nyingmapas, the new Bon greatly relied upon termas, or rediscovered hidden treasure texts, recovered over the centuries by various Buddhist and Bonpo masters and visionaries. These termas had been concealed in the distant past by illuminated masters of the esoteric tradition, such as Padme Sambhava and Dranpa Namka, because the times were not yet ripe for their revelation and dissemination among the Tibetans, and they were rediscovered in later centuries. In the Reformed Bon, one finds a monastic system, philosophy colleges, and a scholastic tradition and curriculum fully comparable to that found in the other schools of Tibetan Buddhism, especially the Nyingmapas. On the other side of the matter, many ancient Bonpo rituals and practices have been accepted into the Buddhist schools of Indian origin in Tibet and in particular, as the cult of the guardian spirits, the old pagan pre-Buddhist deities of Tibet who are now the protectors of the Dharma. Furthermore, shamanism continues to be practiced in Tibet in its archaic form and such. A practitioner is generally known as a pawo, dpabo, or lhapa. This social function is clearly distinguished from that of the lama or priest. A lama is usually, although not always, a monk, whether he is nowadays a Buddhist or a Bonpo. In general, a lama relates to the higher divine reality as a supplicant, communicating with that dimension through the medium of prayer, meditation, and the performing of offering rituals called pujas. In addition, there exists another kind of practitioner, the Ngakpa, Tiengagpa, or tantric magician and exorcist. Whereas the lama or priest prays and petitions the higher spiritual order, the tantrika or magician, by virtue of his magical power and his mastery of mantras, or spells and invocations, commands the spirits to obey his will and to do his bidding. The pawo or shaman, on the other hand, is characterized by ecstasy, the entering into an altered state of consciousness, in order to have direct personal contact with the spirit world. But in Tibet, the methods of these three types of practitioners of healing, the pawo or shaman, the ngakpa or magician, and lama or priest, are not necessarily exclusive. Many ngakpas, although usually married men and not monks, are called lamas because they also perform pujas or offering ceremonies, as well as shamanic exorcisms and other magical rituals. In addition, they may be accomplished scholars and teachers, having large followings among both monks and lay people alike, and are not just simple village sorcerers. They may be either Buddhist or Bonpo in terms of their religion, although nowadays the majority of Ngakpas belong to the Nyingmapa school. Moreover, the most pawo shamans in Tibet, although their shamanic techniques are of a different origin, now identify themselves as Buddhists in terms of their religious affiliation. In general, the pawo is characterized by spirit possession. After entering into an altered state of consciousness or trance induced through drumming and chanting, his or her consciousness principle, known as the namshi, or namshis, is projected out of the physical body through the aperture at the top of the skull into one of the three symbolic mirrors arranged on the shamanic altar. These three mirrors represent the gateways to 35. The other worlds of the Lha, the celestial spirits, of the Tsen, the earth and mountain spirits, and of the Lu, the subterranean water spirits, respectively. These three types of spirit correspond to the three zones: sky, earth, and underworld, into which the world was divided in the ancient Bonpo shamanic cosmology. The shaman has direct access to these three worlds and their inhabitants by means of an altered state of consciousness. At the moment when one's namshi leaves the physical body, one's guardian spirit or spirit guide, also called a pawo, enters one's now vacated inert body, and thereupon speaks through the shaman as a medium. This spirit guide responds to questions and can diagnose the cause of the illness in question, usually that being some offended spirit. Then he recommends a procedure for effecting a cure, and this usually includes the performance of a healing ritual, GTO, in order to restore a harmonious balance of energies between the afflicted individual and his natural environment. In this way, a healing or a reharmonization is realized. With the establishment of Buddhism, together with its monastic system, as the official religion of Tibet in the 11th century and thereafter, certain among these Pa-Wo shamans came to be employed by the larger monasteries, and even later by the Tibetan government, as oracles. Such an oracle is known as Lhapa or Sungma, Srungma. The most famous among these oracles is the state oracle attached to Nichung Monastery, and he is usually possessed by the spirit Pehar, who is said to have been originally a deity of Turkish origin. The state oracle continues to function in exile at Dharamsala in India, the seat of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government in exile. The Ngakpa, on the other hand, as a tantrika and an exorcist, is rarely possessed by the spirits. Rather, the Ngakpa is able, by way of certain meditations and other psychic techniques, to enter into an altered state where one's consciousness or namshi leaves the physical body in a subtle mind-made body, yidless, and enters into the dimensions of the other world, where one searches for fragments of the soul of the afflicted person, which has been stolen by deceitful spirits or imprisoned there by a black magician. A patient suffering from soul sickness or loss of soul is characterized by inertia, weakness, depression, and loss of interest in one's surroundings and everyday affairs. If the law, blat, or the soul, this being a subtle energy field that serves as the vehicle for the individual's emotional life, is not recovered and restored to wholeness in the patient within a sufficient period of months, there exists the possibility of physical death. The Ngakpa may also perform a ritual procedure for this purpose known as Laguk, Blat, Gug, recalling the soul. The Ngakpa, by virtue of his power to enter the other world and return with treasures of knowledge and power, is able to diagnose the causes of diseases and prescribe a variety of methods for effecting cures. These same practitioners among both the Buddhists and the Bonpos have also been responsible for the rediscovery of termas or hidden treasure texts, which have contributed so much to the spiritual heritage of Tibet. Because the Tibetan people were thought not yet ready to receive these teachings, or else there was an actual danger of persecution, these terma texts were concealed in ancient times at various remote places in Tibet by certain illuminated masters of the past, principally Padme Sambhava. Then they were rediscovered many centuries later by Turtans, Khturstan, who were the 36 reincarnations of the original disciples of those ancient masters. Some of these termas were found as actual physical objects and texts, Ekter, others came through visions, Dex Nang, and auditions, Snean Ryad, and yet others were channeled directly through divine inspiration and automatic writing, and therefore constitute mind treasures, Dgungskter. Not the least among these terma texts is the famous Bardo Thadal, Bardu Das Gral, now widely known in the West as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Lama, whether Buddhist or Bonpo, is also profoundly engaged in healing practice. Many lamas have been specifically trained in the practice of Tibetan medicine at a monastic college. Moreover, the most common ritual performed by Tibetan lamas at the popular level is the Tsewang, Chi Bang, or long life empowerment, a kind of psychic healing that invokes and channels healing energy into the participants in the ceremony, whether they are ill or not. In many ways, the Lama and the Ngagpa have usurped in Tibetan society the archaic function of the shaman, and after the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet, many cultural figures such as Guru Padme Sambhava and the famous Yogi Milarepa have been assimilated to the archetype of the first shaman. Thus, it came about that the archaic shamanic techniques of the Paleolithic have now been absorbed into the high spiritual and intellectual culture of both Buddhism and Bon in Tibet. This may be seen, for example, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, where the Lama or the Ngagpa functions as a psychopomp or guide for the perilous journey of the individual soul through the Bardo experience leading to a new rebirth. Or again, with the practice of the code rite, using visualization, as well as chanting and dancing to the accompaniment of the shaman's drum, the practitioner gains mastery over the spirits through offering to them the flesh of one's own body. In many ways, this code ritual recapitulates the initiatory experience of shamanic initiation, with its motifs of dismemberment and resurrection. The practice of the code is said to be particularly effective in preventing the spread of plagues and infectious diseases. Both of these traditional Tibetan practices, the Bardo rituals and the code rite, represent a journey from fragmentation to psychic wholeness. Thus, in Tibetan culture, we find a harmonious integration of the archaic techniques of altered states of consciousness deriving from a primordial North Asian shamanism with the highly sophisticated psychic sciences of Buddhism and Bon. Now that we are on the threshold of the 21st century, our urban industrial technology and rampant unrestrained commercialism threaten to devastate our natural environment worldwide, imperiling the very survival of the human race on this planet. It is this author's belief that the ancient wisdom and profound psychic sciences of Tibet, which emphasize living in a harmonious relationship with the natural environment, as well as with other human beings, will have a profound contribution to make to evolving a new type of global civilization that is both humane and wise. Copyright 1989 by John Merton Reynolds. Vidyadhara Institute, Berkeley, California. 37. Shamanism in the Native Bon Tradition of Tibet. By Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche. Shamanism, an ancient tradition found in cultures throughout the world, values a balanced relationship between humanity and nature. Because of the recent alarming increase in pollution and exploitation of the environment, along with the consequential negative ramifications, such as the emergence of new illnesses, it has become even more important for humankind to recover the principle of harmony central to shamanism, in order to repair the damage done to the earth, as well as to save people and nature from negativity and illness. There is an ancient Tibetan myth on the origin of negativity that recounts the causes of illness. From the vast voidness wherein nothing exists, there arose light, Nangwe Odin. Appearance with light, and also darkness. Male darkness, Munpazerdan, rays of darkness, lay with female darkness, Munji Gyatso, ocean of darkness, and by their union Whe gave birth to a poisonous egg. This egg was hatched by the force of its own energy and steam issued into the sky, giving rise to the negative energy of space. Thunder, hail, and planetary disturbances came into existence. The albumin spilled onto the earth and polluted it, giving rise to Naga-derived illnesses such as physical handicaps, leprosy and skin diseases. The shell gave rise to harmful weapons and infectious diseases, and the disturbances and illnesses of humans and animals came forth from the membrane. From the yolk essence there came forth Chadag Nagpo, black life-stealing fiend, with bulging wrathful eyes, gnashing teeth, and matted hair with blood rising into the sky like a cloud, holding the black cross of evil power in his right hand and the disease-dispensing lasso in his left. It was the negative powers of this egg that produced birth, old age, sickness and death. The four sufferings which are as vast as the ocean. Black life-stealing fiend is the demon of ignorance, and he has a retinue of 4 demons. The white demon of jealousy, like a tiger-headed man, forces one to undergo the suffering of birth. The yellow demon of attachment, with the chosen crocodile head, forces one to undergo the suffering of illness, and the black demon of hatred, who wears a couple skull cap, forces one to undergo the suffering of death. These 5 demons together manifest the poisons of the 5 passions: ignorance, jealousy, pride, attachment, and hatred, that give rise to the 80,000 negativities which they introduced into the 6 realms of existence of beings: gods, demigods, humans, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell denizens. These almost completely destroyed the essence of beings and of the earth. In that moment the great Bon sage Sangwe Dupa, secret essence, manifested as the wrathful Udam deity Tsakog, foremost excellence, and vanquished the 5 demons. Through the vow the demons were forced by Sangwe Dupa to take on that occasion. His teaching still has the power to communicate with these negative forces. This is the vow. 38. Tibetan shamans recall in rites when they communicate with disturbing spirits, particularly the 5 great demons, to convince them not to create problems and confusion. Because of your promise to Sangwe Dupa, you must not disturb my sponsor or my people, for which I pay you with this offering. In fact, in the Tibetan tradition, although the shaman may not see the particular spirit, ordinarily invisible, that is causing a specific problem, it is through the power of the shamanic rite that the shaman contacts the spirit, reminding it of its vow not to disturb humanity. This rite must be performed in the proper way by reciting the myth that recounts the origin of the rite and making appropriate offerings. This myth comes from the ancient Bon religion of Tibet. According to the teachings of Dzogchen, the highest spiritual path in that tradition, illnesses and disturbances are deemed to be the result of the imbalance caused by the dualistic vision that arises when a person does not remain in the natural state of mind. Though conceptualizing, negative and stressful emotions arise that afflict man with nervous disorders and physical diseases. However, just like the Native American shamans. The shamans of Tibet hold a different view. They believe the source of the illness to be the energy imbalance that humans create between themselves and all existence, where they provoke the spirits of nature to heal people, the earth and space. It is necessary to contact these spirits in order to restore balance and re-establish harmonious relationship with them. These spirits that humans disturb by their various activities are the spirits of the 5 elements: space, air, fire, water, and earth, of the 4 seasons, and the natural spirits of the earth: trees, rocks, mountains, rivers, plants, the sky, sun and moon, stars and clouds, etc. People disturb the sattvic, earth spirits, the night, tree spirits, and the tsin, rock spirits, by digging the ground, cutting down trees and excavating mountains. They provoke the thirang, space spirits, by polluting the air, and they disturb the lu, water spirits, by polluting rivers and lakes. This pollution affects people's inner being as well as the environment. By polluting space, they pollute their minds. By polluting fire, they pollute their body heat. By polluting external water, people internally pollute their blood. By polluting the earth, they pollute their bodies. Shamans do heal adventitious, mental, and physical disturbances, though only at a gross level. According to the Bon teachings, ailments are caused either by physical disease, or by a disturbance of vital energy by a dawn spirit. The sick person is diagnosed by a doctor to ascertain if the illness has a physical etiology through urine and pulse tests. However, if it is found to be due to a provocation of energy by a spirit, then it will be necessary to call a shaman healer. Through divination or astrology, or sometimes through meditation, the shaman will discover the nature of the disturbing spirit and the way to remove it, such as by payment of a ransom. 39. The founder of the native Tibetan Bon religious tradition was Tonpa Shenrab Miwok, and a follower of his teachings is called a Bonpo, an ancient term for a master. Practitioner of Shenrab's teachings is Shen. Bonpas classify the spiritual teachings and practices Shenrab expounded in 9 ways or vehicles. These are divided into 4 causal and 5 resultant ways. Tibetan shamanism is found in the first 4 causal ways. Shamans in Tibet take a very earthy and dualistic approach to life, healing the disturbances and illnesses in this life without being concerned about the next life. Although their motivation is the altruistic ambition to relieve others' suffering, it lacks the generation of universal compassion that is found in the resultant ways. It is the absence of the cultivation of compassion for all sentient beings, and the aspiration to realize Buddhahood as the inspiration for practice, that is the major difference between the causal and resultant ways. These first 4 causal ways of the native Tibetan shaman's paths are called Shashan, the way of the Shen of prediction; Nangshen, the way of the Shen of the visible world; Trilshan, the way of the Shen of magical illusion; and Sitchin, the way of the Shen of existence. Shashan, the first way, comprises medical diagnosis and healing, as well as various ancient divination and astrological rites performed by the shaman to determine whether the person who needs to be healed has an energetic imbalance, or is being provoked by a demonic spirit, or negative energy, as mentioned above. Nowadays these rites are still widely practiced in Tibetan communities. The second way, Nangshen, comprises various rituals for purification to summon energy and enhance prosperity, to suppress and liberate negative forces, and to invoke and make offerings to powerful deities and pay ransoms to demonic spirits. These practices are very widespread in Tibet. Families perform small ones, while large-scale ones are usually performed collectively in towns, villages, and monasteries. In ransom rites, an effigy is prepared which represents the beneficiary of the rite, or the shamanic practitioner who is performing it. I remember when my mother had been ill for a long time, we tried to heal her by means of different medical treatments, but nothing helped. We then performed several minor rites, but these did not work either. So finally we invited some shaman monks, who performed a big ransom rite, in which they prepared a large effigy of her. In fact, people often make life-size effigies, and we dressed it in her clothes, so that it was very lifelike and resembled her closely. Then we performed the ritual, offering the effigy in her place to repay her karmic debt to spirits. She was given a new name, Yehilamo, in place of her old name, Dralma, as a kind of new birth into the world, and she recovered from her illness. Shamans of the third way, Trilshan, go where there is strong, wild energy, where they perform practices to conquer the spirits and demons that inhabit those places, subjugating them into their service. One achieves this through practicing mantra, words of magic power, mudra, meaningful hand gestures to communicate with gods and spirits, and samadhi, meditation, while performing sadhanas, devotional practices, to engage various wrathful goddesses such as Walmo and Chinmo. The aim of these 40 wrathful practices, which are directed against enemies of the teaching, are to protect the practitioners and the teaching against danger and threats. It is very important to perform these actions with an attitude of love and compassion towards other beings, and should not be performed solely for the shaman's benefit. Working with the soul of the living and the dead is the most important feature of the fourth way, Sitchin, which contains a detailed explanation of the principle of the law, soul, yid, mind, and sem, thinking mind. The law is the karmic trace, which is stored in the Kunzi Nam Shi, or base consciousness. The sem follows the karmic trace and produces blissful, painful, and neutral experiences which are experienced by the yid. When a living person's soul is lost, shattered, or disordered, there are practices to recall and reinforce its energy, such as soul retrieval. In relation to the dead, there are explanations of 81 different types of death, such as accidental death, suicide, murder, and sinister death. Following these kinds of death, it is very important to perform appropriate rites, especially if the death occurs in a place which is energetically disturbed. For instance, a place where untoward events such as accidents regularly occur. A particular specific method found in this way is that of the 4 doors, to vanquish negative spirits, using 360 different methods. There are also funeral rites to guide the soul immediately after death, communicating with the ghost of the deceased and feeding it until its next rebirth. One of the most important practices performed by Tibetan shamans of the Sitchin path is soul retrieval, lalu, literally redeeming, or buying back the soul, and chalu, redeeming the life energy. These practices are widespread in the Bon tradition and also in all Tibetan Buddhist schools. One could discuss the soul and life energy philosophically at great length, but in brief, life energy is the force that keeps mind and body together, and the soul is the vital energy of the person. External negativities can cause these two forces to decline, be disturbed, or even lost. Through the lalu and chalu rites, these forces can be recalled, repaired, and balanced. To recall the life force in the chalu ritual, the shaman sends out energy as light rays, like a hook, to catch the blessings of the Buddhas, the power of all the protectors, protectresses, and guardians, the magic power of all the spirits and 8 classes of beings, and the vital energy of the life force of the beings of the 6 realms. He summons this powerful energy from all the corners of the universe and condenses it into syllables, which he introduces into the disturbed person's heart through his crown chakra, reinforcing his life force. Shamans perform several different soul retrieval rites. In one rite, a deer that will recall the soul is placed on a plate floating in a vase of milk. The shaman then stirs the milk with a dadar, auspicious long life arrow, in order to determine whether the soul has returned. In fact, if the deer is facing the house altar when the plate stops turning, the rite has been successful. If it faces the door, it has not, and the rite has to be repeated. 41. In another rite, the beneficiary has to cast white dice on a white cloth, betting against a person of the opposite sign, according to Tibetan astrology, who casts a black dice on a black cloth. When the beneficiary wins, this means the rite has been successful. One of the principal ways of reinforcing the life force is recitation of the mantra of the life deity. The texts say that through this power, the shaman recalls the life force wherever it has strayed. If it is finished, he prolongs it. If it has declined, he reinforces it. If it is torn, he sews it. If it has been severed, he fastens it. Lalu's soul retrieval is performed in a similar way. The shaman summons the spirit which has stolen or disturbed the person's soul, and offers it a torma, offering cake, representing the union of the 5 sense pleasures, completely satisfying it with the visualized object, so it will immediately give back the soul it has taken. There also seems to be a strong connection between the practice of soul retrieval and the popular Lungta practice, which is performed to reinforce fortune and capacity, by raising the wind horse. This is a very powerful rite, performed by large groups of Tibetans, on top of mountains on the 1st or 3rd day of the new year. The participants arouse and invoke the mountain spirits by making smoke offerings, putting up prayer flags and throwing 5 colored cards bearing mantras into space in order to reinforce prana, vital air, which is the support of the law. In this way the law is also healed and reinforced, and consequently the participants' capacity, fortune, and prosperity increase, and whatever venture they undertake becomes successful. These healing rites, in which Bon masters and shamans communicate, either fully conscious or through out of the body experience, with spirits and demons, are widely practiced in all Tibetan Buddhist schools. It is interesting to note that one of the ways the Buddhist schools attempted to suppress Bon was by accusing Bon practitioners of being intellectually uncivilized, of being mere primitive shamans. However, in the deepest sense, shamanic belief is the Tibetans' very lifeblood. Tibetans of any religious school who get ill will enact rituals, such as putting up prayer flags, to invoke their guardian spirits and perform ransom rites to remove disturbing spirits, without a moment's hesitation. Shamanism contains much wisdom that is used to harmonize imbalances, by working on re-establishing good relationships with spirits. The work of Native American shamans in contacting guardian animals for guidance, strength, and knowledge is of great value for healing and for restoring a harmonious relationship with animals, the elements, the sky, and the whole environment. A practitioner of the Bon ways, however, might warn contemporary Western shamans about the dangers inherent in certain of the practices they perform. The drum journey is one such example, used for finding the guardian animal, which they then trust completely, and collaborate with in healing. It is by no means certain that the guardian animal that the shaman meets during the drum journey will be beneficial. In that kind of journey, or out-of-body experience, one can meet hundreds of different beings, just as a non-human being, coming into the human world, will meet hundreds of humans. 42. The shamanic experience is very important, so it is crucial to have the right guardian, which must be found through real awareness and realization. In Tibet, most locations, towns and mountains have their own guardian protectors, just as the various religious schools share protective guardian deities. Yet it was yogis, lamas, and realized masters who recognized, subjugated and initiated these powerful beings as dharmapalas, or guardians, of the teachings. Until meeting these masters, many of these beings were wild and untrustworthy spirits or the ghosts of evil or confused people, just as the guardian animals the shaman meets may be evil. In conclusion, it seems to me that many shamans now active in the West focus on working with the emotions and problems of this life, relating with spirits through shamanic drum journeys to heal themselves and others. This practice is very beneficial in curing mental and physical disturbances, and certainly the work shamans do is also very important to restore ecological balance, but it should not remain at that level. Rather, their work could be enhanced by deepening their knowledge, to obtain comprehension of the nature of mind, and generating the aspiration to engage in contemplative practice to realize Buddhahood. In similar fashion, if the causal means of shamanism were practiced widely in the world, It would be of great benefit for the environment and the world community. It would be of even greater benefit if all 9 vehicles were practiced. Lama Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche is the founding director of the Leet Mincha Institute, a center devoted to the education of students in the thought and practice of Bon religious teachings and transmissions. He is also a lineage leader of a living Bonpo tradition, having received the precious Bon transmissions directly from his teachers, Lapan Sangye Tenzin and Lapan Tenzin Namdek. In particular, he received the entire oral teachings of Zhang-Zhung Gesnian Argyat. He is the author of Wonders of the Natural Mind, the essence of Dzogchen in the native Bon tradition of Tibet, a newly published book concerned primarily with communicating the Bonpo view of Dzogchen as a spiritual path. Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche also teaches at Rice University and travels widely in the US and Europe giving workshops. This article first appeared in Tantram magazine issue 8. We thank Tantra for their kind permission to reprint it. Tantram magazine, PO Box 108 Torreon, New Mexico, USA 87061 0108. Tel 0101 505 384 2292. Taken from Sacred Hoop Magazine issue number 7. Copyright Sacred Hoop Magazine 1994. 43. The condensed meaning of an explanation of the teachings of Zhangzhung Bon by Lapan Tenzin Namdek. Translated by John Reynolds, South Devon, May 1991. Published by Bonpo Foundation, Kathmandu, Nepal. The copyright is held by the publisher. Introduction. Here, with reference to the Zhangzhung Jiban, we must first consider ist essence and then ist divisions. As for the essence of the teachings, having relied upon proper conduct and practice, there will arise qualities of a virtuous aspects, and these will become the means for exhausting the obscurations which afflict the individual. Second, with respect to the divisions of the teachings, there is first the subject matter, or what is to be expressed, that is, the Zhangzhung Bon which encompassed by the meaning. And second, ist expression, that is, the Zhangzhung Bon which is encompassed by the words. With respect to the FRST, the subject matter of Bon, this may be divided into 3 as follows. I. The path of renunciation, Spang Lam. 2. The path of transformation, Sjayura Lam, and 3. The path of liberation, Gral Lam. And with regard to what is expressed in words, there are 2 divisions, the word itself, that is, the authoritative word of the Buddha, and that which relies upon the word. First, in terms of the word, BKA, there are 4 divisions. 1. Sutra, MDOSDE. 2. Prajnaparamita, BUM SDE. 3. Tantra, Rikyut SDE, and 4. Kosha, Mzad SDE, i.e., Dzogchen. The path of renunciation. When we subdivide the path of renunciation, we find here 3 ways or vehicles to enlightenment, Thegpa. 1. Thegpa Chungengu, the lesser way or Hinayana. 2. Thegpa Bringpo, the intermediate way, and 3. Thegpa Chenpo, the greater way of Mahayana. 44. In terms of the lesser way, we have there the base, the path and the fruit to be considered. The base derives from an understanding of the lack of emptiness of an independent self in persons. The path consists on one practicing according to RGE, threefold training of morality, meditation, and wisdom. The fruit is the attaining of the status of an arhat. Within the intermediate way, we also speak of the base, the path, and the fruit. As above, the base consists in the realization of the emptiness of an independent self in persons, and having systematically established oneself in this absence of a self in the phenomena of a subject, the path consists of the threefold training of morality, meditation and wisdom, and practicing by means of the method of reversing the system of the 12 links of interdependent origination. The fruit is also the attaining the status of an arhat. Within the greater way of the Mahayana there are also two divisions. A. Thugs Rje Sems Dpai Thegpa, the way of the compassionate bodhisattvas, and B. Zhangzhung Sems Dpai Spros Medpa Thegpa, the way of the bodhisattvas, which is without conceptual elaborations. First, with regard to the system of the compassionate bodhisattvas, the Siddhamatra system, there are three considerations: the base, the path, and the fruit. The base consists in understanding the emptiness of any independent existence or substance in external phenomena. Having established oneself in thi emptiness by means of realizing ist meaning, the path consists of practicing the 10 paramitas of generosity, morality, patience, diligence, meditation, strength, compassion, commitment, misn, and wisdom. The fruit is attaining of thr perfect Buddhahood of the Trikava, within the system of the great vehicle of the bodhisattvas, which is without conceptual elaborations, the Madhyamaka system. There are also three considerations: the base, the path, and the fruit. The base is systematically establishing oneself in the understanding that all phenomena lack any inherent nature. The path consists in practicing the unsurpassed then paramitas and the 4 collections: generosity, friendly, spirit, practicing according to the meaning, and teaching in harmony with the meaning, according to the intellectual capacity of students. The fruit is the realization of the perfect Buddhahood of the Trikaya, the path of transformation. Second, within the way of the path of transformation, there are 4 divisions. 1 by Ba Ksang Spyadya Bon Gyi Thegpa, the way of primordial Bon of pure conduct and ritual activity. 45. 2 Renampa Kunlden and Gonshis Kyi Thegpa, the way of the clear knowledge, which knows all aspects. 3 Dien Goes Pskide Thugs Rje Rol Pa Thegpa, the way of the manifestation of compassion as actual visualization, and 4 Shin 2 Donalden Kunrds Oaks Kyi Thegpa, the way wherein everything is perfect and very meaningful. With regard to the first, the Kriya Tantra, which emphasizes pure conduct, there are the base, the path, and the fruit to be considered. The base is systematically establishing oneself in the natural state whereon air remains in one's own original condition without modification. As for the path, by way of looking upon the Nwolch being, Yeshispa, among the 3 beings as manifesting in the manner of a Lord. 1. Practices the 10 paramitas, and so on. The fruit is the realization of the Buddhahood of the Trikaya. Second, with regard to the Charya Tantra, possessing all aspects, there are also these 3, the base, the path and the fruit. First, as for the base, one systematically establishes oneself in the natural state which remains in its own original condition, without modification. The path consists of looking upon the knowledge being in the manner of a brother or a friend, and then practicing by way of the 10 paramitas, and so on. The fruit is the realization of the Buddhahood of the Trikaya. Third, with respect to the higher Tantra, where there is an actual visualization process, Skydrim, there are the 3 considerations of the base, the path, and the fruit. The base is the systematically establishing oneself in the absolute truth, which is the higher view wherein one remains in the natural state in one's original condition without modification. The path principally emphasizes the practice of the visualization process, Skirim, and by way of the 2 stages, Skydrim and Ritsogrim, one arrives at the fruit, which is the realization of the Buddhahood of the Trikaya. Fourth, within the way of the higher Tantra, where everything is perfect and very meaningful, we also have the 3 considerations of the base, the path, and the fruit. First, as for the base, one systematically establishes oneself in the view of one's own original condition without modification, i.e., the natural state, wherein space and awareness are inseparable. The path principally emphasizes the practice of the perfection pro se, Ritsogrim, and by way of the 2 stages one arrives at the fruit, which is the realization of the Buddhahood of the Trikaya, the path of liberation. Third, within Dzogchen, which is the path of liberation, there are 3 divisions of the teachings. 1. The Semd or Mind series, Sems Sde. 2. The Longed or Space series, Klong Sde, and 46. 3. The Mengd or Secret Instruction series, Manengag Sde. Furthermore, with respect to the condition of the natural state just as it is, there are 3 special dharmas or qualities, ist essence, which is emptiness, ist nature, which is clarity, and ist aspect, which is compassionate energy, thugs rje, which represents the non-duality of the first 2. Since there exists these 3 qualities, by way of practicing intensively and systematically establishing oneself in the natural state, there originate these 3 methods of Semd, Longed, and Manengagd. According to the Manengagd, the base is the unification of clarity and emptiness. The path consists of the practice of Thikshot and of Thodgal, and the fruit is the attaining of the Buddhahood of the Trilkaya, the cycle of teaching. Furthermore, having considered the meaning above, we shall now look at the means for expounding this meaning, and this consisted of the promulgation of 3 successive cycles of precepts by the victorious one and perfect Buddha Shenrab Mai Wo Kunal Nampark Yahweh. 1. At first he expounded the 9 successive ways, Theg Parimdgu. 2. In the middle he taught the 4 doors and the treasury, which is the 5th, Skobsi Mzodlenga, and 3. Finally at the end he revealed the outer, the inner, and the secret teachings, Phi Nang Sangchsam. In accordance with the meaning of the subject matter, he at first expounded the relative truth. In the middle he expounded the two truths equally, and finally he expounded the absolute truth. Correspondingly, these were expressed in words. At first he taught the 9 successive ways, in the middle he taught the 4 doors and the treasury as the 5th, and at the end he taught the outer, inner, and secret teachings, the 5 science. From among these 3 above, at the very beginning he also taught the sciences and the doctrines of Bon. It was said that the first precepts he taught are subsumed under the 5 sciences, Rik Nas Lenga, and that the second among these first precepts are subsumed under the 9 successive ways, Theg Parimdgu. As for the first of these, in brief, they are as follows: 1 outer science, Phi I Rig Pa; 2 inner science, Nang Rig Pa; 3 arts and crafts, Pso Rig Pa; 4 medical science, Chso Rig Pa; and 5 linguistic science, Skra Rig AP. 47. The 9 ways, the first cycle. As for the 9 successive ways, after spreading of the teachings of the Gyal way, Shenrab Mai Wo in the country of Tibet, there occurred the 2 earlier persecutions of Bon. Certain individuals who had previously attained both learning and realization made definitive divisions within the entire body of Bon teachings, including the categorizing of the rites, and thereafter they concealed these teachings as hidden treasures. Subsequently, the system of termas as which was extracted from Brigmchamsmthe Tikar in the south of Tibet and from Spajiro on Bhutan became one as the southern treasures, Lhokter. Those termins which were extracted from Zhangzhung Lhadag and from Dwangare Kyungradzong in the north of Tibet became one as the northern treasures, Byangkter. Finally, those teachings extracted as terma texts from Bisamayas and from Mirpa I Brag in central Tibet became known as the central treasures. As for the names of the 9 ways according to the system of the southern treasures, they are as follows: 1 Phawaj Sheneg Pa, the way of the Shen of prediction; 2 Snang Sheneg Pa, the way of the Shen of visible manifestation; 3 Frilj Sheneg Pa, the way of the Shen of magical power; 4 Srij Sheneg Pa, the way of the Shen of existence; 5 Dgib Snya Neg Pa, the way of the virtuous lay practitioner; 6 Drang Srong Neg Pa, the way of the sages; 7 Adkar Neg Pa, the way of the white A; 8 Yetshen Neg Pa, the way of the primordial Shen; and 9 Blamed Neg Pa, the unsurpassed way, i.e., Dzogchen. Second, as for the names of the 9 ways according to Thr northern treasures, such as the system of Zhangzhung Ma, 1 Tho, 2 Spy I Tho, and 3 Yang Tho are 3, 4 Snanglden, 5 Ranglden, and 6 Jatelden are 3, and 5 Lharsa, 8 Snangrasa, and 9 Yang.Rasa are 3. Third, as for the enumeration of the names of the 9 ways according to the system of the central treasures, 1 Lhami Xanbstan Gyi Theg Pa, the way of gods and men where one rays upon another; 2 Rang Ratoxchen Rabs Kyi Theg Pa, the way of those who understand by themselves and of those who are the followers of Shen Rab; 3 Thugs Rje Sems Dpa Theg Pa, the way of the compassionate bodhisattvas; and 4 Zhangzhung Sems Pas Pros Med Pa I Theg Pa, the way of the Bodhisattvas, which is without any conceptual elaborations. 48. These 4 are known as the causal ways, Rju I Theg Pa. 5 Bia Ba Ksang Spyad Ye Bon Bai I Theg Pa, the way of the primordial bon of pure conduct and ritual action. 6 Renam Pa Kunlden En Gon Shis Kyi Theg Pa, the way of the clear knowledge, which knows all aspects. 7 Dien Goes Pskide Thugs Rje Rol Pa I Theg Pa, the way of the manifestation of compassion as actual visualization. 8 Shin to Donalden Kunrdzo Kyi Thog Pa, the way wherein everything is perfect and very meaningful, and 9 Ye Nas Rdzo Chen Yang Resablamed Kyi Theg Pa, the unsurpassed way of the highest peak, which is the primordial great perfection. These 4 above are known as the fruitional ways, Brasbuletin I Theg Pa, of the secret mantras, and they are together with the 9th, the 4 doors and the treasury, the 2nd cycle. As for the intermediate cycle of precepts, they were expounded as the 4 doors and the treasury as the 5th. 1 Chaptkar Drag Po Tien Gags Kyi Bon, the bon of the fierce mantras. 2 Chapnag Srid Parukyad Kyi Bon, the bon of wordly legends. 3 Fan Yelrjus Pa Bum Gyi Bon, the bon of the extensive Prajnaparamita. 4 M Tho Thog Spy Irju Mtsad Kyi Bon, the bon of the treasury which is highest. And 5 Dbon Gas Manen Gag Lung Gi Bon, the bon of the agamas and upadeshas of the mantras. The final cycle. As for the final cycle of precepts, they were expounded as 3, the outer, the inner, and the secret. 1 The outer is the path of renunciation, that is, the pramana or philosophy series. 2 The inner is the path of transformation, that is, the secret mantras series, and 3 The secret is the path of liberation, that is to say, the bon of the great perfection or dzogchen. The 4 causal ways. 49. These 4 causal ways belong to the system of the southern treasures, and they contain the folk customs of Tibet and an extraordinary educational system. These methods may be described as follows. 1 Within Te Fawajshan Theg Pa, divination, Mo, astrology, Rasus, ritual, GTO, and medical diagnosis, Smnd Biad, are expounded. Having relied upon divination, we can recognize the primary and secondary causes of benefit or harm with respect to fortune, long life and abundance. Performing the rituals may counteract various kinds of negative influences which cause harm. By means of diagnosis we can understand the primary and secondary causes of illness, and in terms of benefit these man be healed by medicines. 2 In the Snangchen the Pa, there is the invoking of the gods who grant protection, and the expelling of demons who cause harm by way of rites such as summoning prosperity and good fortune for people, and also by rites for protecting the life force and for long life. 3 In the Frilgshan Theg Pa, there is the magical activity of suppressing, burning and expelling demons, evil spirits, and wrong guides who cause harm to living beings and to the teachings. 4 In the Sridshan Theg Pa, 1 guided the deceased to a happy realm of rebirth, and 1 prevents evil spiritus from disturbing the deceased. 1 also engages in ritual Methods to ensure good fortune and health for the living. These methods have become known throughout the country of Tibet and represent the folk customs of the Tibetan people. The Mother Tantras of the Bon tradition. By Marco Alejandro Chayol. The Mother Tantras represent an important esoteric tradition of Bon belonging to the system of Aidkar Ba, the way of the White A, the seventh in the stages of 9 ways of Bon, Theg Par Rimdgu, 110, among the Bon Tantras, the Mother and the Father Tantras, Fark Yud, comprise the highest classes, 111. Their method of practice is transformation, Pschayur Ba, and whereas in the Father Tantras the generation stage, Pskide Rim, is emphasized, including intricate visualizations of deities and their mandala. In the Mother Tantras the completion stage, Ritsoksrim, is stressed. The Mother Tantra is attributed within the root texts themselves to Kunta Zangpo. Kuntu Zangpo Samantabhadra, totally good one, the primordial Buddha. 50. Himself, 112, a characteristic that is shared with other Bon and Nyingma High Tantra and Dzogchen texts, and has the quite unique characteristic that the male aspect represents the emptiness quality and the female aspect the clarity of the natural state, which is usually inverted in other tantric texts. Furthermore, Tihi Mother Tantra is also unique among the higher tantras as a whole because, whereas it does employ the transformational process of the Kairam generation stage and the Dzogchen completion stage, its overall view is that of Dzogchen. 113. Dzogchen is the highest teaching in this tradition, and its method of practice is of self-liberation, Rang Gral, into the non-dual single essence, Thig El Eniactig. According to the Bon tradition, the root texts of the secret Mother Tantra are said to be originated in the dimension of Bon, Ban Sku, shared by the male and female primordial Buddhas in the eternal divine language, Zhang-Zhung Lhai Skad, then transmitted in Sanskrit to a retinue of skygoers amongst whom the principal was Zangza Ringtsen, Zangzia Ringtsen, good wife long excellence, an emanation of the great Cham Ma, Byams Ma, loving mother. The teachings of the Mother Tantra were revealed by her to 3 teachers who propagated the Mother Tantra in 3 different among the Nagas in the netherworld, and Malasam Lek, Milaspsant Legs, among humanity on earth, 114. According to the secret Mother Tantra texts, Malasamlek then composed 3 commentaries in order to elucidate their meaning, and transmitted the teachings to his disciple Mushin Namkan Nangwe Dogchen, Demujchen Namgas Nang Baim Dogkan. The latter, after practicing on the slopes of Mt Kailash, bestowed the initiation and instructions to the Bon Pandit Anu Tragtuk, a new Fragthag, F, who in turn handed this teachings down to Sainagao, Sat Nagau, of Zhang-Zhung. Sainagao translated the teachings from Zhang-Zhung to Tibetan. It was during his time that the first persecution of Bon teachings and practitioners took place, under the reign of the Tibetan Buddhist King Dragum Tsenpo, Grigum Tsenpo, ca. 683 BCE, and therefore, the custodianship of these texts of the Marg Yud was delivered by Sat Negau into the Hands of the 6 Dakhinis of the path, the Jarama, Brahma, or Watchers, 115 who served as the treasure protectors. 116. Under King Trisomditsan, Krisrong Ide. San, 790 to 848 CE, the Bonpas suffered a second persecution, and it was not until the 12th century that the secret revelation of the Mother Tantras were rediscovered by Guru Nansi, Gu Ru Nan Rise, in the rock of Dungpor Krashis, near the village of Tanuk, Rta Nag, in the central province of Tsung. Agents this collection of terma became known by the name of the Dungpor Ma. 117. Guru Nansi then gave this collection of teachings to Jizhan. But the secret Mother Tantra cycle was not the only Mother Tantra cycle. Within the Bon tradition, there are 3 cycles of Mother Tantras: outer, inner, and secret. For each, there is a root text or texts with a body of exegetical and liturgical works subordinate to the root text. 118. Mullah Samlek wrote separate commentaries for each of the 3 cycles, but this study will focus on the secret cycle, Chsang score. The outer cycle, Phi score, and inner cycle, Nang score, named Arnam Dag Padma Klong Gi. Tgayal Kir and Kunj Sulbayams Ma Chen Moi Rikyud respectively, were discovered at 51 different times by different people. For example, the inner Mother Tantra texts were excavated earlier. Namkhe Norbya places it in 956 C.E. by the Turtan Trot Sang Drugalha, Croch Hang Brugalha. 119. It is interesting to note that 3 generations after their rediscovery, the Laving Mother Inner Mother Tantra texts were given to Jizhan and were then passed along the same lineage with the secret Mother Tantra literature. 120. Also Guru Nansi, who was the rediscoverer of the secret Mother Tantra, may be identified as an incarnation of one of the members of the earlier lineage. 121. The lineage, as Martin says, is more than the mere passing down the oral tradition, but is also the transference of the charisma, Bayan-prolapse, or blessings of the institutor of the lineage. 122. This acknowledges not only an intimate connection among the lineage holders, but also opens a window into an understanding beyond the purely historical point. 123. Guru Nansi was known in the Buddhist histories as Aya Bonpo Lhabun, Aya Bonpo Lhabum, for he discovered many Nyingma termas as well as Bonpo ones. 124. The secret Mother Tantra text, like many of such discoveries, was discovered by accident. 125. Guru Nansi, who was a hunter and a potter. 126. Had hunted an antelope in the mountain, and was chopping its bones on a rock when suddenly the rock broke apart. To his amazement, inside the rock he found a white silk cloth written on both sides and wrapped on a stick. The story goes that Shanu, who was from Kham, East Tibet, had a dream where the sky-goers prophesied that he was to receive an important text. Some time later, he was in fact handed the secret Mother Tantra silk cloth directly from Guru Nansi. He told Shanu that he had already transcribed many texts, and since You have transferred from a divine status, your thoughts are pure and you are very quiet and relaxed. So copy the texts without anyone seeing them. 127. Then Zhanu went to Kem and copied the texts, but some time later Guru Nansi appeared unexpectedly and asked for the silk cloth, alleging that the skygoers wanted the cloth to be returned. Asking Zhanu, "Did you see the 5 loose open-mouthed tigresses pass by at Dung?" 4. 128 Guru Nansi took the roll back. Now, according to Martin, Zhanu had copied all the secret Mother Tantra, the 3 root texts of base, path, and fruit, and the 3 commentaries of them by Mullah Samlek. The short and medium commentaries were on one side of the roll and the detailed commentary on the other side, but then could not find the most detailed commentary. But according to Lapon and Reynolds, who was probably also informed by Lapon, Guru Nansi appeared before Zhanu could finish copying the whole roll, so that Zhanu never got to the side of the longer commentary nor had time to copy down the short commentary. Thus, Lapon states that Zhanu was only able to copy the medium length commentary. 129. All versions coincide in that the silk roll which Guru Nansi gave to Zhanu contained the 3 root tantras together with the 3 sets of commentaries, the meaning commentary, solar essence, Dongral Nyi Ma I Sneing Po, which is the abridged commentary, 130 the meditation commentary, Mandala of the Sun, Skamgral Nyi Ma I Tgayal Kier, which is the intermediate length commentary, and the explanation commentary, solar rays, Pshad Gral Nyi Ma I Odzer, which is the extended 52 commentary, containing word-by-word explanation of the 3 root texts of the secret Mother Tantra. Martin agrees with Karmati in thinking that even when it is stated that Mullah Samlek composed all 3 commentaries, it is not very dear which one we are dealing with. The commentary in hand, the secret Mother Tantra, root commentary of the 3 Buddhahood Tantras, Margyat Sangsrjyazrgyaj Samrasigral, states at the beginning, p. 207, that it is the meditation commentary, the solar essence, but on p. 208 it indicates that it is the meditation commentary, the mandala of the Sunday. 131. As Martin points out, there is some confusion in the titling of the texts, since solar essence is supposed to be the abridged or meaning commentary, and not the meditation commentary. 132 Lapon Tenzin Dak, and John Reynolds following him, do not view this as a problem. The discrepancy might arise from what it is believed Zhanu was able to copy down before hearing that the 5 Dakhanis riding on tigers had just appeared, uttering dire prophecies. 133. According to Lapon, Zhanu was able to copy down the 3 root texts and only the intermediate length commentary. At that time, Guru Nansi asked Zhanu to give him the silk roll back no matter how much was copied, since he had to return it to where he found it. The silk cloth was never found again, consequently the meditation commentary, Mandala of the Sun, is the only extant commentary. Karmati and Martin's confusion may derive from the inclusion of the enumeration of the 45 wisdom spheres, Yeshis Thig Le/Na, which is pretty much all the abridged commentary in the introduction of the extant text. There is no doubt that it is the meditation commentary, as seen in the above citation, whether it is called solar essence or mandala of the sun, it is meditation commentary in both cases. I can think of two possible answers to this dilemma, and propose them only as speculations. Limiting myself to the 1971 edition that Martin and Karma were mainly working from, it is possible that giving the introduction the same name as the abridged commentary was a way of acknowledging that the medium-length commentary included the abridged one, but working from a later edition, not included in Karma's catalog since it is from 1985-134, that same chapter 4, or not in the 1971 edition, the first 3 chapters being. The root texts is actually called Meditation Commentary, Mandala of the Sun, which would then seem to resolve the conflict. 135 Martin acknowledges this and says that most likely which is how he terms the 1971 edition, is mistaken, and the correct title of the set of commentaries available to us should be Solar Mandala or Mandala of the Sun. 136. Where the biggest difference seems to lie is in what is comprised under the other part of the title, namely, Meditation Commentary. Martin seems to follow Karma in considering it to include not only chapter Na, where the title is presented, but all the commentary of the Tantra of the base, chapters Na to No. While I see this as true, I only see it as partially so. Karma states that there is no title for the commentary of the path, chapters Pa to A, and so Martin seems to assent. 137 I believe that in fact the same title extends all the way from chapters Na to A, and that the meditation commentary, Mandala of the Sun, is the medium-length commentary of base, path, and fruit, even though Malal Samlek's commentary of the fruit is no longer extant, and not just of the base. 138. 53. Lapon also said that when Guru Nansi appeared to Zhanu in Kham, and the latter wanted to finish copying the material, Guru Nansi told him not only that the 5 tiger-like skygoers had come asked for it, but also that copying the long commentary was of no use because, in Tibet, there were no suitable students to receive this teaching. Guru Nansi said that Tibetan people had a deluded base, misunderstood the path, and therefore the fruit would be spoiled. 139 As far as Zhanu himself, Guru Nansi told him to practice what he had already copied and keep it for himself, since other people would not understand it properly. The original copy was then returned. 140. The structure of the Secret Mother Tantra. The 3 root texts of the Secret Mother Tantras, are collectively known by 2 different titles. 1. The 3 Buddhahood Tantras, Sangsrjyasrgyatjsam, and 2. Compassion Son of Compassion, Thugs Rjyi Ma. 160. Lapon Tenzin Namdak says there are not 2 different titles, rather, like most Tibetan texts, one is the title and the other the subtitle, or explanation of what the text contains. In other words, the secret cycle of the Mother Tantra is known as Mother Tantra, the Tantric cycle of the Son of Compassion, Marakyat Thugs Rjyi Ma Irakyat Score, which is the 3 root Buddhahood Tantras with commentaries. 161. Interestingly enough, The 1985 edition uses the former name, while the 1971 edition uses the latter, Margyud. In content both editions are the same, but here I will use the most recent one, which as seen earlier, may also prove to be more reliable. The Sun of Compassion is divided in two manners, as the 45 wisdom spheres which the introduction enumerates, and as the 3 Buddhahood tantras, of base, path, and fruit. The Cho practice is found in the second tantra, i.e., the path, and is the 22nd wisdom sphere, the sphere of accumulation, the completion with respect to the accomplishment of wisdom. Chogs kyi thig le yeshis grub lagrat sogs. An overview of the outline for all 3 tantras will be helpful in order to understand the structure of the Bon Secret Mother Tantra cycle as a whole and the place of Cho in it. 162. The Bon Secret Mother Tantra is first divided into 3 parts: base, Xi, path, Lam, and fruit, dras, which are subdivided into 6 parts each, altogether making 18 steps that the practitioner should pursue in order to attain liberation. In the 1985 edition, the first 3 chapters are the 3 root tantras, and chapter 4, not, as was discussed earlier, is what Martin calls the historical preface. Then, the text is divided as follows. The commentary of the 6 facets of the base. 1. The total base of the spontaneously manifested wisdom teachings, Kun Xi Yat Shiz Ihun Grubstan Pa, which is an explanation of the introduction to the natural state, chapter 5. 2. The appearing base of the spontaneously manifested 3 enlightened dimensions, Snang Xi Sku Sam Ihun Grub, of truth dimension, Ban Sku 54. Dharmakaya, perfected dimension, Ritzogs Sku Samagakaya and manifested dimension, Sprul Sku Nirmanakaya 163, ch. 6. 3. The empty base of the spontaneously manifested 4 enlightened dimensions, Stong Xi Sku Bzi Ihun Grub, where the 4 dimensions are explained in 4 different chapters in terms of channels, Rsi, Nodi, vital breath, Rolung, Prana, essential sphere, Fig Le, Bindu, and performance, Spyad Pa, Paga, or Karya, each explained in a different chapter, ch. 7 to 10 respectively. 4. The scriptural base of the spontaneously manifested 4 empowerments, Lung, Xi Bang Bzi Ihun Grub external, Phi Ibo, internal, Nang Ba, secret, Chsang Ba, and esoterical or ultra-secret, Yang Chsang Ba, ch. 11. 5. The meaning base of the spontaneously manifested view and conduct, Dong Xi Ida, Spyad Ihun Grub, where instructions for familiarizing oneself with methods for stabilization practice, Ji Nas, are given, ch. 12. 6. The activity base of the spontaneously manifested deed, Los Xifrin Los Ihun Grub, ch. 13. Chapter 14 relates the history of the lineage. 2. The 6 parts of the path are 1. The path of accumulation, Chogs Lam, ch. 15. 2. The path of union, Esbire Lam, ch. 16. 3. The path of seeing, Thong Lam, ch. 17. For the path of meditation, Eskom Lam, ch 18-22. The path of meditation comprises 6 methods or 6 principles of expediency, Lam. Key or drug, which are only with some difficulty compared with the 6 dharmas of Naropa 164. The 6 principles of expediency are: the expedient use of means, devoted mainly to the channels and vital breath, which corresponds to the sphere of the elements, Byung Bai Thig Le, ch 18. The expedient use of dream, Rmi Lam, which corresponds to the sphere of selfness, Bdagniad Thig Le, ch 19. The expedient use of fear, which is the practice of Cho or practice of fearful places, Nyan Sa Lam, which corresponds to the sphere of accumulation, Choks Gyi Thig Le, ch 20. The expedient use of projection, Pho Ba, which corresponds to the sphere of accomplishing, Grub Pa Thig Le, ch 21. The expedient use of death, which explains the after-death intermediate states, Bar Du, and corresponds to the sphere of abiding, Nas Gyi Thig Le. Its commentary has been missing since its rediscovery by Guru Nansi. The expedient use of sleep, Nyad Palam Kier, which corresponds to the sphere of clarity, Jisal Bai Thig Le, ch 22. Some of the 6 methods correspond to the ones of Naropa and others do not. Cho is not part of the 6 dharmas of Naropa. 165. 55. 5. The path of freedom, Dhar Lam, ch 23. 6. The path of ripening and liberation, Esmin Gral Lam, ch 24 and 25. This 6 parts of the path of meditation are also the 2nd to the 7th grounds, sa. Bhumi, of the path of a bodhisattva, where the path of seeing is the 1st, the path of freedom the 8th, the path of ripening the 9th, and the path of liberation the 10th. High the 6 parts of the Fruit 166 are: 1. The fruit of excellence, Mkog Bras. 2. The fruit of meaning, Don Bras. 3. The fruit of practice session, Thun Bras. 4. The fruit of nature, Ngang Bras. 5. The fruit of space, Klong Bras. 6. The fruit of non-existence, Med Bras. The 18 together are the deep teachings of exalted liberation, Ranam Gral. As seen above, Cho is the 3rd practice among the 6 principles of expediency, the expedient use of fear. When divided as the 45 wisdom spheres, Cho is the 22nd. The sphere of accumulation, where wisdom is perfected in accomplishment or realization. Thig Le Yeshis Grub Lagrat Sogs. 167. The inclusion of Cho within the 6 methods seems to be unique to the Bon system. Cho is also found in an abbreviated form in the main practice of the secret Mother Tantra, the threefold practice of the authentic wisdom. 168. Digong Spyat Ranamjsam, which refers to the practice of the teacher, Blat Ma, tutelary deity, Yi Dam, and skygoer. In the 3rd, the skygoer, as an aspect of oneself, comes out and chops one's body, liberating the meditator from the bonds of all grasping at reality, while the latter performs the chopping gesture, Phyagrajiri. Madra. 169. This practice is found in the chapter of the Path of Freedom, The base represents the view, the path the practice, and the fruit the result. The importance of the path lies in the explanation of how and what practices should be done. In particular, the path of meditation offers the 6 methods corresponding to the 6 skygoers who guard the practices of the path, among which Cho is the 3rd, and is represented by the red skygoer Chog Gyi Dogmo. Notes 110s Kennedy, A Catalogue of Bonpo Publications, p. 20. Note that karma is referring here to the 9 ways as classified in the Southern Treasure System, see foot 90. 111 Among the 3 modes of classifications of the 9 vehicles in the Bon tradition, the central treasure is the most elaborate regarding the classes of Tantra, C.K. Mimaki, Doxography Tibet et. Classifications Indiennes, in Actes du Colloque Franco-Japonais de Septembre 1991, ed. by Fumimasa Fukui. Engrard Fuzman, Paris, France, Col Française d'Extrême Orient, 1994, pages 126 to 132. 112 J. Reynolds, The Threefold Practice of the Primordial State of the Mother Tantra, p. 2. It is important to note that when most of the authors quoted in this thesis refer to the Mother Tantra, they are actually referring to the secret Mother Tantra. This should become clear later. 56. 113 ID, p.2. Italics are mine. 114 Ibid, p.3. Italics, non-capitalized syllables, and the lack of hyphenation in the Tibetan transliteration is mine, as well as highlighting in bold. 115 Ibid, p7. 116 D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p28. 117 J. Reynolds, The Threefold Practice of the Primordial State of the Mother Tantra, p7. The lack of hyphenation in the Tibetan transliteration is mine. 118 D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p32. 119 N. Norbu, The Necklace of Xi, p19. 120 D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, pages 54 to 55, The Modification of Capitalized Letters and the Lack of Hyphenation in the Tibetan Transliteration is mine. He also directs the reader to S. Karmai, The Treasury of Good Sayings, A Tibetan History of Bonn, London, Oxford University Press, 1972. Pages 125 to 6, and N. Norbu, The Necklace of Xi, p19. As for the external Mother Tantra, it was rediscovered by Shen Chen Luga, Ji Shen Chen Klutge, also in the 10th century. 121 Ibid, p27. 122 Ibid, p27. 123 C. D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, pages 51 ff. Later in this thesis I will briefly explore the historical end, the traditional understandings, and how they may complement each other. 124 J. Reynolds, The Threefold Practice of the Primordial State of the Mother Tantra /p7. Martin adds that there is another chronology which actually dates Lha before the first Rab Byung, beginning in 1027 AD CE, but according to Kvyame, in chronological number 97, he was born in 1136 AD. D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p. 27, lack of hyphenation is mine. The latter is also the date found in the English preface to the 1985 edition or the Secret Mother Tantra text, while the one of the 1971 edition places Guru Nansi in some unspecific time after the text's burial in the 8th century. 125 Lapon Tenzin Dak, Personal Communication, Houston, June 1996 and reiterated in Kathmandu, June 1997. It is interesting to note that many of the Bon treasures were discovered in this accidental manner, after they were hidden because of the persecutions. This differs from the Buddhist tradition where the treasures were discovered by people who were considered reincarnations of disciples of Guru Rinpoche, who had hidden those teachings because the people were not ready for them. While the Bon discoverers, Turstan, were usually ordinary, and often illiterate people, the Buddhist discoverers were considered great masters that brought forth those teachings because it was the time when people were ripe for them. In that sense, the Buddhist discoveries were predetermined, i.e., who was going to discover what text, and when, were foretold by Guru Rinpoche or other great masters or deities, especially skygoers. The Bon tradition claims that many of its treasure discoveries were not predetermined but accidental sometimes. Even robbers would be the discoverers. However, they too have some treasures that were discovered by great masters or people like Guru Nansi, who may be charismatically related to the institutors of the lineage. The topic of discovered treasures is very interesting, and the accidental, or seemingly accidental, versus predetermined models might bring forth some further information about the similarities and differences between Bon and Buddhism. 126 Lapon affirms that even though Guru Nansi is often considered to be a teacher and scholar, in actuality he was no scholar. Lapon Tenzin Dak, Personal Communication, Kathmandu, June 1997. 127 D. Martin, Mandate Cosmogony, p. 28. 128 Ibid, p. 29. The lack of hyphenation in Tibetan transliteration is mine. 129 Martin acknowledges to be confused as to which texts, precisely, were supposed to be missing. Because they weren't successfully copied, because of inconsistency in the attribution of titles to the different commentarial cycles. D. Martin, Electronic Correspondence, November 1998. 130 This version is just a little longer than an outline. It merely mentions and very succinctly describes the 45 wisdom spheres, Yeshis Thig Le Je Inga, which will be mentioned below. 131 S. Karmali, A Catalogue of Bonpo Publications, p. 20. I modified the quote by using the English titles instead of the Tibetan ones. 132 D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p. 29. He states that the meditation commentary indicates this on pp. 418-19. 133 J. Reynolds, The Threefold Practice of the Primordial State of the Mother Tantra, p. 9. Martin also adds that it seems that some missing parts were subsequently orally revealed by Muriel Mushin. Numich Yaltsin, which complicates matters still a bit more. D. Martin, Electronic Correspondence, November 1998. 57. 134 Marukyud Thugs Rj Inyi Ma I Rukyud Score, published by Chultram Tashi, Dalanji, India, Tibetan Bonpo. Monastic Community, 1985. 135 Ibid, Index page. As for the contents of each of the chapters of the 1971 edition, see S. Karmali, A. Catalogue of Bonpo Publications, pages 19 to 21. Below I will provide a brief summary of it as well, and later, a structure according to the 1985 edition. Since there is nothing said about Zhangzhung not having copied the brief commentary, it could be that it is included in the medium-length one. 136 D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p. 13. In an electronic correspondence, in November 1998, he confirmed that the historical preface, Du Chad, is rather confusingly simply titled Eskorn Grolnyi Ma'ai. Sneing Po in the version I originally used the 1971 edition, but then this title properly belongs to a much larger collection of texts than just the preface. 137s. Karmali, A Catalogue of Bonpo Publications, p. 20, and Martin directs the reader to it as well. D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p. 29. 138 Lapontenzanam Dak told me that meditation commentary, Mandala of the Sun, includes the commentary of Base and Path. He is not sure about the commentary of the fruit since it does not exist. Lapontenzanam Dak, telephone conversation, August 1998. Martin made clear to me that when I say meditation commentary in this context, I mean nothing more than the historical preface ch4 or na, depending on the edition, and adds that version G, the 1985 edition, is explicit about that initial text being a preface. D. Martin, Electronic Correspondences, November 1998. But as seen in Foot 136, Martin affirms that the title properly encompasses a much larger collection of texts than just the preface. 139 Lapontenzanam Dak, Personal Communication, Kathmandu, June 1997. Also C.J. Reynolds, The Mandala of the Sun, p. 34. Here the idea of people not being yet ripe to hear the teachings is seen within the Bon context. This could be linked with the study of treasure discoveries in both traditions, as suggested in an earlier footnote. Reynolds adds that there was one other yogi by the name of Bhakni, Buletin Ci, that Guru Nansi considered ready for this teaching. J. Reynolds, The Mandala of the Sun, p. 34. 160 Ibid, p. 32. The change in capitalization and lack of hyphenation in Tibetan transliteration is mine. 161 Son of Compassion, Thugs Rj Inyi Ma, represents the name of the main deity, the King of Compassion. Thugs Rj Rijilpo, also called the Great Secret King, Ji Sanggo Rijilpo, which is so for being in the secret cycle. Lapontenzanam Dak, Personal Communication, Mexico, June 1998. 162 is for the list of the 45 wisdom spheres, C.J. Reynolds, The Mother Tantra from the Bon Tradition, pages 5 to 7. 163 In the Buddhist texts the truth dimension is Chas Sku, and the perfected or enjoyment dimension is Longs Sku. 164 Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, pages 32 to 3. 165 C.D. Martin, Mandala Cosmogony, p. 33. 166 Since there were no extant commentaries by Malal Samlek on the 6 parts of the fruit, no chapter enumeration is available, although the name and sequence follow tree root text. Sharjah Rinpoche wrote a commentary on the root text of the fruit entitled Bras Bulletin Rzog Sangsrjyas Pa Irakyut Kyi Gomgskrul. Renam Pa Arnjis Paj Sang Baam Thar Thug Nizar Drua Ba Jes Bia Ba Zugs So. 167 J. Reynolds, The Mother Tantra from the Bon Tradition, p. 6. 168 Note that this is the same text which J. Reynolds translates as the threefold practice of the primordial state of the Mother Tantra. 169 J. Reynolds, The Threefold Practice of the Primordial State of the Mother Tantra, p. 17. 58. A Short Biography Tapirite Sa. Here is the story of Tapirite Sa as told by Yongchen Tenzin Namdak Rinpoche. Excerpted from the edited transcript of his oral teachings translated by Geshe Tenzin. Wangyal Rinpoche. Knowing the details of Tapirite Sa's very real life makes the invocation of Tapirite Sa, an offering composed and sung by Nangshe Erlopo, Tapirite Sa's student, all the more inspiring. Tapirite Sa was an ordinary person from a nomadic family in the country of Zhangzhung. The main teacher of Tapirite Sa was Dawuj Yaltsen. Tapirite Sa practiced for 9 years before he attained illumination. The place where he practiced is a holy place outside Mt Kailash, a place called Senj Tap. After 9 years of practice there, Tapirite Sa achieved the rainbow body. Tapirite Sa was a contemporary of the king of Zhangzhung, Lietmincha, and the king of Tibet, Tritsenditsen, and other famous yogis of Bon. Nangshe Erlopo was a very famous master, a knowledgeable and very accomplished practitioner, famous at that time in Zhangzhung. Later he became the main student of Tapirite Sa. Even though Tapirite Sa had been taught by Nangshe Erlopo before, Nangshe Erlopo had had a problem with pride and had not been fully realized. Therefore, at this time, Tapirite Sa emanated as a young boy and came down to the village where a rich man, Zhangzhung, the main sponsor of Nangshe Erlopo, lived. Tapirite Sa came in the form of a young boy seeking employment in the family of Zhangzhung, and he served them for a number of years. Nangshe Erlopo was meditating on a mountain where there were bushes, and Tapirite Sa was taking care of the family's animals. These very places can be identified today in the western part of Tibet. Today when people go to these powerful places they have a lot of experiences and visions. Some people who don't know the history of the place think they are seeing ghosts or something. Tapirite Sa was carrying a lot of wood in his bag for cooking food. He went to visit Nangshe Erlopo to pay respect. Nangshe Erlopo hesitated when he saw the behavior of this young boy. The way he was paying respect seemed special and mature, and he thought, "Who is this guy?" So Nangshe Erlopo said to the boy that it looked like he had worked through some doctrines and tenets. He asked him, "Who is your teacher and what is your practice? What are you carrying?" Why are you behaving this way? The young boy said, my teacher is this vision. Visions are my teacher. My practice is thoughtless. My meditation is all sentient beings. What I am carrying is my thoughts. I am behaving like this because I am a servant of the family of samsara. Since the young boy answered in that way, Nangzheerlopo was surprised and they entered into a debate. Nangzheerlopo said, if these visions are your master, it probably means you don't have a master. If your meditation is thoughtless, you don't need food. If you are meditating on sentient beings, that means you are enlightened. If you are carrying thoughts, you don't have desire. And if you are a servant of samsaric beings, you don't suffer. The young boy answered again, and in this debate the teachings have already begun. If you don't realize that vision is your master, who taught Samantabhadra? Asked the 59 young boy. My practice is thoughtless because in the base there is no thought, and when there is a thought, there is no practice. I am meditating on all sentient beings. Because I don't separate or discriminate among others, because if one is discriminating, there won't be meditation. I am carrying thoughts. That means I don't have thoughts. Because I don't have thoughts, I don't have desire. I realize that everything is illusion. I help all sentient beings because I don't make a distinction between suffering and not suffering. Then the debate continued. If you are that good, says Nangzheerlopo, we need to go in front of the king and debate. If you win, you will become my master. If I win, you will be punished by the king. Tapiraitsa had a big laugh. All karma and conditions, causes, and results are false. Basically, he was teasing Nangzheerlopo, saying, all these meditators are prisoners of thoughts, they keep thoughts in a prison and are prison guards. All these intellectuals who debate don't realize they cast a net in the darkness. All these discussions are like a joke and a play, a weapon of words. All the sacred tantras are merely elaborations of one's mind. All these knowledgeable persons are meaningless, they know and have no experience. So he was teasing, saying, these great views are bubbles of words, all these things are meaningless and make no sense. The real condition cannot be changed. The real essence cannot be practiced. Self-arising wisdom cannot be obscured. When you realize, you cannot re-realize or try to realize again. So what is the matter? Who is complaining? Now Nangzheerlopo was getting a bit irritated and realized this was not just a boy, but a special person. He was shocked and could almost not speak. In that moment of shock and surprise, he looked at the young boy who was sitting up in space, and that is how we draw him, in space and in the rainbow. So Nangzheerlopo was really sad, realizing all this bad karma he had created by having the wrong view. He did prostrations and confession, realizing the boy was a manifestation of his teacher. Then he requested the teaching. Right at that moment, the owner of all the animals, Zhangzhung, came and saw this discussion. He said, "What are you doing there all this time? Where are all the animals? So immediately Nangzhe Lopo, who knew Zhangzhung very well, said, "What bad karma we created! You put the master as a servant and I said all these things to him." Zhangzhung went into shock. Those shocks are good. When you wake up, you are in a different place. So the young boy went up into space and said, "I am Tapiraitsa and I came especially for you." So this is the story. Then Tapiraitsa began teaching Zhangzhung and Nangzhe Lopo. He said, "Listen carefully and do not be distracted." So both were clearly listening. Do you understand who Tapiraitsa is now? This is not just a story, it is a fact. It happened. It happened during the 7th or 8th century. The teachings are the Dzogpa Chinpo, the Great Perfection. The result is the rainbow body. There is no doubt. If there is doubt in you, it is your karma. Actually, Tapiraitsa asked them to listen carefully, but at the same time he was speaking to all beings, and Lapon is saying that basically he is talking to all of you. 60. The 9 Ways of Bon. By D.L. Snellgrove. The following text is from The 9 Ways of Bon, excerpts from Xabrigid. Edited and translated by D.L. Snellgrove, pages 1-23 London Oriental Series, Vol 18, Oxford University Press 1968. Introduction. The Bonpos. To practicing Bonpos, and nowadays it has become comparatively easy to meet them if one knows where to look among the many tens of thousands of Tibetans who have arrived as refugees in India and Nepal. Bon simply means the true religion of Tibet. 2. The far greater number of other Tibetans, who are not Bonpos, Bon refers to the false teachings and practices that were prevalent in Tibet before Buddhism finally succeeded in gaining a firm hold on the country. Bonpos are regarded as pagans and as such they have suffered serious hostility in the past, and nowadays others take as little account of their existence as possible. By Western scholars, Bon is generally understood as referring to the pre-Buddhist beliefs and practices of the Tibetans. Several scholars have discussed the actual meaning of this term. By the few Bonpos who know their texts well, Bon is explained as the Tibetan equivalent of the Zhang-Zhung term Gyre, which means chant. Textual evidence can be shown for this in the titles of works said to be translated from the language of Zhang-Zhung into Tibetan. Here Bon is regularly glossed by Gyre. This is the original meaning. They say, for they know that Bon now covers all the meanings of the Tibetan Buddhist term Chas. As is well known, Chas simply translates Sanskrit Dharma in all its Buddhist meaning. There is no word for Buddhism in Tibetan. Tibetans are either Chaspa, followers of Chas, or Bonpo, followers of Bon. They both use the term Sanigrajyas, literally amply purified, to define a perfected sage, a Buddha. Thus in translation of Bonpo texts there continues to be such terms as Buddha and Buddhahood. Any readers who are new to the subject will therefore assume that Bon is a form of Buddhism, and that it has certainly developed as such. There is no doubt. In this work, we are bound to understand Bon in the full Bonpo sense, and that includes all their 61. Gradual adaptation of Buddhist doctrine and practice. They themselves do not acknowledge these Buddhist elements as adaptations, lacking the necessary historical sense. They persist in claiming that all their teachings and doctrines are the true original Bon, particularly promulgated directly in Tibet by Shenrab, their founder, but mainly received the rough translations from the language of Zhang-Zhung of ancient Western Tibet. The ultimate source of their teachings is Zhangzhung, a country situated rather vaguely still further to the west. They would claim that it is the Chaspa, the Buddhists of Tibet, who are the adapters and the plagiarists. Without accepting their claims, we are nevertheless bound to accept their interpretations of terms in presenting an account of their reachings and practices, and this is the primary intention of the present volume. In giving an account of any religion, we cannot ignore what the practicers have to say about themselves. Thus, in giving an historical account of Buddhism itself, we cannot ignore, for example, the 84 Siddhas, however different their doctrines and practices may be from those of the early Buddhists. We cannot deny the term Buddhist to the Nwars of the Nepal Valley, however much they seem to be influenced by Brahmanical practice. We can merely observe that their form of Buddhism represents a very special development of this religion. Likewise, in the case of the Bonpos, we have to accept them and understand them as they are, while still trying to unravel the historical developments of their religion. An understanding of them on their own terms is all the more important nowadays, because we need the assistance of their few remaining scholars in order to understand something of their early texts. Tibetans who can help with these texts are now very rare indeed. Educated Bonpo monks are brought up in the Dge Lugspa, yellow hat, way, trained in conventional Buddhist philosophy and logic, and receiving after examination by debate the academic degree of Dge Bshi. They know their monastic liturgies and the names of their own Bonpo gods, but very rarely indeed are they at all experienced in reading the sort of Bonpo texts in which we most need assistance, namely material which represents pre-Buddhist traditions. This lack of familiarity on the part of present-day Bonpos with what Western scholars would regard as real Bon material may come as a disappointment. It also explains why there still remain terms and ideas not yet properly interpreted in this present work. Among the 3 Bonpo monks who accompanied me to England in 1961 was Tenzin. 62. Namdek, 1 Slapan, Slobdpan, best translated as chief teacher, at S. Manri. 3. Tenzin Namdek, who has now returned to India after 3 years in England, is a devoted Bonpo, firm in his doctrines as well as his vows. Initiated primarily in a threefold Bon Tantra, the Margyad Sngs Rgyasrgyajsam, he was practiced in the meditations and teachings of the Viith way. Remaining celibate, he continued to adhere to the rules of the Vith way, or rather he adhered to them as far as possible in a foreign Western setting. We have read through many texts together, and it was on his suggestion that we set to work to produce a concise account of the 9 ways on Bon, and it was he who selected the extracts which serve as the substance of the present account. the source of the 9 ways of Bon. The source of these extracts is a work entitled Dasparin Poche Dri Mamed Pak Zaborjid. Rab Tu Barbahi Mdo, the precious compendium, the blazing sutra, immaculate and glorious, in short refers to simply as Zaborjid the Glorious. This work seems to be quite unknown outside Tibet. Shinrab's biography is written in 3 versions, 1 long, 1 of medium length and 1 short. Zaborjid in 12 volume is the long version. Zermig in 2 volume is the medium version. Mdo in 1 volume is the short one. Zermig is known of by Western scholars since A.H. Frank edited and translated the first 7 chapters, which are published in Asia Major, 1924, 1926, 1927, 1930, and 1939. Professor Hoffman has also used Zermig for the brief account that he gives of Shinrab's life in his The Religions of Tibet, pages 85 to 97. Mdo remains unknown in the West, although there may be a copy somewhere in India. These 3 works are all classed by the Bonpos as Kanjur. The term is borrowed from the Buddhists, that is to say as the inspired word of their early sages as translated from the languages of Zhang-Zhung. Zaborjid is further classed as oral tradition, Snianragyad. It is believed that Redang Chen Muthzagir Med, a disciple of the sage Dranpa Namka, 8th century, transmitted it in a vision to Bl Olden Snyen Po, who compiled it in its present form. The Great Incarnation, Ngoksprul, Bl Olden Snyen Po of Kyung Po in Kamsizi. Well-known literary figure of the Bonpos. He was a close contemporary of Tsongkhapa, for he was born about AD 1360. He is said to have died in his 25th year. Thus Zaborjid would seem to have been compiled towards the end of the 14th century, and the contents of the work bear out this tradition. By that time the Bonpos had absorbed the vast variety of Indian Buddhist teachings, and so were able to restate them as the substance of their higher doctrines of the 9 ways with the conviction that can only come from that experience and knowledge that is based upon well-learned lessons combined with practical experience. At the same time they had perceived, through their own oral and literary traditions, large quantities of indigenous material. 63. Which goes back to the 8th century and earlier. But by the 14th century Bonpos had long since forgotten the meanings of many of the earlier names and terms. From the manner in which he orders his material in the first 2 ways, it is clear that the compiler was by no means sure of himself as when he was dealing with the later Buddhist material. The copy of Zaborjid used by us came from Samling Monastery in Doplo. According to its brief colophon, the Lama responsible for our manuscript was Yanston Nam Grinchen, and it was written at Klubrag. Fortunately, he writes more about his family in the preface, Tkurchags, to the manuscript. He praises his nephews Sri Dar Ranamrajil, Rinchen and Robie, and especially his elder brother Yangston Chulkrams Ranamrajil, who consecrated the finished manuscript. Thus, despite the difference in name, these relationships identify him firmly with Lama Rinchen Rinchen, who is referred to in the genealogy of the Lamas of Samling as a great producer of books. Xibrijit is specifically mentioned. It was the measure of an arrow, in size, and as a sign of this lama's phenomenal powers. Each time the pen was dipped in the ink pot, a whole string of words was written. Unfortunately, the scanty references to dates in this genealogy leave the period unattained. It is, however, possible to calculate that this Rinchen Rinchen belonged to the 9th generation from Yangzdan Rinchen Rinchen, the founder Lama of Samling, who must have lived in the 13th century. Thus, our Mao script is probably about 400 years old. It was copied from an existing manuscript at Lu Brag and then brought to Samling. The chapters of the Xibrijit. The Xibrijit is an enormous work, totaling in our manuscript 2,791 folios. There are 12 volumes numbered Ka to Da with a final volume A. The text is arranged in 6 yon chapters, and a list of these chapters will give some idea of the scope of this composite work. 1. The teacher descends from the gods of pure light. 2. The teacher turns the wheel of Bon for the non-gods. 3. The Sutra of the coming of the doctrine of the Buddhas. 4. The Sutra of Kshenrap's taking birth. 5. The Sutra of the young prince's playful sport. 6. The Sutra of the prince's enthronement. 7. The Sutra of the prince's law-giving. 8. The Sutra of the Iind way of the Shen of illusion. 9. The Sutra of the Iird way of the Shen of existence. 10. The Sutra explaining the way of the Shen of existence. 64. 11. The Sutra that teaches the meaning of mandala of the 5 universal Buddha bodies. 12. The Sutra explaining the way of the virtuous adherers. 13. The Sutra explaining the way of the great ascetics. 14. The Sutra of the Vyayith way of pure sound. 15. Thw Sutra of the Vyayith way of the Prima Eval Shen. 16. The Sutra of the Ixth and Supreme Way. 17. The Sutra explaining the Bon of the various translations. 18. The Sutra of spreading the doctrine by converting those who are hard to convert. 19. The Sutra of the Mandala of the Loving Conqueror. 20. The Sutra of the Very Form and Precious Doctrine. 21. The Sutra of the 3 tenets taught by the teacher. 22. The Sutra of the Spreading Rays that convert sentient beings. 23. The Sutra explaining cause and effect. 24. The Sutra of the teacher drawing beings to salvation. 25. The Sutra of the light of the blessed all-knowing. 26. The liturgy of the all-good, the ocean of victory. 27. The Sutra of the washing away of the sin of King Gu Wer. 28. The Sutra of the teachers taking the most glorious of wives. 29. The Sutra of the teachers producing the offspring of method and wisdom. 30. The Sutra of the teachers' assumption of royal power. 31. The Sutra of the producing of offspring who convert sentient beings. 32. The Sutra of the teacher teaching Bon to the gods. 33. The spell of the fierce destroyer. 34. Mandala of the liturgy of the god of medicine. 35. The Sutra of the pure prayer of good conduct. 36. The Sutra of the teacher Tiak Hung Bin to the serpents. 37. The Sutra of Mara's magical display to the teacher. 38. The secret spell, the destroyer of Mara. 39. The Sutra of the teacher establishing the realm of Mara in salvation. 40. The Sutra of removing obstructions and subduing Mara. 41. The Sutra of producing offspring for continuing the family line of royal sway. 42. The Sutra for establishing the teaching of the IXTH way. 43. The Sutra for establishing the teaching about relics. 44. The Sutra of the acquisition of the way of salvation of THR Supreme Order. 45. The Mother Sutra, the Great Way of the Word of the Perfection of Wisdom. 46. The Sutra of the Mandala of the Great Way of the Mother. 47. The Spell of the Sacred Light of Vaidurya. 48. The Liturgy of the Basic Mandala of the Goddess Loving Kindness. 49. The Sutra in Praise of the 21 Forms of the Goddess Loving Kindness. 50. The Sutra establishing the 3 forms of the doctrine. 51. The Sutra of the teacher leaving his home and becoming a religious wanderer. 52. The Sutra of the perfecting of austerities. The actions of a Shen. 53. The Sutra of the manifestations of the 4-spoked wheel of Bon. 54. The Sutra of pure disciplinary rules. 55. The Basic Sutra of the pure regulations of the Shen. 56. The Sutra of the sections of the regulations of the Shen. 57. The Sutra of the pure virtuous conduct of the Shen. 58. The Sutra of removing the hellish evils of King Kong. 59. The Sutra of the teacher leaving his entourage and practicing in solitude. 60. The Sutra explaining the meanings of the names, marks, and qualities of the Buddhas. 61. The Sutra of the teacher handing the Bon doctrine over into the care of others. 65. The titles of these chapters will indicate at once to any non-Tibetan Buddhist scholar the dependence of this work upon Buddhist material. Although the study of the Zermig remains incomplete, there has never been any doubt that the inspiration and the framework for the legend of Shenrab have been derived from the life of Shakyamuni. Yet this framework has been filled with indigenous Tibetan legendary material which still awaits serious study. In this present work we have made a very restricted use of Gzibirjit, extracting excerpts relevant to the Bonpo doctrines of the 9 ways. The Tibetan term Thegpa, as all Buddhist scholars of Tibetan will know, simply represents the Sanskrit Buddhist term Jnana, and I translate it sometimes as way, and sometimes as vehicle. However, there are very few Tibetans, however well educated, who know the original meaning of Thegpa, as connected with the verb Digspa and its various roots, meaning raise or sustain, and who thus understand it in the meaning of vehicle. No Tibetan Buddhist would think of accusing the Bonpos of having appropriated terms that were originally Buddhist. To all Tibetans, whether Buddhist or Bonpo, their religious vocabulary is just part of their own language to be used as they please. But the non-Tibetan Buddhist scholar readily recognizes those terms which were once specially coined as the Tibetan equivalents of Indian Buddhist technical terms. He is thus able to pass judgment on Bonpo material in a way which no Tibetan has yet thought of doing. Remarks on the 9 Ways edition. Chaps, 9 Ways, and Remarks. The brief extracts here edited have been taken from chapters 7, 8, 9, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. In editing we have not hesitated to amend the text as seemed desirable. The original manuscript spellings are shown in the case of all main word, Ming, changes, but we have not recorded every particle, Chwigfrad, amendment, connecting part ices, KYI, GYI, etc., are often written instead of the corresponding instrumental particles, kias, gayas, etc., and vice versa. The particles te, ste, da are sometimes used incorrectly, e.g. yin ste instead of yin te, and la is written for loss and vice versa. It would be tedious and misleading for any student to follow the text from 66. The translations, if such corrections we not made. The text is written in Bumed and abbreviated compounds are quite frequent. Numerals are normally written in figurines and not in letters, and since I have spelled out the numerals in every case, it will no longer be obvious how, for example, 8 may be safely corrected to 2 after final vowels. Not only after a, h is regularly added, as in kto, by, etc., in conformity with later Tibetan practice, I have omitted h except after final a. Generally, the manuscript is clear and remarkably accurate. Some mistakes tend to be regular. For example, Nyan. A fury is regularly written as Nyan, Klung Rta is regularly written as Srungs Rta. Certain spellings, which may appear unusual to other scholars, we have, however, preserved. For example, Scriblaford Grulha. I present the translation in the hope that interested reader will assist me in identifying the associations that may be apparent to them in much of the materia, for I do not pretend to have solved all the problems. A brief survey of the 9 ways may assist comprehension. I. The way of the Shen of the prediction, Favichanegpa. This describes fairly coherently 4 methods of prediction. A. Sortilege, Mo. B. Astrological calculation, Rsus. C. Ritual, GTO. D. Medical diagnosis, Dbiad. 2. The way of the Shen of visual world, Snangchenegpa. This is the longest and most difficult section of our work. It is concerned with overpowering or placating the gods and demons of this world, and I suspect that even the original compiler, if the work was already unfamiliar with many of the divinities and rites to which he refers. Thus the account is not really coherent, but it makes quite sufficient sense. The various practices are arranged into 4 parts. 67. 1. The lore of exorcism, employing the great exposition of existence. I have written on exposition Samrang. The rite is clearly described in the translation. The text then goes on to describe various types of divinities, the Thugkar, the Werma, and other. Some are described in great detail, and some, such as the Kangseng and Shugmgon, scarcely mentioned except by name. Finally, we are told the lore of stream of existence, Sridpahirygyadzung. This is presumably all part of the exposition, Samrang, of the officiating priest. 2. This deals with demons, Dras, and vampires, Sri, their origin, nature, and the ways of suppressing them. 3. This deals with ransom of all kinds. Their extraordinary variety testifies to their importance in early Tibetan religion. Tenzin Namdak can identify very few of them, and I doubt that any other living Tibetan can do much better. My Translations of the many unfamiliar terms are as literal as possible, but they do not pretend to be explanatory. 4. This deals with fates, fava, and furies, nian, and local divinities. Generally, sa dag, tok, lha, bul, etc., and the offerings due to them. 3. The way of the Shen of illusion, Purgyal pa. This is concerned with rites for disposing od enemies of all kinds. The rites described here are to be found in the Bon Tantras, e.g. those of Dvulchas and the Krobahirikya drug, which we have on microfilms. Similar practices are referred to in Buddhist tantras, e.g. Hevahara Tantra. 4. The way of the Shen of existence, Srijchaneg pa. This deals with beings in the intermediate state, bardu, between death and rebirth, and ways of leading them towards salvation. V. The way of the virtuous adherers, Djib Snyan pa. Djib Snyan is the normal Tibetan term for Upasaka, which in India referred to the Buddhist layman. Similarly, here it refers to those who follow the practice of the 10 virtues and the 10 perfections, and who build and worship stupas. 6. The way of the great ascetics, Zhangzhung pa. 68. Zhangzhung translates RSI, which in India refers to the great seers of the past. Zhangzhung is used by Bonpos to refer to fully qualified monks, corresponding to the Buddhist term Dji Slong, equals Bhiksu. This is the way of strict ascetic discipline. The whole inspiration is Buddhist, but many of the arguments and even the substance of some rules are manifestly not Buddhist. 7. The way of pure sound, Adkar Theg Pa. This deals with higher tantric practices. It gives a very good account of the tantric theory of transformation through the mandala. I have Al-Rifi summarized these ideas in my introduction to the Hevahara Tantras. It then goes on to refer briefly to the union of method and wisdom as realized by the practicer and his feminine partner. This anticipates 8. The section ends with concise lists of 9 reliances, 18 performances and 9 acts. The reliances comprise a list of primary nets, the performances resume the whole process of ritual of the mandala, and the acts represent the total power that accrues to one from mastering all the 9 vehicles. 8. The way of the primeval Shen, Yeshen Theg Pa. This deals with the need for a suitable master, a suitable partner, and a suitable site. The preparation of the mandala is then described in detail together with important admonitions not to forget the local divinites, sa dag. The process of mediation, known as the process of emanation in Sanskrit Utpadakrama, is recounted. 10. The last part of this section describes the process of realization. Sanskrit Nispanakrama, which is the super-rational state of the perfected sage. His behavior might often be mistaken for that of a madman. 9. The supreme way, Blamed Theg Pa. This describes the absolute, referred to as the basis, Xa corresponding to Sanskrit alaya, from which release and delusion are both derived. Release is interpreted as the state of fivefold Buddhahood, and delusion as the false conceptions of erring beings in the intermediate state, bardu. The way is then described as mind in its absolute state, as the pure thought of enlightenment. The fruit or final effect is then finally described in terms of the special powers of the perfected sage. The whole subject matter is then resumed under the four conventional headings of insight, contemplation, practice and 69. Achievement. The categories and ideas elaborated in this IXTH vehicle are usually referred to as the teachings of the Great Perfection, Chen. Bon, classification of ways. What is remarkable about the 9 ways of Bon is the succinct manner in which they resume the whole range of Tibetan religious practices, methods of prediction to which Tibetans of all religious orders and of all ranks of society are addicted, placating and repelling local divinities of all kinds of whose existence all Tibetans, lay and religious, are equally convinced, destroying enemies by fierce tantric rites practices in which Buddhists and Bonpos are equally interested, guiding the consciousness through the intermediate state powers claimed equally by the older orders of Tibetan Buddhism and by the Bonpos. Moral discipline of devout believers and strict discipline of monastic orders, ways that have followers in all orders of Tibetan religion. Tantric theory and ritual fundamental to the iconography and the worship of all Tibetan religious communities. Tales of perfected wonder-working sages typical again of the older orders of Tibetan Buddhism as well as Bonpos. All that is missing out of this list is the religious life of academic learning, which is now typical of educated monks of the Dge Lugspa, Yellow Hat, order. This is only omitted because when the list of 9 ways was elaborated, the Dge Lugspa way had not yet come into existence. But nowadays the Bonpos have this, too, with their scholars of philosophy and logic and their academic honors and titles. Nor are they just dresses in others' plume. They really have developed the practices of all these diverse ways over the last 13 centuries or so, and they have produced a very large literature of their own in support of all the various ways of their practice. Much of this literature, e.g. 70. Some of their sutras and especially the perfection of wisdom teachings, has been copied quite shamelessly from the Buddhists, but by far the greater part would seem to have been absorbed through learning and then retold, and this is not just plagiarism. In classing the 4 lower ways as Bon of cause and the 5 higher ways as Bon of effect, they were trying sincerely to relate the old ways of magic ritual to the new ways of morality and meditation. If one practices even the rites of the first way intent on the thought of enlightenment, benefit will come to all living beings. Likewise the second way is something for delighting living beings with benefits and happiness, but it is important to have as basis the raising of one's thought to enlightenment. The third way, if practiced properly, reaches out towards the 8th way, achieving the effect where method and wisdom are indivisible. The practicer of the 4th way, concerned as he is with rescuing others who wander in the intermediate state, is effectively preparing himself for Buddhahood. Conversely, the rites of the lower ways are still indispensable even when one has reached the higher ones. Fertile fields and good harvest, extent of royal powers and spread of dominion, although some have of such effects, is ordained by previous actions, viz. karmic effects. The other half comes from the powerful lords of the soil, so you must attend to the lords of the soil, the serpents, and the furies. Now every Tibetan, whatever religious order, believes this, but to mine old Ji only. The Bonpos have formulated this belief as doctrine, the way of the Shen of protection. The following text is from the 9 Ways of Bon, excerpts from Xabrajit, edited and translated by D.L. Snellgrove, pages 24-41, London Oriental Series, Vol 18, Oxford University Press, 1968. For the 4 subjects of I. Sodilage, 2. Astrological calculation, 3. Ritual, and 4. Diagnosis, there are explanations in general and in particular, an explanation of general lists and a concentration on particulars. These are the 2 matters of consideration. 71. First we deal with general lists. In characterizing sortilege, which is the divining of prognostics, there are 360 sortilege prognostics. In characterizing astrological calculation, which perceives so sharply, there are 360 horoscopes. In characterizing rites of curing illness, there are 360 methods. In characterizing diagnosis, which provides ransoms, 1. For death, there are 21.000 methods of diagnosis. Such indeed are the lists explained in general. As for concentrating on particulars, there are 4 kinds of sortilege. The not sortilege, 2. Of Yesrid Frul. The clairvoyance of Yemkayan Scriblat. The dream of Yed Rj Isman Pa. The soothsaying of Yed Bang Lha. So they are to be known as of 4 kinds. There are 4 kinds of astrological calculation. The mirror of mysterious horoscopes, 3. The Sparka and Smeba circle. The time wheel of the elements. Calculations of combinations and effects by the method known as Juzag, 4. Thus they are known as of 4 kinds. There are 4 kinds of ritual. The Ori rite for the elements in disorder. The striking rite using a combination of devices. The harrying, 5. Rite for overcoming evil influences. The exchange rite of transposing 2 equal things. Thus they are known as 4 kinds. 72. There are 4 kinds of diagnosis. Diagnosis by seeing the chief and subsidiary causes. Identification by examination of the connecting channels. Diagnosis of the urine, to discover what will be of use and what is causing harms. Diagnosis of the patient's appearance, to discover whether he will die or be cured. Thus they are known as 4 kinds. Of these 4, sortilege, calculation, ritual and diagnosis, sortilege comes first as the foremost. The 3 gods, Yesrid Hril Gyi Irgilpo, Kun Shis Hril Gyi Drang Gon, and Janshis Phyahu Yankar arranged this divination of prognostics for the phenomenal world, making a straightforward distinction of true and false effects. Make an examination from what is seen and what is not seen. On the basis of this diagnosis, make an estimate. Having made an estimate, fix your calculations, take stock of the patient's former, future, and present state, his disadvantages and his advantages. Count up the good and bad points, the beneficial and the harmful ones. Having counted them up, fix your calculations. Relying on your sortilege and calculation, you next act by means and of the right the conditions necessary for the cure. Being for non-being, filling where there was emptiness, increase for decrease, production for destruction, wealth for poverty, recovery instead of death, benefit instead of harm, by thus accounting to him whatever is required. By these means you cure the person concerned. Finally, as the end of the effects, he is integrated by means of the diagnosis. As the end of unhappiness, he is integrated in happiness. As the end of sickness, he is integrated in recovery. As the end of harm, he is integrated with what benefits. As the end of death, he is integrated in being raised up. As the end of poison, he is integrated with elixir. If anything is broken by his karmic effects, it is now integrated by being brought into union. All this is just reliance on methods which refer to relative truth. Fujian, keep in your mind. Again the teacher, Shen Rab, said, listen, legs Rjil Thang Po, listen. Those items have been ordered in lists. Now secondly, as for setting to work and practicing, at the start of the process of setting to work, raise your thought towards enlightenment and keep compassion as your basis, and with your mind intent on benefiting living beings. 73. Whatever you learn of sortilege, calculations, rites, and diagnosis, be clever and learn so as to know it. A clever man should turn harmful things to good use. If others would contemn you, stay stern. If people agree with you, take a right measure in their regard. If some show devotion, instruct them well. If some oppose you, cut off future trace with them. If there are arguments, be long-suffering. If others would vie with you, be indifferent to them. Although you benefit others, avoid pride. Although you cause harm, get rid of despondency. If things turn out ill, find a method to avoid them. Do not turn your face away from an angry man. Do not show a smiling countenance to one who comes with deceiving words. Do not laugh in wonderment at a man who deceives. Do not reply to one who tempts you. Do not conceal your words from a man who speaks honestly. Do not give reply to deceiving words. Do not follow after false rumors. Although you reach a high position, protect lowly people. Although you are great, protect lowly people. Although you are clever, guide those who do not know. Although you are experienced, watch your own measure. Although large offerings are made to you, do not act the big man. Although they are small, raise your thought towards enlightenment in the proper way. Where no one is patient. 6. Continue to act kindly. Apply yourself suitably in due measure and with skill. Do not do too much. Treat your learning as precious, but do not do too little. Explain things truly. If as a general rule, both in the bond of cause and the bond of effect, you do not raise your thought towards enlightenment as your basic intent, you will not gain anywhere the higher effects of the worldly causes. 7. So how should one obtain the highest truth? Although one is concerned here with the bond of cause, keep going all the time with the thought of enlightenment. Thence benefit will come to living beings. Avoid unskillful precipitancy. Avoid the self-esteem of thinking one knows. Avoid the pride of thinking one is clever. Avoid pricking thorns in others. Avoid the relaxation of being pleased with yourself. Avoid the insolence of one who does not know. Avoid acts which do not fit the occasion. Avoid ritual items which are unsuitable. Avoid untruths of things unseen. Avoid ignorant gossip. Avoid ignorant big talk. Avoid news of where you have not been. Avoid techniques in which you are unexperienced. Avoid unsuitable activities. Avoid desiring what you do not possess. In all things be free from deceit. In the company of fools a clever man appears foolish. To those who do not know he seems quite ordinary. 2. The ignorant gold may seem as stone. Therefore it is good for a clever man to be among clever men. Sortilege, calculation, ritual, diagnosis, whichever of these you do, you must follow the required order, avoiding or accepting, as occasion demands, in starting this works, and in the order of instruction. Thus by being skilled and accomplished, experienced and 74. Self-reliant, clever in method and skillful, such a man will be honored for this skill. As for what spreads forth from this, he acts thereby as guide in the way of the Shen of prediction, producing happiness in the phenomenal world and causing it to spread wide and boundless. Again he said, listen, legs Rachil Thang Po, listen. The way of setting about this work is as above. Now next we deal with the order of operation of sortilege, calculation, ritual and diagnosis. First we consider the prognostics of sortilege. On a piece of white felt which serves as the basis one place the sprinklings of green barley, and one sets up the symbol of life, the bronze-tipped arrow, to which is attached a turquoise ornament. There are wafts of smoke from incense wood, marking the way taken by the sweet-smelling incense. Worship with an offering of the sacrificial heap of barley flour and butter. Worship with the sacrificial offering of consecrated chong. The officiating priest, 8, should recite the exposition. 9. Worship the great God Fu Werdka Po. Invoke the not sortilege of Yesrid Fruel. Produce, within yourself, the clairvoyance of Yemkayan Scriblat. Reflect upon the dream of Yet Rj Isman Pa. Effect the soothsaying of Yet Bang Ha. Name everything that has happened in the past, of your client. Set in order everything referring to the future. Write down evils and benefits, to come, and the length of his life. Distinguish in a straightforward way the good and the bad, the fair and the foul. Truth and falsehood there may be, but make true distinction. Such is the way of benefiting people, according as each may require. Secondly, for calculating the horoscopes, on a cloth, made of a piece of brocade silk. One must set the squared calculating board, arrange the white and black pieces. Worship the Yesridlhad Bangrajul Po. Requite the goddesses of the elements and time periods. Pray to Banchen Dag Po. Then make an estimate and calculate. Look in the mystic mirror of the horoscope. Work the Sparka Smeba circle. Calculate the cycles of the elements and the time periods. Examine the combinations occurring by the method, Juzag. Examining them, identify and distinguish them knowledgeably, they former, past, and present state, the way it comes about from major and minor causes. The way events and prayers have corresponded, ways of change in time, existence and the elements, the way these influence former combinations, way of change in the four seasons, strength and weakness of gods, demons and Klung Rta. 10. Avoiding and accepting the effects of evils and benefits, an estimate of good and bad and of length of life, the characteristics of increase and decrease of the years, the months, the days, the hours. A wise man must do this and calculate it quietly. He must identify harm wherever it is, and explain benefits wherever they are, and arrange whatever combinations can be 75. Brought into accord. He must write down whatever will happen, and so bring benefit to living beings. Thirdly, as for making cures by means of rites for living beings, ignorant creatures. When Sparka, year cycle, the Smeba sphere, and antagonistic elements are in disarray, one must perform the Ori rite for the universe in disarray. Draw a magic circle with clean sand, a circle drawn with sand of 5 colors. Set up twigs with colored wools and silk of 5 colors. Make a first offering of a pure sacrificial cake made from different grains, and of the 3 milk and the 3 sweet substances. Worship the goddesses of the elements and the time periods. Recite as a prayer some true expositions of the conqueror. Thus the completely disarrayed elements will be quietened, and everything disarrayed will be put in place. In order to produce long life, happiness, and good fortune for those creatures wretched, men perform the striking rite, combining use of ritual devices. On some clean place, as working base, draw a swastika in grain. Prepare the devices for the rite, the implements and talismans. Offer libations, gifts, and consecrated chang. Worship the 8 gods of prediction and good fortune and bring all phenomenal elements into interrelation. Pronounce the blessing of interrelationship, and beings will be cured with benefits and happiness. When beings of the 6 spheres are struck with an impediment and come near to death, in order to save them from impediments and reverse this evil, use the stinging rite which works by knowledge of prognostic signs. 4 devils, dud, fiends, san, she-demons, ma-mo, spirits of death, shinarje, devils which attack man's length of days, sprites which cause impediments, and devils which attack life force. Against these, establish life ransoms, life pledges and amulets. Pay debts of evil with life ransoms as payment for life. Worship the 8 gods who preserve life, and happiness. Reverse the troubles that befall men and save them from their impediments. Thus he is ransomed from death and fixed up with an amulet, and so you produce benefits, joy, and happiness for living beings. For all living beings, afflicted with attacks by the 8 kinds of sprite, behating and consuming gods and demons, you must perform the exchange rite of transposing 2 equal things. Prepare the ritual devices, MDOS, 11, and ritual items, the right-sized figurine as ransom for the patient's body, the sky symbol, the tree symbol, the arrow, distaff, and ritual stakes, the male figure, the female figure, the rock plant Mchi, and mustard seed, a model of the house and its wealth, the things one desires. If they are exchanged as equal things, the 76 ransom will be good. If they are transposed as equivalents, they will be chosen as payment. To the hosts of noble Buddhas make salutation, offerings, and prayer for refuge. Then offer the items of ransom, explaining them truly. Although your patient is about to die, you can delay his death for the space of 3 years. In order to benefit beings, profit them by means of these rites. They will make you happy with offerings and fees. So the benefits of ritual have now been explained. Fourthly, in caring for others, by means of diagnosis, when the ignorant beings of the 6 spheres suffer from diseases arising from molestations, klesha, in order to benefit them in their illness by diagnosis, the physician with the thought set on enlightenment should raise his thought to the 4 immeasurable virtues, take refuge in the hosts of Buddhas, and offer a mandala in thanksgiving and worship. He should worship the king Vidurjyoti, Vaidurya, and his 8 fellow Buddhas, gods of medicine. That he should diagnose the major and minor causes in all that can be seen, and identify the disease by diagnosis of the connecting channels. Diagnose from the urine what is of benefit and what is of harm. Diagnose from the appearance all signs of death and signs of cure. Thus identifying the disease, heat or cold, phlegm or bile, or some combination, the medicine is then applied, cooling, warming, equalizing, powder, pills or syrup, potion, ointment, or buttermold. Medicine for every man must fit with the disease. All feverish conditions are counteracted by the cooling kind, all cold conditions by the warming kind, all phlegmatic conditions by the dispersing kind, conditions of bile by the uniting kind, combination disturbances by the equalizing kind. For the 21.000 types of combinations one applies 21.00 types of medicine, and so expels the afflicted conditions of ignorance. Treatment is of 4 main kinds. Treatment with medicine of elixir. Treatment with medicine for bodily cure. Treatment with method and practice. Treatment in unprescribed ways. Curing is of 4 main kinds. Medicine, bleeding and brain-ding, tranquilizing with method and spells. Whatever is required must accord with the type of disease. 77. After absorbing the medicine, come taste and effect, pleasance of taste and force of Effect. After absorption it is gentle and pleasant. For the disease vomiting and purifying. By excretion, and the afterstate is tranquil and pleasant. Food may be suitable, harmful, or indifferent. Keep to what is suitable and avoid what is harmful, taking the right measure of the part that is indifferent. In diagnosis we have the connecting channels, the urine, and the general appearance. Watch the channels, examine the urine, and diagnosis from the general appearance, let the result coincide. If you are sure you see signs of death, urge him to practice of virtue. If he is cut off by karmic effects, ritual and diagnosis are useless. If it is certain his time of death has come, even food, which should nourish the body, may be his life's enemy. But if it is not such a case, and he suffers from an accident or a sudden disease, you will save him by treatment and medicine. If your skill and cleverness of method have not been perfected by practice, you will not produce medicine, but poison. You will not cure the sick man and he will die before long. So skill and cleverness of method are very important. So by practicing, setting about and understanding these four, sortilege, astrological calculations, ritual, and diagnosis, living beings must be benefited. Keep this in mind, O Fuchin Legs Purgyal. This is what he said. Bon, as a pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet, Buddhist ideas certainly pervade Bon throughout. The definition of truth as absolute and relative, this was a useful idea for the Bonpos, as it could provide a justification for the lower ways of magic ritual. The realization of the thought of enlightenment as the coalescence of method and wisdom. The whole conception of living beings revolving through the six spheres of existence. The notion of Buddhahood as fivefold. The whole gamut of tantric theory and practice. Some might be tempted, when there is still so much else of interest in Tibetan civilization that awaits investigation, to neglect this developed and elaborate Bon as mere second-hand Buddhism. 78. But there have been also serious scholars who conversely would regard Buddhism in Tibet as little more than demonological priestcraft. Waddell's remarkable book, Lamaism, which contains so much precise information about Tibetan Buddhism practices of all kinds, provides evidence enough that Bon and Buddhism in Tibet are in their theories and practices one and the same. What Waddell perhaps failed to appreciate is that Tibetan Buddhism, and for that matter Bon too, is often sincerely practiced by Tibetans as a moral and spiritual discipline. We are thus concerned not only with pre-Buddhist Tibetan religion, but with Tibetan religion regarded as one single cultural complex. The Bonpos merely pose the problem nicely for us by having arranged all types of Tibetan religious practice within the framework of their 9 ways. Regarded in this way, Bon might be indeed claimed to be the true religion of Tibet. Accepting everything, refusing nothing through the centuries, it is the one all-embracing form of Tibetan religion. Its few remaining educated representatives seem to be still motivated by its spirit. Western scholars of Tibetan well know how difficult it is to persuade an indigenous Tibetan scholar to take any interest in forms of Tibetan literature that lie outside his particular school. Normally a DGE lugs pa, yellow hat, scholar would be ashamed at. The idea of reading a work of any other Tibetan Buddhist order, let alone a Bonpo work. Yet educated Bonpo monks clearly have no such inhibitions. They will learn wherever they can, and given time they will absorb and readapt what they have learned. Bon, how it came to Tibet as a religion. Regarded in this way, Bon is a strange phenomenon, and what we really want to know is how it began to develop in its early stages. The Bonpos themselves concede that their religion as practiced in Tibet consisted in the first place of little more than ritual magic. And they believed that Shenrab himself established these practices there. A clear account is given of the story in chapter 12 of Xermig, which recounts how the demon Kyubpa Lagring sends his followers who steal the 7 horses of Shenrab from the sacred city of Halamo Ring. In the previous chapter it was related how this demon had carried off Shenrab's daughter, Shenpsa Ne Chung, and forcibly married her. Their 2 children were then abducted by Shenrab and 79. Concealed at Halamo Ring. At the beginning of chapter 12 the demon sends his followers to see where the children are. They cannot be found, so he gives orders for the theft of the horses as a form of reprisal. Rather than keep the horses in his own realm, Dudyol Minpahi Glin, he plans to keep them in Rakampo, and he sends messengers to make arrangements with the 2 rulers of Rakampo, named Rakang Rje Takarpo and Rakang Rje Dmarpo. Shenrab himself together with 4 followers comes after them, not, as he explains, in order to get the horses only, but because the time has come to spread the doctrine in Zhangzhung and Tibet. The demons block his way with snow, then fire, then water, and then sand, but he disperses them and reaches Zhang-Zhung. Shenrab gave to the Bonpos of Zhang-Zhung as Bon, doctrine, the inspired teaching, Lung, about bombs and spells, and as ritual items he instructed them in the divine countenance of the celestial ray and in black and white thread crosses. Then he went into Baima El Umat Gujais, the 9-fold spreading of the desert spring, in Zhangzhung, where he pronounced this prayer. Now it is not the occasion for establishing the doctrine among all the Bonpos of Tibet, but may Bon of the 9-stage way spread and be practiced there some time. As he said this, a group of demons were subjected to him. Shenrab gave to the Bonpos of Tibet as Bon, doctrine, the inspired teaching concerning prayers to the gods and the expelling of demons, and as ritual items he showed them various small aromatic shrubs, the use of barley as a sacrificial item and libations of Chang. Nowadays the Bonpos of Tibet, summoning all gods and demons by means of Bon, get their protection, and by worshipping them send them about their tasks, and by striking them prevail over them. This is the prod of Shenrab's having subdued them when they beheld his countenance. In historical terms this account simply means that before Indian religious ways spread to Tibet, Tibetan religion consisted of magical rituals, of the kind enumerated in the 2nd way of Bon, performed by priests known as Bon and as Ji Shen. The full doctrine, referred to as the Bon of the 9-stage way, came later, and except for the rituals that were already practiced in Tibet through translations, the Bonpos were certainly impressed by the need for translations. Thus Bon teachings, they claim, were translated into 360 languages and taught throughout the known world, which for them consisted of India generally, the states of Northwest India in particular, Central Asia states and peoples, Nepal and China. Lastly, it reached Tibet, again from the west through translations from the language of Zhang-Zhung. This Bon that spread west, south and north of Tibet was of course Buddhism, and it is quite conceivable that the Tibetans of western Tibet, whose ancestors first made contact with the forms of Buddhism popularly practiced in Jalandhara, Zahor, and Kashmir, Kachay, in Uddiyana, Orgyan, and Gilgit, Brushap, were unaware of its direct connection with the Buddhism officially introduced into Tibet in the 8th century AD by King Krisrangalditsan. The Bonpos are insistent that their teachings came from the West, and there are good reasons for believing that Buddhist yogins and hermits, and probably Hindu ascetics as well, had already familiarized the villagers of western Tibet with Indian teachings and practices before Buddhism was formally introduced by the Tibetan religious kings. Moreover, these informal contacts continued over several centuries. Perhaps the main original difference between Bonpos and Nyingmapa, Tibetan Buddhist of the old order, consists in the fact that the Nyingmapa acknowledged that their doctrines, despite the earlier promulgation, were nevertheless Buddhist, and that the Bonpos never would make this admission. Fundamental to an elucidation of this interesting problem is a comparative study of the Tantras and the Dzogchen, Great Perfection, literature of these two oldest Tibetan Buddhist groups. The organizing of their religious practices into the 9 ways must have come somewhat later, perhaps by the 10th century. The Nyingmapa set of 9 begins with the 3 ways of conventional Indian Buddhism, the Sravalana, the Pratyekabuddhayana, and the Bodhisattvayana. The other 6 ways are even higher stages of tantric practice, viz. Kryotantra, Upayatantra, and Yogatantra, and finally, the Mahayagatantra, Anuyagatantra, and Atayagatantra. Thursday the Nyingmapa, recognizing their connections with the newly established official religion, were content to organize themselves as tantric adepts of Buddhism. The Bonpos, despite their ever-increasing cultural and literary contacts with the official religion, persisted in claiming that this religion had really been theirs from the start. Drawn very early, Sarah Inley already in the 8th century, into a position of opposition, they set to work to organize a full-scale religion of their own, using all their own remembered indigenous resources and all they could acquire from their opponents. The magnitude of the task was really astounding, if judged only by the vast bulk of literature which they so speedily accumulated. The 9 Ways of Bon is a mere summary of their achievements. The 4 portals and the treasury as 5th. The Bonpos often refer to their full complement of doctrines and practices not only as the Bon of the 9-stage way, but also as the Bon of the 4 Bon portals and the treasury as 5th. Bonskop sim tsotlnja dang theg par rimdkya I Bon. This term scope sim tsotlnja has no easy explanation. The 4 portals are Dpon 81. Chsaz, Chabnag, Chabdkar, and Hfanyeol. The first, Bonj, may be safely translated as Master Sage. It is the term used for the hermit sages of the Zhangzhung, Snien. As one of the four portals of Bon, it refers to their teachings of the great perfection, Chen. As for Chabdkar and Chabnag, Chab remains uncertain in meaning. Tenzin Namdak accepts these names as technical terms without any proper meaning, and so, while he and other educated Bonpo know what the terms refer to, they remain quite uninterested in the origin of the terms themselves. Chab has two meanings: I, royal sway of power, and 2, the honorific term for water. The compound Chabsgo means an imperial portal, and perhaps this might encourage us to choose the first meaning. The white sway and the black sway would make quite good translations. But in our selected texts, Chab is clearly interpreted as though it meant water. I have therefore taken the term provisionally in this meaning. The term is used only as a label in any case. The white waters refer to higher tantric practice and the black waters to magic rites of all kinds. European writers have often referred to white Bon and black Bon, but clearly without any intended reference to Chabdkar and Chabnag. Hfanyeol is a well-known place name in central Tibet, but once again my Bonpo helpers insist that this term, which refers to their perfection of wisdom teachings, has nothing to do with the Hfanyeol Valley. But I think they are mistaken. The name Hfanyeol often occurs in Bonpo texts both as a place name and as a term referring to particular doctrines. Before the teacher Shinrab spread the teachings in the world of men, he is supposed to have taught Hfanyeol texts in the realms of the serpents, Klu, Furies, Nian, mountain gods, Dag, and rock gods, Dod. One wonders if there is some connection here with the well-known story of Nagarjuna's visit to the Nagas, equals Tibetan Klu, to obtain his perfection of wisdom teachings. There is no doubt that in Bonpo usage Hfanyeol means perfection of wisdom texts, and therefore it might have seemed suitable to give this name to texts which Shinrab was supposed to teach to Sprents and others. I mention this possibility merely since I suspect that it is just such a haphazard association of ideas that often accounts for the use of many terms in Bonpo material, and we may well be wasting our time looking for more scholarly associations. 82. As for the special meaning that the Bonpas gve to Hfanyeol, perhaps it was here in this place, which was seriously important in the early spread of Buddhism in Tibet, that they first learned and studied perfection of wisdom literature. It is perhaps fair to add that Tenzin Namdak discounts such an idea altogether. As for the special Bonpo meanings of these terms, he has kindly drawn my attention to some very good definitions occurring in Gzermig. The Master Sage belongs to the Bon of precepts and inspired teachings. It purifies the stream of knowledge, avoids word, and concentrates on the meaning. The black waters belong to the Bon of the stream of existence. It purifies the stream of knowledge. By means of many verbal accounts which arise there, much is accumulated for the good of living beings under 3 headings: the outer stream of death rites and funeral rites, the inner stream of sickness rites and ransom rites, and the middle stream of diagnosis rites and rituals. The vast Purgyal belongs to the Bon of the 100,000 verse text in the sutras. It purifies the stream of knowledge. It tells of monastic discipline and vows. This Bon has two aspects, as a series, Sanskrit, Parivarta, and as recitation. Again, the series has two aspects, the series of the phenomenal world and the series of passing from sorrow, skr nirvana. The recitation is of two kinds again, recitation that enunciates and originates in the words of enunciation, and enunciation that is consecrated to the food of living beings and serves for ceremonies. Being read and recited, it accumulates much merit for living beings, and it should be used only for ceremonies. The white waters belong to the Bon of potent precepts and spells. It purifies the deep stream of knowledge. It embraces the profound reliance and performance. As for this Bon, when one has been consecrated, one becomes of the self-nature of fivefold Buddhahood. As effect, one has in the body the five symbolic gestures of the self-nature of Buddhahood. As effect in the speech, one recites spells continuously. As effect in the mind, one practices the profound meditation of the process of emanation and the process of realization. As effect in one's accomplishments, one accumulates and delights in ritual items. As effect in one's acts, one praises the Buddha names in recitation. 83. Defined in this way, the four portals cover all the types of religious practice included in the 9 ways. The Master Sage portal represents the 9th way. The Black Waters portal represents the 1st, 2nd, and 4th ways. The Purgyal portal represents the 5th and 6th ways. The White Waters portal represents the 7th and 8th ways. It also includes the 3rd way insofar as this is directed towards the Bon of effect. Thus these 4 portals seem to represent an earlier and quite coherent attempt by the Bonpos to arrange their accumulated religious materials into 4 groups. Precepts and teachings of sages and hermits, e.g. Zhang-Zhung Xnianrikyat and other Dzogchen literature. 2. Ways of predecision, death ceremonies, and magical rites of all kinds, viz. the original Bonpo material. 3. Texts and practices connected with monastic religion. One may observe that the reading of perfection of wisdom literature as a meritorious rite was as polar then as now. 4. Text and practices of the Tantras. As for the treasury which makes the 5th, this is the pure summit, Ksangmtho Dog, which once again is best defined by a quotation from Xermig. As for the pure summit, it goes everywhere. As inside it belongs to the Bon, which is a universal cutting off. It purifies the stream of knowledge in all the 4 portals. It simply involves that insight into the non-substantiality of appearances. It understands the deluding nature of the inner essences in terms of absolute truth, non-substance. 2. Is an absurdity. http://www.angelfire.com/ga2/steps to insanity/bon9w intro.html. 84. The Bonpo Traditions of Dzogchen. By John Merton Reynolds. The Bonpo and Nyingmapa Traditions of Dzogchen. In general, the Dzogchen teachings are found only in the old unreformed Tibetan schools of the Buddhist Nyingmapas and the non-Buddhist Bonpas. In both cases, these teachings are substantially the same in meaning and terminology, and both traditions claim to have an unbroken lineage coming down to the present time from the 8th century and even before. Both of these schools assert that Dzogchen did not originate in Tibet itself, but had a Central Asian origin and was subsequently brought to Central Tibet by certain masters known as Mahasiddhas or Great Adepts. There thus would appear to exist two ancient and authentic lineages for the Dzogchen teachings, the Buddhist and the Bonpo. As I have previously discussed the Nyingmapa Buddhist tradition of the origin of Dzogchen in my book The Golden Letters, here I shall present a preliminary survey of the Bonpo tradition of Dzogchen known as the Zhangzhung Nyanjayad. This Bonpo tradition is especially important for research into the historical origins of Dzogchen because it claims to represent a continuous oral tradition, Snyanrgyud, from the earliest times coming from Zhangzhung in western Tibet. 1. Although some medieval and modern Tibetan histories written by cloistered Buddhist monks portray the ancient pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet called Bon as a nefarious mixture of sorcery, black magic, shamanism, and bloody sacrifices, this appears to be just so much anti-Bonpo propaganda providing a melodramatic effect. The principal aim of these Buddhist historians was to glorify the role of Indian Mahayana Buddhism in Tibetan history, suggesting that there was no culture nor civilization in Tibet before the coming of Indian Buddhism to central Tibet in the 7th century of our era. India, the birthplace of the Lord Shakyamuni Buddha, was looked upon not only as the source of all genuine religion and spirituality, but as the source of civilized culture generally, and even the lineage of Tibetan kings was traced back to an Indian origin by such native Tibetan historians as Golatsawa, Bhutan, and others. 2. Another problem is that the Tibetan term Bon, probably deriving from the old verb form Bonpa, meaning to invoke the gods, 3 has two different cultural referents. In the first usage, Bon does indeed refer to the indigenous pre-Buddhist shamanistic and animistic culture of Tibet, a culture that possessed many characteristics in common with other shamanistic tribal cultures of Central Asia and Siberia. Although these cultures involved various types of religious practice and belief, the central role was occupied by a practitioner known as a shaman. The activity of the shaman was definitively characterized as entering into an altered state of consciousness by way of chanting, drumming, dancing, and so on, whether this altered state of consciousness or ecstasy was understood to be soul travel, as an out-of-the-body experience, or a form of spirit possession. For the principal social function of such a practitioner was healing. A traditional form of Central Asian shamanism involving spirit possession continues to be practiced widely in Tibet even today among both Buddhist and Bonpo populations, as 85, well as among Tibetan refugees living elsewhere in Ladakh, Nepal, and Bhutan. Such a practitioner is known as Lhapa or Dpabo. 5 elsewhere on the borders of Tibet in the Himalayas and along the Sino-Tibetan frontiers, among certain Tibetan-speaking and related peoples, there exist shamanic practitioners known as Bonpos, as for example, among the Ngari in China 6 and among the Tamangs in Nepal 7. But there exists a second type of religious culture also known as Bon, whose adherents claim to represent the pre-Buddhist civilization of Tibet. These practitioners of Bon assert that at least part of their religious tradition was not native to Tibet, but was brought to central Tibet sometime before the 7th century from the previously independent country of Zhangzhung, west of Tibet, and more remotely from Tazik, Stagzik, or Iranian-speaking Central Asia to the northwest. 8. This form of Bon is known also as Zhangzhung Bon, Zhangzhung Bon, the eternal teaching, a term which could be reconstructed into Sanskrit as Svastika Dharma, where the swastika or sun cross is the symbol of the eternal and the instructible, corresponding in most every respect to the Buddhist term Vajra or diamond, Rdorje. In addition to ritual texts relating to shamanic and animistic practices, this ancient tradition possesses a large corpus of texts, also claiming to be pre-Buddhist in origin, relating to the higher teachings of Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen, Mdo Rikyad Manan Gagtsum. The Bonpo Lamas, instead of looking back to the North Indian prince, Siddhartha Gautama, as their Buddha and as the source of their higher teachings of Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen, look back even further in time to another prince, Shenrab Miwok, Shenrab Mibo Che, born in Olmo Lungring, Olmo Lungring, in remote Central Asia, as their Buddha, Sangsrjyas, and as the source of their teachings. Hence, the latter is given the title of Tonpa or teacher, Stonpa, literally the one who reveals. Modern scholars may question the historicity of this figure, and Tonpa Shenrab is indeed given a rather fabulous date by the Bonpo tradition, asserting that he flourished some 18,000 years ago. 9. Furthermore, he is given a hagiography in Bonpo sources in no way inferior to that of Shakyamuni Buddha, as found, for example, in the Lalita Vistara 10, along with the fabulous hagiographies of Padme Sambhava found in the extensive literature of the Nyingmapa school, such as the Padma Bka Thang and the Bka Thang. Xerfreng, the career of Tonpa Shenrab represents one of the great epic cycles of Tibetan literature. 11. To the outsider, this Zhangzhung Bon nowadays appears little different from the other schools of Tibetan Buddhism in terms of their higher doctrines and monastic practices. Contemporary Bon possesses a monastic system much like the Buddhist one and a Madhyamaka philosophy fully comparable with the other Tibetan Buddhist schools. According to the Bonpo Lamas themselves, the main difference between Bon and the Buddhist schools is one of lineage rather than of teaching or doctrine, since the Bonpas look to Tonpa Shenrab as their founder and the Buddhists look to Shakyamuni. Indeed, both of these news figures are manifestations of Buddha enlightenment in our world, an epiphany that is technically known as a Nirmanakaya, Sprul-Sku. The Dalai Lama has now recognized Bon as the fifth Tibetan religious school, alongside the Nyingmapas, the Sakyupas, the Kagayadpas, and the Gelugpas, and has given the Bonpos representation on the Council of Religious Affairs at Dharamsala. 1286. The historical development of Bon. Some Tibetan historians and scholars, on the other hand, were aware of this distinction between the two kinds of Bon referred to above 13, and certainly the Bonpo Lamas themselves were aware of it. According to one leading native-born Bonpo scholar, Lapon Tenzin Namdak 14, the history of the development of Bon may be divided into 3 phases. One primitive Bon was the indigenous shamanism and animism of Tibet and adjacent regions in ancient times. Indeed, according to Bonpo tradition, some of these practices, such as invoking the gods, Lhaj Salba, and rites for exorcising evil spirits, Selba, were actually taught by Tonpa Shenrab himself when he briefly visited Kampo in southeastern Tibet in prehistoric times. 15 such rites were later incorporated into the classification of the teachings and practices of Bon known as the 9 successive ways, or vehicles, Thegparimdku. These shamanistic types of practices are now known as the causal ways of Bon, Rchui Thegpa. Teaching and practice found in the causal ways are considered to be dualistic in their philosophical view, that is, the gods, Lha, representing the forces of light and order called Yet, and the demons, Dud, representing the forces of darkness and chaos called Ngam, have an independent existence, and the concern of the practitioner is principally with the performing of rituals that invoke the positive energies of the gods and repel the negative influences of the demons and evil spirits. 16. An examination of the ritual texts in question reveals them to be largely of non-Indian origin. 17. However, like Buddhism generally, Zhangzhung Bon is totally opposed to the practice of blood sacrifice, the Marm Code, for the origin of such practices are attributed to the cannibalistic Sinpo, Srinpo, demons and not to Tonpa Shenrab. Thus, Bonpo Lamas are loath to identify even the causal ways of Bon with the shamanism of the Yang Kris or shamans still flourishing in the mountains of Nepal who continue even today to perform blood sacrifices. 18. 2 Old Bon, Bonriang Ma, or Yundrung Bon, G.Yungdrung Bon, as such, consists of the teachings and the practices attributed to Shenrab Miwok himself in his role as the teacher or the source of revelation, Stonpa, and, in particular, this means the higher teachings of Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen. He revealed these teachings to his disciples in Almo Lungring on earth and elsewhere in a celestial realm in his previous incarnation as Chime Sigfud, Chimed Sigfud. 19. These teachings of Tonpa Shenrab, already set down in writing in his own time or in the subsequent period, are said to have been brought at a later time from Almo Lungring in Tazik to the country of Zhangzhung in western and northern Tibet, where they were translated into the Zhangzhung language. Zhangzhung appears to have been an actual language, distinct from Tibetan, and apparently related to the West Himalayan Tibeto-Burman dialect of Kinori. Thus, it was not some artificial creation fabricated by the Bonpos in order to have an ancient source language corresponding to the Indian Sanskrit of the Buddhist scriptures. 20. Beginning with the reign of the second king of Tibet, Mutri Tsanpo, it is said that certain Bonpo texts, in particular the Father Tantras, Purgyal, were brought from Zhangzhung to central Tibet and translated into the Tibetan language. 21 Thus the Bonpos assert that Tibetan acquired a system of writing at this time, based on the samsaric script used in Zhang-Zhung, which would, therefore, have been ancestral to the Buddhist script now often used for composing Tibetan manuscripts, especially among the Bonpos. 22 The Bonpos subsequently experienced two persecutions in central Tibet. The first under the 8th king of Tibet, Dragum Tsanpo, and later the second under the great Buddhist king of Tibet, Trisongdi Tsan, in the 8th century of our era. According to the tradition, on both occasions, the persecuted Bonpo sages concealed their books in various places in Tibet and adjacent regions such as Bhutan. These caches of texts were rediscovered beginning in the 10th century. Thus they are known as rediscovered texts or as hidden treasures. 23 Certain other texts were never concealed, but remained in circulation and were passed down from the time of the 8th century in a continuous lineage. These are known as Snyanragyad, literally oral transmission, even though they are usually said to have existed as written texts even from the early period. One example of such an oral tradition is the Zhangzhung Snyanragyad, which, in the 8th century, the master Tabiritsa gave permission to his disciple Gyarpungpa to write down in the form of his pithy secret oral instructions. Manangak, Saket Upadesha. Or else, the texts were dictated during the course of ecstatic visions or altered states of consciousness by certain ancient sages or certain deities to lamas who lived in later centuries. One such example of this was the famous lengthy hagiography of Tonpa Shenrab known as the Xibrajid, dictated to Ladan Nyingpo, BL Oldens Nyingpo, B. 1360, by certain mountain spirits. This classification is rather similar to the Nyingmapa classification of its scriptures into Bka Ma and Kterma. 24 This form of Old Bon flourished in western and central Tibet down to our own day. The teachings of Bon revealed by Tonpa Shenrab are classified differently in the three traditional hagiographical accounts of his life. In general, Tonpa Shenrab was said to have expounded Bon in 3 cycles of teachings. I. The 9 successive vehicles to enlightenment, Thegparimdgu. 2. The 4 portals of Bon, and the 5th, which is the treasury, Skobsim Zodlenga. And 3. The 3 cycles of precepts that are outer, inner, and secret, Bka Phi I Nang. Chsang Skorjsum. These 9 ways or 9 successive vehicles to enlightenment are delineated according to 3 different systems of hidden treasure texts, Kterma, that were put into concealment during the earlier persecutions of Bon and were rediscovered in later centuries. These treasure systems are designated according to the locations where the hidden treasure texts were discovered. 1. The system of the southern treasures, Lhokter Lugs. These were the treasure texts rediscovered at Drigt Samthakar, Brigmshamthatkar, in southern Tibet, and at Paro, Spagyaro, in Bhutan. Here the 9 ways are first divided into the 4 causal 88 ways, which contain many myths and magical shamanistic rituals, and which are principally concerned with working with energies for worldly benefits. Then there are the 5 higher spiritual ways known as the fruitional ways. Here the purpose is not gaining power or ensuring health and prosperity in the present world, but realization of the ultimate spiritual goal of liberation from the suffering experienced in the cycles of rebirth within samsara. The final and ultimate vehicle found here in this 9-fold classification is that of Dzogchen. 25. 2. The system of the central trousers, debuskter lugs. These treasure texts were rediscovered at various sites in central Tibet, including the great Buddhist monastery of Samai. In general, this classification of the Bonpo teachings is rather similar to the system of the 9 vehicles found in the traditions of the Nyingmapa school of Tibetan Buddhism. Some of these Bonpo texts are said to have been introduced from India into Tibet by the great native-born Tibetan translator Vairochana of Pajur, who translated works from both the Buddhist and the Bonpo traditions. 26. 3. The system of the northern treasures, Byangkter lugs. These treasure texts were rediscovered at various locations north of central Tibet. However, according to Lapan Tenzin Namdak, not much is currently known regarding this system. 27. The 4 portals of Bon and the treasury, which is the 5th, Bonskobsim Dzodlenga, represent another and probably independent system for the classification of the Bonpo teachings into 4 groups known as the 4 portals, Skobsi, together with an appendix known as the treasury, Mdzod. These groups or classes of teachings are as follows. 1. The Bana of the White Waters, containing the fierce mantras, Chaptakar Dragpo, Tien Gags Kyi Bon. This collection consists of esoteric tantric practices focusing the recitation wrathful or fierce mantras, Drag Tien Gags, associated with various meditation deities. Within this class are included the Chai Pung cycle or general collection, Spias Bungs score, that is to say, the practices associated with the Father Tantras, Fa. Rygyud. 28. 2. The Bana of the Black Waters for the continuity of existence, Chabnag Sridpa. Rygyud Kyi Bon. This collection consists of various magical rituals, funeral rites, ransom rites, divination practices, and so on, necessary for the process of purifying and counteracting negative energies. This collection would seem to correspond, by and large, to the 4 causal ways described above. Here the term black refers not to the practitioner's intention, but to the expelling of negativities, which are black in color. Symbolically. 3. The Bon of the extensive Prajnaparamita from the country of Phanyul, Rajyaspa Bum Gyi Bon. This collection consists of the moral precepts, vows, rules, and ethical teachings for both monks and ordained lay people. In particular, the focus is on the philosophical and ethical system of the Prajnaparamita Sutras, which are preserved in the Bonpo version in 16 volumes known as the Kams Chen. This collection basically represents the Sutra system, whereas the Chaptakar represents the Tantra system. 29. 89. 4. The Bon of the Scriptures and the secret oral instructions of the Masters, Bonjses. Manan Gag Lung Gi Bon. This collection consists of the oral instructions, Manan Gag, and the written scriptures, Lung, of the various masters, Bonjses, belonging to the lineages of transmission for Dzogchen. 5. The Bon of the treasury, which is of the highest purity and is all-inclusive, Sang Mtho Spy Irch Ubnsad Kyi Bon. This collection contains essential material from all four portals of Bon. The treasury, which is the fifth, Mzadlenga, is described in the Xermic as for the highest purity, Sang Mtho. It extends everywhere. As insight, it belongs to the Bon that is universal. Spy Kot. It purifies the stream of consciousness in terms of all four portals. 30. The three cycles of precepts that are outer, inner, and secret, bka Phi Nang Sang Scorchsum, are as follows. 1. The outer cycle, Phi Score, contains the sutra system of teachings, Mdo Lugs, relating to the path of renunciation, Spong Lam. 2. The inner cycle, Nang Score, contains the Tantra system of teachings, Rygyud Lugs, relating to the path of transformation, Sjayura Lam, otherwise known as the secret. Mantras, Chsang Tien Gags. 3. The secret cycle, Chsang Score, contains the Upadesha teachings, Manan Gag, relating to the path of self-liberation, Gral Lam, otherwise known as Dzogchen, the Great Perfection. 3. New Bon, Bonj Sarma, arose since the 14th century, relying upon the discoveries of a different terma system than the above. As a whole, this system is quite similar to the Nyingmapa one, and here Padme Samhava is also regarded as an important figure. Indeed, some Tibetans, such as Dorje Lingpa, discovered both Nyingmapa and Bonpo termas. In a text such as the Bonkrid, rediscovered by Tswang Gyalpo, it is asserted that Padme Samhava went to Udayana and received the Dzogchen teachings directly from the Samagakaya Shenelha Odker, Shenlha Odidker, himself. Later he transmitted these teachings in Tibet, concealing many of them as termas meant for the use of the future generations of Bonpos. According to Sharja Rinpoche also, the new Bon movement began in the 14th century and continues until today. The termas revealed to such masters as Ladon Nyingpo, Mizhik Dorje, otherwise known as Dorje Lingpa, Kundrol Dragpa, Deshin Lingpa, Sang Ngag Lingpa, Kandro Deshin Wangmo, and so on, are all considered Tersar, Kterjsar, or recent treasure text discoveries. The new Bon has flourished mainly in eastern Tibet. 31. The origin of Dzogchen. Just as in the case of the Nyingmapas among the Tibetan Buddhists, the Bonpo tradition possesses as its highest teaching the system of contemplation known as Dzogchen, the Great Perfection, Radogs Pa Chen Po. These teachings reveal in one's immediate experience the primordial state, Yegzi, of the individual, that is to say, the individual's 90. Inherent Buddha nature or Bodhicitta, which is beyond all time and conditioning and conceptual limitations. This natural state, Nas Lugs, is spoken of in terms of its intrinsic primordial purity, Ka Dag, and its spontaneous perfection in manifestation. Lhung Grub. Both the Buddhist Nyingmapas and the Bonpas assert that their respective Dzogchen traditions were brought to central Tibet in the 8th century. The Nyingmapa transmission from the Mahasiddha Sri Zimhain living in northern India, and the Bonpo transmission from a line of Mahasiddhas dwelling around Mt Kailash and the lake country of Zhangzhung to the west and north of Tibet. Thus there appear to exist two different historically authentic lineages for the transmission of these teachings. Subsequently, the Nyingmapa transmission of the Dzogchen precepts was brought to central Tibet principally due to the activities of three teachers: the great tantric master Padme Samhava from the country of Udayana, the Mahasiddha and Mahapandita Vimalamitra from India, and the native-born Tibetan translator Vairochana of Pajur. According to tradition, the latter came originally from a Bonpo family. 32. It is said that he and Vimalamitra were responsible for the first translations of the texts belonging to the Sems Sde, or Mind series, and the Longed, Klong Sde, or Space series of Dzogchen teachings. However, some scholars, both Tibetan and Western, dispute that Vairochana actually made the many translations attributed to him. 33. Moreover, some contemporary scholars assert that the Dzogchen Tantras, which represent the literary sources for the Dzogchen teachings, were actually fabricated in the 10th century by certain unnamed unscrupulous Bonpo and Nyingmapa lamas, who then anachronistically attributed them to earlier numinous figures like Padme Samhava and Tapirite Sa in order to win their acceptance as authentic scriptures. They therefore represent a kind of Buddhist and Bonpo apocrypha and pseudepigrapha. Modern critics cite the fact that, with the exception of two short Dzogchen texts, the Rigpa-I Kubuk and the Zbaspa-I Zgumchung, the texts of the Dzogchen Tantras, have not been found in the Tunhuang Library on the borders of western China, which was sealed in the 10th century. But simply noting that these texts were not discovered at Tunhuang does not prove that they did not exist elsewhere at the time, or that they must have been composed after the closing of that library. On the basis of the extant evidence and in view of the lack of a thorough analysis of all the texts in question, it would appear that this conclusion unwarranted. 34. It has also been asserted by some scholars that Padme Samhava, although he may have been an actual historical figure, certainly did not teach Dzogchen, but only the Tantric system of the Zgrubpa Bka Brigade, the practices of the 8 Harikas or wrathful meditation deities. This system forms the sadhana section, Zgrub Sde, of Maha-yoga Tantra. 35. However, eminent Nyingmapa Lama scholars, such as the late Dudjom Rinpoche, reply that although Padme Samhava may not have taught Dzogchen as an independent vehicle to enlightenment, he did indeed teach it as a Upadesha, Manengag, or secret oral instruction, to his immediate circle of Tibetan disciples. This private instruction concerned the practice of Dzogchen and the interpretation of the experiences arising from this practice of contemplation. In the context of the system of Maha-yoga Tantra, Dzogchen is the name for the culminating phase of the Tantric 91 process of transformation, transcending both the generation process, Pskyd Rim, end. The perfection process, Rim. In this context, Dzogchen would correspond in some ways to the practice of Mahamudra in the new Tantra system, Ryuj Sarma, of the other Tibetan schools. An old text, the Manengagal to Ba Freng Ba, traditionally attributed to Padme Sambhava himself, does not treat Dzogchen as an independent vehicle, Thegpa, Saket Yana, but only as part of the system of the higher tantras. 36 When taught as an independent vehicle, Dzogchen practice does not require any antecedent process of tantric transformation of the practitioner into a deity, and so on, before entering into the state of even contemplation, Nyambs Hag. 37 So it would appear that, according to the Nyingmapa tradition at least, Dzogchen originated as a Upadesha that elucidated a state of contemplation or intrinsic awareness, Rigpa, that transcended the tantric process of transformation alone, both in terms of generation and of perfection. Therefore, it became known as the Great Perfection, that is to say, the state of total perfection and completion where nothing is lacking. According to Nyingmapa tradition, the Dzogchen precepts were first expounded in our human world by the Nirmanakaya Garab Dorji, Dga Rab Rdorje, Saket Prahivahra, in the country of Udayana and were later propagated in India by his disciple Manjushrimatra. The latter transmitted them to his disciple Sri Zimha who, in turn, conferred them upon Padme Sambhava, Vimalamitra, and Vairochana the translator. These three brought the precepts to Tibet in the middle part of the 8th century. Thus, this teaching was originally a secret oral instruction restricted to a small group of tantric initiates. The tradition claims that it originally came from the mysterious country of Udayana to the northwest of India. Therefore, it appears most likely that it is to the Indo-Tibetan borderlands of the northwest that we should look for the origins of Dzogchen. 38. This seems equally true for the historical origins of Bonpo Dzogchen, for this second authentic lineage of the Dzogchen teachings also did not originate in India proper, but was brought to central Tibet in the 9th and 10th centuries from Zhangzhung in northern Tibet by the disciples descending from Gyarpung Nangzhe or Lodpo. 39 Until the 8th century, the country of Zhangzhung had been an independent kingdom with its own language and culture. It lay in what is now western and northern Tibet, and the center of the country was dominated by the majestic presence of the sacred mountain of Gangchen or Mt Kailash. Examining the available evidence, it now appears likely that before Indian Buddhism came to central Tibet in the 7th and 8th centuries, Zhang-Zhung had extensive contacts with the Buddhist cultures that flourished around it in Central Asia and in the Indo-Tibetan borderlands. Just to the west of Zhangzhung, there once existed the vast Kushana Empire, which was Buddhist in its religious culture. It was an area in which Indian Buddhism interacted with various strands of Iranian religion: Zoroastrian, Zurvanist, Mithraist, Manichaean, as well as Indian Shaivism and Nestorian Christianity. 92. This was also true of the oasis cities of the Silk Route to the northeast of Zhangzhung, such as Kashgar. Some scholars have seen this region beyond India as playing a key Role in the development of certain aspects of Mahayana Buddhism, and later also in the development of tantric form of Buddhism known as Vajrayana. 40. For example, the revelation of the Guhya Samaha Tantra is said to have occurred to King Indrabhuti in Udayana and was later brought to India proper by the Mahasiddhas Saraha and Nagarjuna. 41. Moreover, the Kalachakra Tantra is said to have been brought from Shambhala in Central Asia to Nalanda in India in the 10th century by the Mahasiddha Tsalopa. 42. The Bonpas came to identify this Shambhala with Almo Lungring itself. 43. All this suggests that certain trends within Zhangzhung Bon, rather than being later plagiarisms and imitations of Indian Buddhism concocted in the 10th century, actually do go back to a kind of syncretistic Indo-Iranian Buddhism that once flourished in the independent kingdom of Zhang-Zhung before it was forcibly incorporated into the expanding Tibetan Empire in the 8th century. This Buddhism, known as Gyar in the Zhang-Zhung language and as Bon in the Tibetan, was not particularly monastic, but more tantric in nature, and its diffusion was stimulated by the presence of various Mahasiddhas in the region, such as the illustrious Tapirite Sa and his predecessors, dwelling in caves about Mt Kailash and about the lakes to the east in northern Tibet. Even into this century, Kailash remained an important site of pilgrimage, drawing Hindu sadhus and yogis from India. 44. Such a mixed Buddhist culture, being both tantric and shamanic, was suppressed in the 8th century when, at the instigation of the Tibetan king Trisongditsan, the last king of independent Zhang-Zhung, Ladmijya, was ambushed and assassinated when he left his castle of Kyeongdzong on the Ngari Lake in northern Tibet. Zhang-Zhung and its people were absorbed into the Tibetan Empire and disappeared as an independent entity. The Zhang-Zhung were pressed into the service of the Tibetan army as it expanded westward into Ladakh and Baltistan. 45. Today the Zhang-Zhungpas survive as the nomad people of western and northern Tibet, often possessing the same ancient clan names, but having been converted to the Dragung Kagayadpa school of Buddhism, they have forgotten their ancient heritage. The old caves, once the dwelling places of the Bonpo Mahasiddhas, are now thought to be the domain of ghosts, places to be shunned and avoided. Yet ancient ruins, believed to antedate the Tibetan Empire, are still to be seen at Kyeonglung, Kyeonglung Dien Golmkar, west of Kailash, and on the shores of the Ngari Lake to the east in northern Tibet. 46. In response to the urgings of the Indian Buddhist monk scholar Bodhisattva, who thoroughly rejected these Bonpo heretics, 47, and failing to recognize the ties of doctrine and practice between the Buddhism of Zhang-Zhung known as Gyar or Bon, with the monastic Buddhism recently imported from India into central Tibet, the Tibetan government actively suppressed the indigenous religious culture of Zhang-Zhung. Moreover, the persecution of the Bonpas by the Tibetan king Trisongditsan may have had a political motive and not just a religious one. At that time, the Bonpas in Tibet were certainly not organized into a rival church or sect that could effectively oppose the Indian monks financially supported by the Tibetan government. This picture was a later anachronism created in the accounts of the medieval Buddhist historians. Rather than a 93. Conflict of rival religious doctrines. A parallel might be the suppression and subsequent annihilation of the Druids by the Romans in Gaul and Britain, where the Druids represented an ever-present source for Celtic nationalism and rallying point for resistance against Roman rule. In the same way, the Bonpos may also have been suppressed because they represented a possible source of Zhang-Zhung rebellion against the rule of the Yarlung dynasty of Tibet, just as the Druids were accused of making human sacrifices, and the Romans used this accusation as an excuse to exterminate them, so the Bonpos were accused of making blood sacrifices, and this represented another excuse for expelling them from Tibet. The three traditions of Bonpo Dzogchen. In general, within the Bon tradition, there exist different lines of transmission for the Dzogchen teachings, which are collectively known as Dzogchen. The first two of them represent Terma traditions based on rediscovered treasure texts, whereas the third is an oral tradition, Snean Purgyal, based on a continuous transmission through an uninterrupted line of realized masters. These three transmissions of Dzogchen are as follows. 1. Acrid. The first cycle here of Dzogchen teachings is called Acrid, pronounced A-tri, that is, the teachings that guide one, Krid, to the primordial state, A. The white Tibetan letter A is the symbol of Shunyata and of primordial wisdom. The founder of this tradition was Muten Gongjad Ritrod Chinpo, who was frequently just known as Dampa, the holy man. 48. He extracted these Dzogchen precepts from the Krorykyud cycle of texts. Together with the Gba Don Gyi score, these texts formed part of the Spi Spungs Yanluk Gi score cycle of teachings that belong to the Father Tantras, Phargyud, originally attributed to Tonpa Shenrab in the guise of Chime Psigvud, Chimed Psigvud. To this collected material, Muten added his own mind treasure, Dgongskter, and organized the practice of the cycle into 80 meditation sessions extending over several weeks. This was known as the Acrid Thun Cham Purgyad Cu Pa. The instructions were divided into 3 sections dealing with the view, Ultabiye, the meditation, Skampa, and the conduct, Spyad Pa. Upon a successful completion of the 80-session course, one received the title of Togden, Rtogselden, that is, one who possesses understanding. The system was later condensed by his successors. In the 13th century Ozalodo, Chiao-Tsan 49 reduced the number of sessions to 30, and subsequently in the same century Drushan Gyalwei Yungdrung wrote a practice manual in which the number of sessions in retreat, Thun Sham, was further reduced to 15. This popular practice manual is known as the Acrid Thun Cham Golengapa 50, and in the present century, the great Bonpo master Sharjar Rinpoche wrote extensive commentaries on the Acrid system, together with the associated dark retreat, Mun Shams. 51. The Acrid tradition, where the practice is very systematically laid out in a specific number 94 of sessions, in many ways corresponds to the Rzogchen Sems Sde of the Nying Mappa tradition. 52. To Rzogchen. Here the term Rzogchen does not mean Dzogchen in general, but the reference is to a specific transmission of Dzogchen whose root text is the Rzog's Chen Yang Rasai. Klong Chen, the great vast expanse of the highest peak which is the great perfection, rediscovered by the great Turtons Hodton and Godrub Dragpa in the year 1080. This discovery was part of a famous cycle of treasure texts hidden behind a statue of Vairocana at the Kumthing Temple at Lodruk. This root text is said to have been composed in the 8th century by the Bonpo master known as Lashu Tagring. 53. 3 Snean Rygyud. The third cycle of transmission of the Dzogchen teachings within the Bon tradition is the uninterrupted lineage of the oral transmission from the country of Zhangzhung, Zhang-Zhung. Snean Rygyud, which is the subject of the present study. Because this tradition has a continuous lineage extending back to at least the 8th century of our era, and so does not represent terma texts rediscovered at a later time, it is of particular importance for research into the question of the historical origins of Dzogchen. Excerpted from Space, Awareness, and Energy, an introduction to the Bonpo Dzogchen Teachings of the Oral Tradition from Zhangzhung, by John Merton Reynolds, Snow Lion Publications, forthcoming in 2001. Notes 1. See John Merton Reynolds, The Golden Letters, Snow Lion, Ithaca 1996, pages 199 to 286. 2. For example, see the Depthirtian Gonpo of Goes Lotsway Biags Han Nudpol, 1392 to 1481, translated in The Blue Annals by George Rurik, Part I, Book I, Motilal Banarsidass, New Delhi reprint 1979, pages 35 to 37. See also Tarthang Tulku, Ancient Tibet, Dharma Publishing, Berkeley 1986, pages 102-106, 140 to 148. 3. See Gazayuri, The Old Tibetan Verb Bon, in Acta Orientalia Academiae Scientiarum Hungarica. 1964, Vol. 17, No. 3, pages 323 to 34. 4. Shamanism, now recognized to be a worldwide religious and cultural activity of great antiquity, has been extensively described by Russian and other anthropologists, as well as by scholars of the history of religions such as Mircea Eliade and others. See especially Mircea Eliade, Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy, Pantheon Books, New York 1964. 5. On Tibetan Shamanism generally, see René de Nebesky-Wojciechowicz, Oracles and Demons of Tibet. Mouton, The Hague 1956, pages 538 to 553, as well as Per Arne Bergley, Preliminary Remarks on some Tibetan Spirit Mediums in Nepal, in Kailash 4, 1, Kathmandu 1976, pages 85 to 108. For an account of a contemporary Tibetan shaman from Ladakh and practicing in Kathmandu, see Larry G. Peters, The Tibetan Healing Rituals of Dorje Yudrenma, a fierce manifestation of the feminine cosmic force, in Shamans. Drum 45, Ashland or 1997, pages 36 to 47. 6. See Joseph Rock, Contributions to the Shamanism of the Tibetan Chinese Borderland, Anthropos Liv. 1959, pages 796 to 818. 7. see Larry Peters, Ecstasy and Healing in Nepal, Udana Publications, Malibu 1981. See also Stan Royal. Mumford, Himalayan Dialogue, University of Wisconsin Press, Madison 1989. 8. On the relations of the Old Tibetan Kingdom with Central Asia generally, see Christopher Beckwith, The Tibetan Empire in Central Asia, Princeton University Press, Princeton, New Jersey 1987. In view of this connection. 95. As suggested by Beckwith, the term Bon might possibly be a borrowing from the Central Asian Iranian language of Sogdian, where the word Bwn means Dharma. This word also occurs as the first element in the title of the Zoroastrian book dealing with the process of creation, the Bundaishan. Beckwith has also pointed to a possible Indo-Iranian substratum in the Zhangzhung language. See Beckwith, The Tibetan Empire in Central Asia, OPCIT, pages 3 to 36. The Sogdians were a major trading people along the Silk Route to the northwest of Tibet, and many Buddhist texts in the Sogdian language have been recovered from Central Asia. On Zhang-Zhung in particular, see Tsaringdar, the ancient Zhang-Zhung civilization, in Tibet. Studies, Lhasa 1989, pages 90 to 104. 9. According to the Bstenrisis of Numa Tenzin, translated by Perkviern in a chronological table of the Bonpo, the BS Tanrixis of Nyimobsten Jin, in Acta Orientalia XXXIII, Copenhagen 1971, pages 205. 282. 10. There exist three principal biographies or hagiographies of Tonpa Shenrab in the Bon tradition. 1 Mdo. Dus or Dust Samsangs Rjis Byungkungs Kyimdo. 2. Xermike or Dus Parin Poche Irikyud Xermike. And 3. Xibrjid or Dus Parin Poche Dri Mohamed Pak Xibrjid Rab 2 Bar Baimdo. A summary of the hagiography of Tonpa Shenrab, drawn from the Xermike, will be found in Helmut Hoffman, The Religions of Tibet, George Allen and Unwin, London 1961, pages 84 to 98. A brief version of the hagiography may be found in Richard Gard and Sang Yi Tandar, The 12 Deeds, a brief life story of Tonpa Shenrab, the founder of the Bon religion, LTWA, New Delhi 1995. Although the monastic career of Tonpa Shenrab in his later life bears many resemblances to the account of Shakyamuni Buddha's great renunciation and subsequent teaching activities, as found, for example, in the Lalita Vistara, his life story is otherwise of an origin quite independent of anything remotely Indian Buddhist. Indeed, the noted Russian scholar Kuznetsov sees Tonpa Shenrab as being of Central Asian or Iranian origin. CBI. Kuznetsov, who was the founder of the Bon religion, in Tibet Journal, Vol. I, No. 1, Dharamsala 1975. Certain contemporary Tibetan scholars see Tonpa Shenrab as being a native-born Tibetan, rather than a prince or priest coming from Central Asian origin. See Namkhe Norbu, The Necklace of Gzi, A Cultural History of Tibet, LTWA, Dharamsala 1981. Karmai also appears to suggest this. See Samton G. Karmai, A General Introduction to the History and Doctrines of Bon, in the Memoirs of the Research Department of the Toyo Bunko, No. 33, Tokyo 1975, pages 171 to 218. Lapon Tenzin Namdak, following Bonpo tradition, is adamant in asserting that Tonpa Shenrab was not a Tibetan, but originated in Olm Olungring, which he identifies with Shambhala. In that case, Olm Olungring was a mystical domain and not a precise geographical location, somewhere northwest of Tibet in historical times. On the significance of Olm Olungring and Shambhala, see Edwin Birnbaum, The Way to Shambhala, A Search for the Mythical Kingdom Beyond the Himalayas. Anchor Press/Doubleday, New York 1980, pages 12 to 13, 44, 79 to 81, 102. On the significance of mystical geography in general, see Mircea Eliade, The Sacred and the Profane, The Nature of Religion, Harcourt. Bryce and World, New York 1957, and also Henry Corbin, Spiritual Body and Celestial Earth, Princeton University Press, Princeton 1977. 11. On the Bard and the Epic generally in the Tibetan tradition, C.R.A. Stein, Tibetan Civilization, Faber and Faber, London 1972, pages 272 to 281. Also see his more detailed study, Recherches sur l'Epipetle. Bard au Tibet, Annals du Musée Guillemot, Paris 1959. 12. This does not mean that the Dalai Lama considers the Bonpas to be Buddhists. According to most Tibetan Lamas, the Buddhists follow Chas and the Bonpas follow Bon. Nevertheless, both Buddhists, Chospa, and Bonpas are considered insiders, Nangpa, as opposed to outsiders or non-Buddhists, Phai-pa, such as Hindus, Jains, Muslims, and Christians. 13. For example, see the Grubmthalegs Pshad Shel Kyi Milong by Chas Kyi Nyimot Bulb Zangpo. 1674 to 1740. The section of this text dealing with Bon has been translated by Sarat Chandra Das in Contributions on the Religion and History of Tibet, Manjusri Publishing House, New Delhi 1970, pages 1 to 19. Reprinted from Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, 1881. The author, a Gelugpa scholar, distinguished 3 phases in the historical development of Bon: Jol Bon, Kyar Bon, and Bschayur Bon. Although this is not how the Bonpas see their own history, the text is useful in indicating how the other Buddhist schools saw them. The account found here may be summarized as follows. 1. Revealed Bon, Jol Bon during the reign of the 6th king of Tibet, Tried Sanpo, Crealdit Sanpo, a demon or evil spirit, Dre, kidnapped a boy of 13 who belonged to the Shen clan and took him to different wild places in the mountains of Tibet and Kham. Other accounts add the detail that this 13-year-old boy was discovered to have had the ears of a donkey, apparently from birth, whereupon the evil spirits absconded with him. For 13 more years thereafter, this boy wandered in the wilderness and came to be fully instructed in the magical arts of the non-human spirits, Ma Yin. At the age of 96. 6. He was permitted to return to his native village. because of his other-world journeys and the knowledge he acquired thereby. He knew the names and the haunts of all the spirits and demons. He knew which spirits caused troubles among mankind and which spirits brought good luck and prosperity. And he knew how to appease hostile spirits with rituals and offerings. Thus this young man was the first to introduce Bon among the Tibetans, and from his time onward, the kings of Tibet followed Bon and no other religion. It is said, moreover, that when he returned to his village from the wilderness, he hid his donkey's ears by wearing a white woolen turban, for which reason the white turban became the distinctive headgear of the ancient Bonpos. It was said of these early Bonpos that below, Og, they tamed the evil spirits, above, Steng, they invoked the gods of their ancestors, and in the middle, Bar, they purified the hearth when it became polluted, and thereby offended the hearth god, the Abulha, and other household spirits. This account is an obvious scenario of shamanic initiation, and thereby it would appear to account for the origin of shamanism in Tibet. To deviant Bon, Kyar Bon, this represented innovations made due to foreign influences coming into Tibet from the outside. When the king of Tibet, Drigum Sanpo, Grigum Sanpo, was killed because of his persecution of the Bonpos, it became necessary to prevent the restless spirit of the murdered king, which had become a jinn or restless ghost, from doing mischief among the people. Therefore, 3 Bonpo practitioners were invited from Kashmir, Kachay, Gilgit, Brushat, and Zhangzhung, respectively, in order to perform the appropriate funeral rites to set the spirit to rest. This was because the local priests did not know how to do this. Such rites are known as dur. All 3 of these Bonpos were foreigners from countries which lay to the west of Tibet. One of these Bonpos, presumably the one from Zhangzhung, propitiated the deities Ge Code, the patron deity of Zhangzhung, Kaiung, Garuda, and Milha, the god of fire. Thereby he was able to fly through the sky on his drum, and divine mineral and metal deposits hidden beneath the earth. The second Bonpo, presumably the one from Gilgit, was skilled in divination and could foretell the future by means of the knots and threads, a practice known as juthig, and the use of scapula. Sogdmar. Moreover, he made inspired oracular utterances, Lha Bka. This would appear to locate the origin of this method of divination in Gilgit. The third Bonpo from Kashmir, a land famous for its Sanskrit learning among both Buddhists and Shaivites, was an expert in conducting the funeral ceremonies. Previously there had existed no philosophy of Bon in Tibet, but now Bon became mixed up with the Shaivite doctrines of the Tirthakas, that is, the Hindus of Kashmir, and therefore this became known as deviant Bon. Mustegst bang phayog pa I grubmtha kyar ba Bon. 3 transformed Bon, Pschayur Bon. This occurred in 3 phases. First, an Indian Pandita, having slandered a famous Buddhist teacher and being charged with immoral acts, was expelled from the Sangha or monastic community. He went to the north of Kashmir and, dressing himself in blue robes, Shamthaps Tiangon Pakan, he proclaimed himself a great teacher. There he wrote several heretical books and hid them underground. After a few years, he invited the public to witness the discovery of these texts that he had hidden previously. He proclaimed them to be the sacred scriptures of Bon, and thereby he brought about a transformation in the Bon religion. Second, during the reign of the great Buddhist king of Tibet, Tri Somditsan, an edict was issued requiring that all Bonpas to renounce Bon and to embrace the Buddhist faith of India. A Bonpo named Rinchenkok refused to do so and was punished by the king for his obstinacy. He became very angry at this, and thereupon he and some other Bonpo priests composed Bonpo scriptures by wholesale plagiarizing of the Buddhist ones. When the king heard of this activity, he was outraged and had these priests beheaded. However, some conspirators survived and hid copies of these plagiarized texts under rocks in various places. Later these priests rediscovered these texts and they became the Bonpo termas. Third, after the overthrow and death of the Tibetan king Lang Dharma in the 9th century, some Bonpo priests continued to alter other Buddhist texts using different orthography and terminology. In Upper Tsung, two of them, Shenguraluga, Jisenragur Kludga, and Yildra Lag, Dar Yul Scroll Lag, composed more texts and hid them under rocks. Thereby they converted many Buddhist scriptures into Bon texts, such as transforming the extensive Prajnaparamita, Yamrajyas, into the Kamschen, the Bonpo version of the Prajnaparamita. Later they brought them out as apparently accidental discoveries. These caches of texts were known as the White Water, Chaptakar, and the Fruitional Bon, Brasbuletin I Bon. The tone of the account here is rather anti-Bon, and this may be contrasted with the Bonpa's own account of the origin and development of their tradition, such as found in the Legs Pshadmtsad of Sharjah Rinpoche. See the translation of this work in Samten G. Karmai, The Treasury of Good Sayings, A Tibetan History of Bon, Oxford University Press, London 1972. 14. Oral communication from Lapon Tenzin Namdak. See also his History of Bon, G. Yung Drung Bon Gyi. Pstin Pa I Byung Kungs Nyung Pstus, Kalimpong 1962. 97. 15. According to the traditional accounts found in the Xermig and the Xibrajid, the demon prince and sorcerer Kyab Palagring, Dudrajil Kyab Palagring, stole the 7 horses of Tonpa from their stable in Olmo Lungring, and after spiriting them away, he concealed them in Kampo, a country in southeastern Tibet. Tonpa Shenrab took this as an opportunity to travel to Tibet in order to subdue the fierce demons, Srinpo, who at that time dwelt in the country and oppressed primitive humanity. Ch. Hoffman, The Religions of Tibet, OPCIT. Also see Tarthang Tulku, Ancient Tibet, OPCIT, pages 107 to 108. 16. See David Snellgrove, The 9 Ways of Bon, Oxford University Press, London 1967. Also see Namkay Norbu, Drung, Drew, and Bon, LTWA, Dharamsala 1995. 17. See Snellgrove, The 9 Ways of Bon, OPCIT. Also on Bonpo Ritual, see John Merton Reynolds, The Cult and Practice of Zhangzhung Mary, Bonpo Translation Project, privately printed, San Diego 1996. 18. Oral communication from Lapon Tenzin Dek. On the conflict between Buddhist lamas and indigenous shamans regarding the question of blood sacrifice, see Mumford, Himalayan Dialogue, OPCIT. On a parallel situation in 17th century Mongolia, see Walter Heisig, The Religions of Mongolia. University of California Press, Berkeley 1980, and Walter Heisig, A Mongolian Source to the Lamaist Suppression of Shamanism in the 17th Century, in Anthropos 48, pages 493 to 533. 19. On Chimed Ksigphut and the Lineages for the Bonpo Dzogchen Teachings, see Chapter 2 below. And also the translations of the Yigchung and the Renamdar in Part 2. 20. On the Zhang-Zhung language, see Eric Harha, The Zhang-Zhung Language, A Grammar and Dictionary of the Unexplored Language of the Tibetan Bonpos, in Acta Jutlandica XL, 1, Copenhagen 1968. Pages 7 to 43. 21. Samten G. Karmali, The Treasury of Good Sayings, A Tibetan History of Bon, Oxford University Press. London 1972. 22. On the Smar Yig script of Zhangzhung, see Chhiring Dar, The Ancient Zhang-Zhung Civilization. OPCIT. Also see Namkhe Norbu, The Necklace of GZI, OPCIT. 23. On the Bonpo Terma tradition, see Samten Karmali, The Treasury of Good Sayings, OPCIT. All of the early Terma discoveries of the Bonpos were esakter, that is, the actual physical texts written in previous times and concealed in various places of Tibet and Bhutan. Most of the actual discoverers of these collections of Terma texts were not learned lamas, but simple farmers and hunters, who could not have possibly forged these texts. Among the most famous of these early tertans were 3 Nepali thieves known as the 3 Atsaras, who in the year 961 CE stole a heavy locked chest from the Chatiaid Marpo temple at Samai Monastery. Escaping into the mountains with their loot, thinking that it contained gold, they broke into the chest, but when they opened it, they found only some old texts. Greatly disappointed, they sold these old books to some local village Bonpo lamas for some gold and a horse. 24. On the Nyingmapa Terma tradition, see Eva Dargai, The Rise of Esoteric Buddhism in Tibet, Motilal. Banarsa Das, Delhi 1977. Also see Tulku Thondup, Hidden Teachings of Tibet, An Explanation of the Terma Tradition of the Nyingmapa School of Buddhism, Wisdom Publications, London 1986, and Tulku Thondup. The Tantric Tradition of the Nyingmapas, Buddhayana, Marian Ma 1984. 25. The 9 Ways of Bon, or rather, the 9 successive vehicles of Bon, Bontheg Parimdgu, as classified in the system of the Southern Treasures, Lhokter Lugs, is expounded in as many chapters in the Xibrajid, the most extensive hagiography of Tonpa Shen Rab. These chapters have been translated by Snellgrove in consultation with Lapon Tenzin Dek. See David Snellgrove, The 9 Ways of Bon, Oxford University Press, London 1967. Here the 9 ways are listed as follows. 1. The way of the practice of prediction, Fawajshan Thegpa literally Thegpa means a vehicle or conveyance, rather than a road or a way. Jishen, a word of obscure origin and meaning, can here be translated as practice or practitioner according to the Lapan. And the term Fawa means prediction or prognostication. This way or vehicle is principally concerned with divination, MO, astrological and geomantic calculations, resus, medical diagnosis, Biad, and the performing of healing rituals, GTO. 2. The way of the practice of visible manifestations, Snangchen Thegpa. This way is principally concerned with visible manifestations, Snang Ba, perceived as positive manifestations of the activities of the gods, Lha, who come to the aid of humanity. Therefore, the emphasis is placed on invoking the gods, Lha, Chsal Ba, for their aid. This includes such classes of deities as the Thugstkar, the Zgrablat, the Wer and so on. 3. The way of the practice of magical power, Frilgshan Thegpa. This way is principally concerned with magical rituals to ensure prosperity and control over the spirits evoked, especially the rites of exorcism. Sel Ba, to eliminate negative energy and the negative provocations of evil spirits, Den, who come to 98. Disturb human existence. The practitioner works with these energies in terms of evocation, conjuration, and application, Psniens Grublostsum. 4. The way of the practice of existence, Sridchen Thegpa. Here existence, Sridpa, properly means the processes of death and rebirth. This way is also known as Dirgshan, the practice of ceremonies for exorcising, the spirits of the dead who are disturbing the living. It is, therefore, principally concerned with the 360 kinds of rites for accomplishing this, as well as methods for ensuring the good fortune and the long life of the living. These 4 represent the 4 causal ways of Bonri, Thegpa. These are followed by the higher ways of a more spiritual nature, whose goal is liberation and enlightenment, which are collectively known as the fruitional ways, Brasbuletan I Thegpa. 5. The way of the virtuous lay practitioners, Djibsnyan Thegpa. This way is principally concerned with morality and ethics, such as the 10 virtuous deeds, Dgbabcu, the 10 perfections or paramitas, and so on, as well as pious activities such as erecting stupas, and so on. 6. The way of the ascetic sages, Zhangzhung Thegpa. The term Zhangzhung, Saket Rishi, meaning a sage, has here the technical significance of a fully ordained monk who has taken the full complement of vows, corresponding to the Buddhist Bhikshu, Dg Slong. The principal concern is with the vows of the monk and the rules of the monastic discipline, Dul Ba. 7. The way of the white Adkar Thegpa. This way is principally concerned with the tantric practice of transformation by way of visualizing oneself as the meditation deity and the practices associated with the mandala. Here are included both the lower tantras and the higher tantras. 8. The way of the primordial Shen, Yetshen Thegpa. This way is concerned with certain secret tantric practices including the proper relationship with the guru and with the tantric consort, as well as with the methodologies of the generation process, Pskide Rim, and the perfection process, Ritsogs Rim, and the conduct connected with them. 9. The ultimate way, Bla Med Thegpa. This ultimate and unsurpassed, Bla Na Med Pa, way is comprised of the teachings and practices of Dzogchen, the Great Perfection, which describes the process of enlightenment in terms of the base, the path, and the fruit, as well as the practice of contemplation in terms of the view, the meditations, and the conduct. 26. The 9 ways according to the system of the central treasures, Die Buskter Lugs, are also divided into the causal vehicles, Rju I Thegpa, and the fruitional vehicles, Brasbuletin I Thegpa. These are as follows. 1. The vehicle of gods and men where one relies upon another, Lhamig Zanratan Gyi Thegpa, that is to say, this is the vehicle of those disciples who must first hear the teachings from another. This vehicle corresponds to the Sravakayana in the Buddhist system, and the philosophical view is that of the Vaibhashikas. 2. The vehicle of the Shenrabpas who understand by themselves alone, Rangratogst Shenrab Kyi Thegpa. These practitioners do not need to hear the teachings first from another, but they discover it for themselves. This vehicle corresponds to the Pratyekabuddhayana of the Buddhists, and the philosophical view is that of the Sautrantikas. 3. The vehicle of the compassionate bodhisattvas, Thugsar Je Semspa I Thegpa. This vehicle corresponds to the Mahayana Sutra system or Bodhisattva-yana vehicle in the Buddhist system. In particular, they references to the bodhisattvas who practice the 10 paramitas of generosity, morality, patience, vigor, meditation, strength, compassion, commitment, skillful means, and wisdom. The philosophical view is that of the Yogacharans or Chittamatrans, Sampa, who discern the absence of any inherent existence in terms of the internal self, as well as external phenomena. 4. The vehicle of the bodhisattvas that are without conceptual elaborations, Zhangzhung Semspa I Spros. Med Pa I Thegpa. This vehicle also corresponds to the Bodhisattva-yana in the Buddhist system. The Bonpo term Zhangzhung Sems Dpa, literally Svastikasatva, or swastika being, has the same meaning as the Buddhist term Bodhisattva, Byangchub Sems Dpa. Here one finds the same practice of the 10 paramitas. However, the philosophical view of emptiness and the absence of any inherent existence in the internal self and the external phenomena is understood by way the Madhyamaka, Bhumapa, rather than the Chittamatra. These 4 lower ways represent the causal vehicles, Rju I Thegpa, while those which follow are known as the fruitional vehicles. 5. The vehicle of the primordial Bon of pure conduct and ritual activity, Ba Ksang Spyat Ye Bon Gyi Thegpa, focusing on ritual activity, Ba Saket Kriya, and purity of conduct. This vehicle corresponds to the Kriyatantrayana in the Nyingmapa system. In terms of method, the wisdom being, Yeshispa, is invoked into one's range of vision and treated as a great lord being petitioned by a humble servant, and thereby the practitioner receives the knowledge, yeshis, and the blessings, by and relapse, of the deity. 99. 6. The vehicle of the clairvoyant knowledge that possesses all of the aspects, Ranam Par Kunldan and Ganshis. Kyi Thegpa. The focus is equally on external ritual action and internal yoga practice. This vehicle corresponds to the Charyatantrayana in the Nyingmapa system. together with the practice of the 10 paramitas and the 4 recollections, the presence of the wisdom being is invoked, but this time the deity is regarded as an intimate friend rather than as a superior lord. These 2 vehicles represent the outer or lower tantras, Phi-I-Rygyud, while the vehicles that follow represent the inner or higher tantras, Nang, Rygyud. 7. The vehicle of visibly manifestating compassion in terms of the actual generation process, Dien goes. Pskide thugs rje rol pa I theg pa. This vehicle corresponds to the Yoga Tantra and to a certain extent to the Maha Yoga Tantra and the Anuttara Tantra in the Buddhist system of classification for both the Nyingmapas and the newer schools. Establishing oneself in the higher view of the ultimate truth and remaining in the original condition of the natural state, one engages in the generation process, Pskide Rim, and transforms oneself into the meditation deity, thereby realizing the qualities attributed to that manifestation of enlightened awareness. 8. The vehicle wherein everything is completely perfect and exceedingly meaningful, Shin Tu Donaldan Kun. Rdzoks Kyi Thegpa, becoming established in the ultimate truth and the original condition of the natural state, as was the case above. Here one places the emphasis on the perfection process, Rdzoks Rim, rather than the generation process, Pskide Rim, so that space and awareness are realized to be inseparable beings rigged pure med. And particularly in terms of the meditation deity, the practitioner comes to realize the gnosis or pristine awareness of the inseparability of bliss and emptiness, Bde Stong Yeshis. This vehicle corresponds to the Maha Yoga Tantra and especially the Anuyoga Tantra classifications of the Nyingmapas. 9. The unsurpassed vehicle of the highest peak of the primordial great perfection, Yet Nas Rdzoks Chen. Yang Resablamed Kyi Thegpa. This vehicle comprises the Dzogchen teachings in terms of the mind series, Sems Sde, which emphasize the awareness side of the natural state, and the space series, Klongst, which emphasize the emptiness side, as well as the secret instruction series, Manengag Sde, which emphasize their inseparability. On the central treasures, see John Merton Reynolds, Zhangzhung Bon, The Eternal Tradition, Tibetan Translation Project, privately printed, New York 1994. And also upon Tenzin Namdak and John Reynolds. Tr. The condensed meaning of an explanation of the teachings of Zhangzhung Bon, Bonpo Foundation, Kathmandu ND. Also see Tenzin Wangyal, Wonders of the Natural Mind, Station Hill Press, Barrytown, New York. 1993, pages 35 to 37, 203 to 208. 27. Oral communication. 28. According to Lapon Tenzin Namdak, the translations of these technical terms Chabdgar as white water and Chabnag as black water are problematical. Indeed, Chab does mean water in Tibetan, but the word may originally have been a Zhang-Zhung term and had a different and now forgotten meaning. In the Old Bonpo usage, the terms white, tkar, and black, nag, did not have the moral connotations that they have in English, such as white magic done for good purposes and black magic done for evil purposes. In this context, white refers to invoking the aid of the gods and spirits, drawing positive energy to oneself. while black refers to the exorcising and expelling of negative energies, perceived as a process of purification. The exorcised negative energies are felt to appear black in color, but the intention here is positive, namely, that of purification. 29. According to Karmali, the name Phanyol designates the district of Phanyol to the north of Lhasa. This may have been the location where the Bonpo translation of the Prajnaparamita was made in the early period, then later concealed in a different region and rediscovered at a later time by Chinchen Kludga in the 11th century. However, the Lapon disputes this theory and holds that Phanyol was probably a Zhangzhung word whose meaning has been forgotten. The Tibetan term bum, literally meaning 100,000, is the usual designation in the Buddhist tradition for the entire collection of the Prajnaparamita Sutras, the largest of which consists of 100,000 verses. 30. See Snellgrove, The 9 Ways of Bon, Ibid. 31. The term is revealed to be El Oldensneing Po, B. 1360, Mizhig Rdoje, otherwise known as Rdorje. Klingpa, 1346–1405, Kun Gral Gragspa, B. 1700, BDE Chenglingpa, B. 1833, Chsangtian Gagsklingpa, B. 1864, M. Ka Gro BDE Chentbang Mo, B. 1868, etc., are considered recent treasure text discoveries. Kturj. Among those listed here, Rdorje Klingpa is also well known as Anying Mapa Turtan. On him. See Eva Dargai, The Rise of Esoteric Buddhism in Tibet, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi 1977. On the New Bon. Termas in general, see Karmali, Treasury, Ibid, pages 182–190. 100. 32. On the Tibetan translator Vairochana as a Bonpo, see Samten Karmali, The Great Perfection, Brill. Leiden 1988, pages 17–37, 216–223. 33. See Samten G. Karmali, The Great Perfection, A Philosophical and Meditative Teaching of Tibetan Buddhism, Brill, Leiden 1988. Also see Eva Dargai, The Rise of Esoteric Buddhism in Tibet, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi 1977. 34. See the discussion in Reynolds, The Golden Letters, OPCIT, pages 199–286. 35. Eva Dargai, The Rise of Esoteric Buddhism in Tibet, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi 1977. The Nying Mappa class of the Maha-Yoga Tantras is divided into the Tantra section, Rigyud Sde, consisting of 18 Tantras headed by the Guye Garbha Tantra, Rigyud Sang Ba Sneing Po, and the Sadhana section, Grubsti, consisting of the texts for the practices of these 8 harikas. 36. See the translation of the Manangagal to Ba Freng Ba in Samten Karmali, The Great Perfection, O.P. CIT, pages 137–174. 37. The state of even contemplation, Nyambshag, Saket Samahita, represents the culmination of the tantric process of transformation known as sadhana, grub thabs. Just as the visualization process begins from the state of emptiness or shunyata, generating the pure forms of the deity and the mandala out of this primordial condition of pure potentiality. So at the conclusion of the practice of the transformation, the visualization of the deity and its sacred space is dissolved once more back into its source, the state of shunyata. The dissolving of all the pure forms generated in the creation process, skyd rim, of the sadhana back into emptiness does not, however, represent a true destruction or annihilation in any absolute sense. To assert that this is the case would represent the erroneous philosophical position of nihilism. Chadalta. Rather, it represents a re-enfolding of manifest forms back into their source, where they remain in their full potentiality. Having dissolved the visualization once more, the meditator rests for a period of time in shunyata or pure unmanifest potentiality, in what is called a condition of even contemplation. Nyamshag, out of which, subsequently, the sights and sounds of normal everyday life re-emerge as the post-meditation condition, which is dhab. The Sanskrit term samahita is cognate with the more familiar term samadhi, both of which I translate into English as contemplation, in order to distinguish them from meditation, skampa, saket bhavana. In terms of dzogchen, this remaining in the state of contemplation is equated with being in the natural state, na slugs. However, within the practice of Tantra, it is necessary to first go through this elaborate process of visualization and transformation in order to find oneself in the condition of contemplation once the visualization is dissolved back again into shunyata. This visualization process recapitulates the creation, the evolution, and the dissolution of the entire manifest universe. But in the context of dzogchen practice, it is not necessary to first transform something into something else in order to find oneself in the condition of contemplation. Rather, one simply relaxes and just finds oneself in contemplation at the very beginning of practice and remains thereafter in it, by whatever means. This represents the principal practice of dzogchen, in relation to which all tantric transformation practices are considered secondary. On this question, also see David Jackson, Enlightenment by a Single Means, the Tibetan Controversies on the Self-Sufficient White Remedy, Tker Po Chig Thup, der Österreichischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Vienna 1994. 38. There has been much discussion among scholars about the location of Udayana, origin. Tuchi located it in the Swat Valley in Pakistan on the basis of two medieval Tibetan texts. See Giuseppe Tucci. Travels of Tibetan Pilgrims in the Swat Valley, The Greater India Society, Calcutta 1940. However, there is much evidence to indicate that Udayana was a far larger region embracing much of eastern Afghanistan. CCS Upasak, History of Buddhism in Afghanistan, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Varanasi. 1990. 39. On Gyerspung Snangjer Lodpo and his disciples, see chapters 3 and 4 below. 40. On the origin of the Mahayana in the northwest of India, see Etienne Lamotte, History of Indian Buddhism, Louvain 1988. And on the origin of Dzogchen in the same region, see Samten G. Karmali, A. Discussion of the doctrinal position of the Rzogchen from the 10th to the 11th centuries, in Journal Asiatic 1-2, Paris 1975, pages 147 to 155, as well as his The Great Perfection, a philosophical and meditative teaching of Tibetan Buddhism, Brill, Leiden 1988. 41. On the Gayasamaha Tantra, see Alex Wayman, The Buddhist Tantras, Light on Indo-Tibetan Esotericism, Samuel Weiser, New York 1973, and also his The Yoga of the Guhya Samajatantra, Motilal. Banarsa Das, New Delhi 1977. 42. On the origin of the Kalachakra Tantra and of Shambhala, see Edwin Birnbaum, The Way to Shambhala. Anchor/Doubleday, New York 1980. 101. 43. Lapon Tenzin Namdak and other Bonpo Lamas I have spoken to have identified Olmo Lungring with Shambhala. For a discussion of Shambhala in the Tibetan tradition in general, both Buddhist and Bonpo, see Birnbaum, The Way to Shambhala, OPCIT. 44. This has already been suggested by Snellgrove in Indo-Tibetan Buddhism, Ibid. 45. C. C. Beckwith, The Tibetan Empire in Central Asia, Ibid. 46. Oral communication from Lapon Tenzin Namdak. The Lapons spent 2 years in that region hiding from the Chinese Communists. On this region and its archaeological remains, see John Vincent Belezza, Divine Dyads, Ancient Civilization in Tibet, Library of Tibetan Works and Archives, Dharamsala 1997. Also see his article, John Vincent Belezza, High Country Culture, A Civilization Flourished in the Himalayas Before Buddhism Reached Tibet, Discovering Archaeology v.1n.3, May-June 1999, pages 78 to 83. 47. Snellgrove and Richardson, A Cultural History of Tibet, Ibid. Lapon Tenzin Namdak asserts that this monk bodhisattva was not the famous Indian Buddhist scholar Shantirakshita who later became the first abbot of Samai Monastery. But see the translation of the Bonma Nubpa Ikhtentwigs in Chapter 6 of Part 2. 48. On the Acrid System and Army Ustand Gongsmzad Ri Krod Chen Po, see Perkviern, Bonpo. Studies, The Acrid System of Meditation, Part 1, The Transmission of the Acrid System, in Kailash v. I. N1, pages 19 to 50, Kathmandu 1973. 49. Azablo Grojulmchen, 1198 to 1263. 50. Bruchenrjul Bag. Zhang-Zhung, 1242 to 1209, composed the practice manual entitled The Acrid Thun. Chams Kolengapa, The 15 Sessions of Practice for Acrid. For the translation of most of this text, see Perkviern and Thubten Reiki, The Stages of Acrid Meditation, Dzogchen Practice of the Bon Tradition, Library of Tibetan Works and Archives, Dharamsala 1996. And on the Acrid System generally, see Perkviern, Bonpo Studies, The Acrid System of Meditation, Part 1, The Transmission of the Acrid System, in Kailash v. I. N1, pages 19 to 50, Part 2, The Essential Teachings of the Acrid System, in Kailash v. I, and 4, pages 248 to 332, Kathmandu 1973. For a translation of the hagiography of this master, see chapter 8 below. 51. Sharjah Krashizrjilmshan, 1859 to 1934. Sharjah Rinpoche was a realized practitioner of Dzogchen who, at the end of his life, manifested the rainbow body on the dark retreat according to Sharjah Rinpoche. See the monograph, John Merton Reynolds, The Instructions of Sharjah Rinpoche for the Practice of Vision in the Dark Retreat, Bonpo Translation Project, privately printed, New York 1992. 52. On the Rzogchen Sems Sde, see Reynolds, The Golden Letters, Ibid, and also Namkhe Norbu, The Crystal and the Way of Light, Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen, Arkana Penguin Books, London 1993. 53. Snechen Lishu Stag Rings was said to a contemporary of the Tibetan king Krisrong Dyut-san, and was actively involved in the concealing of Terma texts. See Karmali, Treasury, Ibid. On Li Shu Stag Rings. See also chapter 4 below. The text of the Rzogchen Yangrasa I Klongchen was reprinted in India in 1973,